What is up, everybody? Okay, so what do we want to do about Hector, chat? Do we want to mimic those unlucky sods from years past that started FGO at the very beginning and they didn't get what's his name, Siegfried from their tutorial summon, or it was before the tutorial summon even existed, and they didn't have Caesar, so they had no Saber. That's why he was actually known as a real boss back then, is because back in the day, leveling was a lot slower, and a lot of free-to-plays did not have a Saber. It was very common to not have a Saber back then. So, do we want to mimic that and try to fight him with no Saber, or do we just blow him up with, you could use Jason, but, we've already leveled Siegfried, so. But, yeah, when Oceanus came out, I don't think the tutorial summon existed yet. Fergus didn't exist yet either. It was pretty much Caesar or bust, and some people just didn't have Caesar back then. So, it was not that rare for people to have a really bad time with Hector. Alright, we're gonna do the hunting quest real quick though, so we'll do the 1 to 3 star account for support, because you know, that's amazing support right there. You know something's wrong when the worst account that I have, right, that is the one that struggles the most by a lot, is the one that we allow ourselves to summon from the support list. You know that's bad. Especially when its units are actually better than most of the units on this account, so. Oh god, it's an assassin chimera, I'm pretty sure. Oh god, well we do need hero proof, so I might actually farm this a little bit off stream later if I have time. Yeah, Siegfried doesn't have magic resist, where Caesar and Fergus do, so it actually matters there. Just use Medea, she's so good. Well, I mean, that's what we got slotted, so. Oh god, I think we're gonna lose. Oh god, hold on. I have my 1 to 3 star account available here. I'm thinking we want. What do we have? We have Babbage, and his skills are upgraded. That is 1,000,000% what I'm doing. Medea would probably fail the solo. You know what? Do we dare try that? It's a waste of AP if we fail. Do we try Medea solo when she's using a 3-star craft essence? Hey, Say, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. 2 years too. Jesus Christ. We don't need any of that Stan nonsense. Get that out of here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll try it just for the memes. So then maybe we do it again with Babbage in like a team. I need to do this more than once anyway. I don't know about this CE though. I don't think she can do this. I mean, she has 9,000 health. You know what? No, I'm not throwing the AP away. I know I'm pretty good at this game. I know what I don't think this is going to happen right here. And like our Mystico is not even ranked 10. This is just death. And we don't even have enough command spells to resurrect her if she dies. There's no, yeah, I'm not a coward, chat. I'm smart, because I know death when I see it, and that is death. What do I give Babbage here? I guess we give Ryoto Temple? YouTube community. Oh my god, this account's got the stupid thing in the settings. I don't want to fix that on stream, so I don't want to accidentally show my, actually, hold up. I'll just hide the screen for a second. I hate that. I want to fix that now. And it's probably got the spoilers on and everything else. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna look at what my main account settings are, and I'm gonna copy that. You know, Hans actually is not that bad at soloing, to be honest. Alright, give me a second here. Yeah, there's so many like default settings in FGO that are bad, like you know, the spoiler thing, the ascension thing. Okay, I think I've set it how I want it. Okay, I think we're good. See if that does it. Hey, 5, 10, 10 is good enough, thank you. It's an alt account. What do you want from me here? That did not seem to fix it. What the fuck, game? Hold on, let me just make sure my Babbage on my other account is actually in his final ascension. He is! So something is not even 6, 10, 10. I'm guessing I don't have the gold caster gem. That's probably why. Alright, I gotta see what setting is not the same here. I swear I've had to do this on like every account ever. Hey, Chaotic Owl. Thank you for the 3 months, man. That's a nice, normal name. Okay, I'm confused. As far as I can tell, my settings are exactly the same as my main account. And my main account, when I try to summon the 1 to 3 star account, sees Final Ascension and everything like normal. So I have no idea. Yeah, maybe I have to restart it. That might be what it is. Well, I'll deal with that later. I'll just reset real quick. That doesn't take very long. Because, yeah, that's really annoying. I hate always seeing them in, like, the 3rd stage. I don't even know why that's the default setting. That, in my opinion, that should so blatantly not be the default setting. My guess is the reason it's like that is because in the early days of FGO, like, I think it's just a relic system. Because in the early days of FGO, you could not, the servant had to be their latest ascension. And that was something they added pretty early on, but it was something they added to let you pick. And I'm guessing that's why that's the default setting. Okay, I honest to God, I have no idea what's going on. Like, everyone is showing in Final Ascension. Well, no, they're not, though. So why is it just Babbage? And I can literally look at it on my other account, and he's showing in Final Ascension. Huh. Is there a setting that you can put on your account when other people summon you that they can't see the Final Ascension? That's the only thing I can think of. Because I'm looking at it right now on my other account, and it's set to Final Ascension in like all of the different screens. Shut up, DaVinci. God, I cannot believe that these still just have DaVinci say something every fucking time you go to this menu. When it's like the menu you have to go to the most. I cannot get over like how poorly designed that is. Like, and that's a menu you go back and forth between, like, constantly. Yeah, no, he is set to be, Final Ascension. So, I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Like, the other servants are showing different ascensions. For some reason, I think it's... Because no one else has Final Ascension on, for some reason, I think there's a setting where it can't see Final Ascension. Which I'm super confused by. Because I don't remember that even being a setting. But I think if they're in Final Ascension right now, it's putting them in 3rd stage instead. But what I don't get is my main account's not like that, so I don't understand if I copy my settings why it's doing this. Well, I'll have to deal with this off stream because it's boring, but something is clearly wrong here. So what's really annoying when you're this early in the game, when you kind of do stages above your weight class, like what I'm doing right now, your other units are just useless, right? Because like Chin Gong doesn't have his 3rd skill and stuff like that. I will say, I guess Shakespeare is one that can be useful right off the bat because he gets the damage up immediately. But most servants, it's when they only have 1 or maybe 2 skills, the odds of them actually having their whatever makes them useful when they are under level is not very good, right? It's like it's pretty low. That's kind of annoying. Is it worth... I think it's better to just solo, honestly. That's kind of disappointing, but there's just nothing my other units will do. Too weak. Chin Gong is close, though. Like, Chin Gong is almost useful. Nothing's wrong, alright? You're using Babbage instead of Medea? Hey, man. Babbage is awesome. And look, Babbage got cards. It's also really loud. I have my sound settings really low here. The day I would've gotten those cards too, nonsense. You also NP for like 40k damage, because, you know, that's balanced. Oh, like Babbage even has command codes on, how about that? A little worried though. These have more health than I was thinking. Do I have to NP trash mobs on wave 1? Let me think. The sooner I use my second skill, the sooner it comes back. I should have brought Atlas. Oh, I should have brought Atlas. Okay, I'm gonna bap this guy and kill him, and then I'm gonna invulnerability next turn. So I need to kill this guy right now. Come on, Babbage. Don't let me down here. Oh my god, 3-star craft essences are so bad! Like, that's not even Babbage, it's just 3-star craft essences are so shit! God! Like, what the fuck is that? Well... Oh my god, if I could just hit this guy. Imagine having a 40% attack up and attacking a guy with 472 health. Comes down to if I need to NP next turn or not. I think I don't. So I think I do kill this guy. Oh my god. This is all the CE's fault. Alright, the dream is we somehow crit with those 7 stars. Hey, look, attack down. Look, I have invulnerability and he just sits there spamming his damage for next turn. Look at him being smart. 20-30. That's a good CE, by the way, but not a good crit chance. Oh, never mind! Oh, never fucking mind! Too bad, we still did shit damage, but, I blame this attack. That look! He just tripped. This fuck has 3 actions per turn. Why does this guy have 3 actions per turn? So often we're trying to kill off taunt walls, there's only one bronze idiot left, you know, they attack 1 fucking time. This guy comes in here with a giant crit buff and just like beats the shit out of us. Fucking 100 face over here. 100 face isn't even around, there's just like one guy that ran off, right? Little shit, man. Give me fucking a attack down, casting all these crit ups and then actually critting. Nonsense. Okay, seriously though, if this attack down could go away, that would be great. Oh, this is not good right now. This attack down lasts 1 more turn. I bet you it's 20 or 25%, I bet. It's pretty noticeable. I guess we wait a turn. I think we're gonna have to use a CS. We'll see. But I bet you we're gonna have to heal. These guys do a lot of fucking damage, man. Like how he double attack buff and then he crits me. Okay. Dude, by Star Bomb, I could probably kill this guy right now, but I feel like I can save it. I shouldn't have saved it. I'm on turn 8. I should have used my Star Bomb on like turn 2 or hell, I should have used it on turn 1 because Babbage had 3 cards. Absolutely, I should have done that because I could have killed that first mob way faster and I would have my skills back by now. And again, I had 3 cards. So yeah, I should have done that on turn 1. Okay, well. I don't think I NP then. I think I wait for next turn. Man code helping us out. Oh my god, and we died. You have got to be fucking kidding me. That's absurd. I can't, the fact that he just did that much damage, that's ridiculous. Oh my fucking god. I completely blame the 3-star CE there, dude. That's just so shit. Well, there goes 40 AP. That is ridiculous. Okay, well, the other option is Caster Coup, but I think Babbage is still the right play here. Let's see, I don't know if the team is even gonna help though. Like, none of them have skills yet, really. By the way, there's just so much wrong with FGO, man. Like I was talking about in Discord earlier, it's just it's infuriating that they have this much money and they're just this bad. It's like you don't get your AP back if you lose. That's so pointless and stupid. Right? Like, and no other game does that, right? It's just dumb. It's like there's just so much, they just put no effort into like the early game of this game, and like as such they bleed players like a motherfucker, and it's like it's so pointless. I know everything costs 40 AP. It's like, what is the point of that? Like I can't even imagine what they're thinking at this point with that kind of stuff. I don't think they're even thinking about it though. I think it's there because that's how it was day one, and because day one they wanted people to spend SQ constantly to refill AP, but no one does that. Only the whales do that, and they're gonna do it anyway. So like it don't matter. Alright, might wanna, I don't wanna, the thing is, I don't wanna, if I wanted to, I could level up a bunch of units. I could level up a bunch of units to make them more useful, but I don't wanna do that because then they'd be too good for Oceanus, and then that would like run my fun. So I was planning on using a command spell, like, but we die out of nowhere, so I couldn't. I have no idea how to beat this with the 1 to 3 star account self. Obviously I could just summon, you know, something really OP, but like, this is going to be a problem because like everything on this account is so useless. I just need stuff to draw fire, I think. Anything else would be needless, so... Stheno can probably insta-kill these guys, actually. If only Mash had her taunt. Honestly, I don't think he could have soloed that even if I played better. And I could have played better. I could have done the crits on turn 1 and all that. But I might not get a hand next time. Like next time you might get all George cards, and you could take advantage of that anyway. And we still have the 3rd wave, so like Babbage could solo it, but not Babbage with the level 70 and a 3-star craft test. So I mean, I don't know, maybe, but you have to get pretty lucky, I feel. Good opening hand though. I should have charmed the other one. I bet you this one has 1 action per turn and this one has 2 actions per turn. Might look weird to do the invulnerability right away, but I think it's fine. Okay, we got some real damage here though. Please don't miss the 70% crit. This is what I get for not leveling up your Star Absorb skill. Fucking 1-turned! Much better! Look at that! And he probably could have done that without Hans's buff, so he probably could have done that last time if I just cast his stuff. Jesus, though, that's an upgrade right there. I want Stheno's NP, so I should probably cast this. I'm gonna cast it last turn, but it's probably not gonna come back because it's rank 1. Well, I need to NP drain this guy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is legitimately hard for a new account, really. And obviously you could summon God Juna or, you know, whatever. But, like, that is like on an established account, like my main account, I wouldn't even notice these guys hit this hard because I'm going to be 3-turning it so easily, right? You're going to NP before they even get an action. But these legitimately hit way harder than what you normally see from like a free quest or, you know, filler main story or whatever. I mean, that guy almost one-shot Stheno there, right? Like, what the hell is that? Dude's like, I'm a double crit up and then actually crit, by the way. Do I want Babbage's art? Nah, we'll do the Brave Chain. I don't know. I'm second guessing myself here. I need Stheno to live because I need her to try to insta-kill. That'll be really good if she does. Okay, this guy knows. Can you stop? Oh, fuck. Babbage, can you do 25k? You've got a 40 and a 50% chance to crit. But you don't have your buffs anymore. Do I evade Stheno? I don't think so. Because even if this fails to kill... Oh, the music's looping. Even if this fails to kill, I mean, theoretically, he could just attack someone else. There we go, we crit. Alright, there we go. That's good. Only Stheno was level 80 and 1k foed. You'd have a nice extra chunk of health right now. Okay, now, if she lands the insta-kill, I don't need to use anyone else's NP. What's her proc chance? Let's see, this guy's a silver, so he probably has some degree of resistance. He also counts as a servant because of 100-phase stuff. I don't know if that actually, if they bothered to give him the best. 100%, so it's just purely based on his resistance. She will always proc it, but based on his chance, we'll determine if it actually works or not. Well, don't fuck it up, kiddo. Let me have Hans go first in case it actually works. Do you think it's the strongest being in the Nasuverse? I mean, there's too many unknowns at this point. And normally it's gonna be... Oh my god! But, you know, there's a degree of apples and oranges and paper, rock, scissors and things like that, so... Well, at least she charmed him. God damn it. Okay, well... I so wanted to save that for... the next wave. Doing Hans is second because it makes the heal bigger. Plot is pretty OP. But I don't think there really is a single strongest thing, and Nasu's going to always give a troll answer, because every time he's been asked that, he always gives some kind of troll answer. But I'd say Chaos is definitely up there. I mean, he literally one-shots Mars. Like, it's nothing. Like, even like OP stuff like the White Titan and stuff had to actually fight them. So yeah, but Chaos is definitely up there. You got Tiamat on Earth, you obviously have the types, got stuff like that. But I don't think there's any single thing. Hans just missed so many buffs. What the fuck? He didn't like, you want to land the defense buff there, champ, on, I don't know, someone other than yourself? Holy shit. Well, Stheno's probably gonna fucking die. Watch this Brave Chain, though. It's like, watch this, mom, and then gets smacked in the face and dies. Yeah, we might need a command spell even with the team, we'll see. The struggle is real right now. Well... there goes a god. Okay, that's super good because his evade will just block the NP. That's quite nice. Wave 2, by the way, indeed. Not looking good. Probably gonna have to CS Babbage, I'm not gonna lie. So if I farm this off stream, I'm gonna summon a DPS unit that's actually, you know, upgraded and has a real craft essence, you know, that kind of thing. Wait, what just happened? What? Oh, he must have attacked after the NP and just killed. I wasn't paying attention, but he must have just one-shot him because that's a low-level George. So, well, hey, look, that one turn actually did matter. Hans is the carry, right, guys? She has double defense up, by the way. And she just took that much damage. This guy is not having any of it. I think I just invulnerability Babbage for the battery because I have no faith in him getting his NP quickly here. And I don't think Mash is gonna live long enough to like sync up the invulnerability with anything useful. Okay, Babbage, I really need you to get some cards here. Okay, we should be able to kill this guy next turn. Please don't kill Hans. Just don't kill Hans for the love of God. The music knows. Oh my god! My NP though! Oh my god! I'm not even sure we're gonna kill this guy this turn. Oh no, why did Mash have to take 3 cards? Why couldn't Babbage have gotten the 3 cards? Yep, Eric, please hit Mash. Of course not. This is so ridiculous. Like, that was such bad luck. That is unbearably bad luck right there. Well... I don't even... Yeah, there's a different Hassan eavesdropping on the stream, and they got the plan. 218,000 on a Chimera that's not a Berserker. Oh my god. Babbage, I really need you to listen to me here. I need you to... Why do you... Okay, this song needs to stop playing. I'm trying so hard here. Babbage, what is this crit spread right now? What is this? Why does every other card have a higher crit chance than the Buster? Why does every other card have a higher, like... This is not statistically likely. Oh my god. I had to roll on a 50 and a 60 when I have a 70 and a 90 and a 90. I almost want to just take the double 90. Like, I almost want to just take the double 90, but like, that's so much less damage. We missed out on the chain, the 3-of-a-kind bonus. Okay, will RNG save us? This is our only turn with the giant crit buff, by the way. I cannot believe that's the crit spread. Get defense down, attack up, crit up, first card buster bonus, 3-of-a-kind bonus. There we go. There you fucking go, Babbage. Much better. If we did not crit there, we would have been in so much trouble. Like, we probably would have just been finished right there if we did not crit there. This is fucked, dude. Whose idea was the 1 to 3-star count for when we wanted to summon something real? God, like, what the fuck? Like, if we just had a normal craft essence, it wouldn't be a problem. I might need to CS. We have attack up, and we have a 40% chance to crit. He's got defense down. Oh, I'm cheating. I don't care, chat. I'm cheating. If he doesn't kill, the app is gonna conveniently crash. Who knew? Challenge quest clear. Okay, we good. Good lord. What was that? Don't worry, guys. It only took 80 AP. Got a assassin gem. And we didn't get a void dust this time. We got a void dust on that failed one. God damn it. Oh, God. Alright, it's account review time. I can't believe that took that long. Chat, we're 33 minutes into the stream. And we beat one stage. Honestly, Stheno did not do that bad. Like, she would have done so much better if she'd landed the insta-kill. But she didn't do that bad. For being neutral and, not being upgraded, she did better than everyone else on the team, I would say. Other than Babbage, obviously. Alright, any chance Eli Oaths is in chat right now? Because if he is, I'll just start with his. I'm not sure he's in chat. I don't see him on the viewer list. Okay, well, we'll wait then. I'll wait in case he shows up later. Let's go. Some of these are out of order, because I had to balance out the flex and the advice stuff. So moving forward, guys, and if you're one of the people that has an account review pending, like you already sent it in and it was like accepted, if you want to update them, you can. But if you send in a flex account, like an account that obviously doesn't need advice, what would be really useful... Oh my god, it's Sir K. I have some questions for you, sir. Anyway, if you're gonna send in an account that does not need advice, like, put in extra information with the pictures to, like, just talk about your account, like what units you use to beat, like, maybe key, fights, like beating Lee or Fluffy or whatever, give some context to your account so there's something for us to look at and talk about other than the advice, right? Leave Sir K. Okay, so I would just like to know, what's the did you see the account review I did for you? Because if you did, I don't think I need to say anything. You already know what I'm going to ask. I did that. Feels good, Hex. Like, that is overwhelmingly, I think, the way to deal with, like, accounts that there's not a lot to talk about otherwise, right? Share your experience, what you like, which units your favorites, what you beat challenge quests with, or what you beat major story fights with, stuff like that. I think that'll make them way better, because that's really cool to see anyway. I think that can actually make them more interesting to see than the advice accounts, really. So obviously a lot of the accounts I'm doing that right now were submitted like over a week ago, right? So I'm not expecting these to have that kind of thing, but for the ones moving forward, I think that would really help. But yeah, so why do you not have a Bedivere? No, I was busy? Okay, well, yeah, I did your account review, like, on the Elastic stream, I think. Is it the previous stream or the one before that? And, so if you want to see that, I gave plenty of advice and I went in depth and everything. But I would like to know, why you don't have a Bedivere, and why you don't have a caster coup, right? Because the game gives you those for just beating, the main story, right? You're given a caster coup, and you're given a Bedivere in second archive. Oh, I mean, okay, that's better. That's a better answer than what I was expecting, to be honest. But that still doesn't entirely fix it, especially in the Bedivere one, because he's not as around. Your name is Sir K. Your account also could have really used a Bedivere, I would just like to say. That's at least something, though. That's not what I was expecting, I'll say that. Alright, let's get to an account review here, and then we'll get to Oceanus. Alright, we'll start with Jonathan, because his was submitted quite a while ago. Alright, what do we got here? Make sure it's actually showing up on stream. It is. Okay. Sort of flex, sort of advice. Would like some tips about who to level next. Currently sitting on Kojiro. Currently getting Kojiro to 10-10-10 at level 100, and how units synergize with other units in a team. Got 3 K-scopes, OP, and 1 Black Grail. 3 K-scopes though, that's handy. That's good for farming then. Well, it doesn't really help me because I still have no idea if you want like advice for farming or challenge quests or whatever, so. Honestly, for the, like I said, with the flex accounts where there's like no information or whatnot, I'm just gonna go through them kind of quickly because there's nothing to really talk about. Like if you got your bases covered, you got your bases covered. Although honestly, I wouldn't really say this account exactly has its bases covered. Although it's got a really good Bedivere, and I would really level that Sitting Master. Unless you don't like him, I would say that Sitting Master will be really good. I mean, Sitting Master is just, this is a Japanese account, right? It's a JP account. And Sitting Master has his buff over there, and it's just incredible. So Sitting Master would be great. For farming, you've got, what do you got? You've got Arthur, and is that Tomoe? Who's? I don't recognize that Final Ascension in the top corner there. I really need to set it up where you can see my mouse when I do these. I got Burgess a few days ago. Well, she's good, but I don't think she's necessarily something you would need to level right the fuck now unless you like her, obviously. Is that Attila? I guess it does look like Attila, so I guess that she's okay for farming, I suppose, but nothing amazing. Oh, it's her costume. That's why I don't recognize it. I was really confused. But Arthur with K-Scope, very good for farming, so that's something. Not a lot else, though, that's super good for farming on this account. So actually, I guess Attila's okay, but you don't need her skill ranks to be up for farming. So between Attila and Arthur, there's your farming stuff, and I'd imagine you have like a Rosh and stuff, so. And you've got Bedivere, who's Grailed for a single target, and you got Sitting Master ready to go. Sitting Master is definitely the best single target on this account, though. Like, hands down, Sitting Master is better than the twins. I kind of want Ares' opinion on that, but I really do think with Sitting Master's buff, I think he's better than the twins overall. You know, sometimes if you're doing loopy bullshit with OP supports, maybe not. But overall, I do think Sitting Master's like one of the best single target sabers in the game right now. I'm gonna skip ahead to casters so I know if you have like Caster Artoria. Okay, you do. Because you have Caster Artoria, that does make the twins better, but it also makes Sitting Master better. But I would say the twin scale with Caster Artoria better, just because of their gameplay style. And you have Castergill as well. I definitely would level Castergill. The synergy with Caster Artoria is actually really, really good. For farming, challenge quests, main story, you name it. It's good for pretty much everything. Yeah, interesting that you've got a Grailed Scatty, but you're 8, 7, 10. But, so your farming options are great. You have awesome, like, farming options. So, you know, like, between K-Scope and Caster Artoria and Scatty, you can kind of just do whatever with farming. But I think, can I ask you, is Jonathan 32? Let's go with Jonathan. How far in the story are you? Because that's kind of relevant for sometimes, like, what needs to be leveled, especially when your farming's unlocked. I'm not sure yet, but it looks like you've got pretty good options for farming, so you probably don't need to worry about it that much. But, oh, I like the Grailed Robin. That's taste right there. So far, these Grail targets are pretty cool, actually. Like, we got Bedivere, Robin, you got Emiya there, Summer Emiya. Completed Lost Belt 6, so you get nothing to worry about right now. You already passed everything, so you just, whatever happens come down the pipeline in the future then. Let's see, so for farming, you have what? Emiya, which is good. 10 to 10 Emiya with Caster Artoria. I suspect that's what you use the most then, and I guess Napoleon, because even at a lower end, he actually is fine for farming. If you wanted to just get an even stronger options for farming, Tesla's fine, but you probably don't really need it. I imagine you get a lot done with just your Emiya, I would think, and then Arash. Do you have Arash? You do. Level the third skill though. No, even on an account like this, that's got Caster Artoria and everything, you should definitely level Arash's third skill. Just enough so you have more options for getting his MP right off the bat. But you probably already have a lot. So between I figure you are able to farm super smoothly when it's in like a saber stage because of Caster Artoria, Emiya, Arash. That's pretty much all you need. It's like, it's that easy, right? And you always have a Napoleon as well, so. And then for single target, you got Robin, you got David. You do not pass the David test, which, do you have Merlin? You do not have Merlin. And so someone might say, oh, you have Caster Artoria, you don't need David. That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit because, you know, she has to wait to get her NP normally. And you might need, like, the defense against AoE NP right away. So, definitely need to get that David skill up. That's always the case. Might I ask, just out of curiosity, what did you use for Fluffy? I'm guessing you used someone with art because you've got Caster Artoria, but I don't know, maybe you used Quick or something. Oh, Jesus, you might have used that scaff. My God, yeah, you might have used that scaff because she has anti-divinity. She's NP2, and she's level 100, 10, 10, 10. That's a really good DPS for Fluffy right there. You can't stun him, unfortunately, but it still will punch through, like, the final health bar. The twins, actually? Let's see. That makes sense, though, because they can loop so easily, and they do have hard survival. I'm guessing what you did then is you used your Castoria with the support Castoria, and that was like your backbone, because art really does make sense there, because Castoria is so good in that fight. I will say though, I actually think Merlin is better in that fight unless you're going for like a really fast clear, because you're like a Leviathan. I think Merlin is like the most useful thing that you could have personally for that stage. Obviously a second Castoria is great though, like it's not a problem. But and you have Waver too. Oh my God, your farming options are totally fine then. You don't have to worry about that like at all. Like I can't imagine you ever struggle with farming like under almost any circumstance. So you've got Scath. That's honestly, Scath is such a good Lancer. That's almost always going to be good enough for fighting bosses. And if you need backup, you've got Ku, but he's not ready yet. You've got Gareth. Honestly, I would still level Ku. I mean, I wouldn't like do it post haste or anything, but sometimes you're going to need a second Lancer, and you don't really have a second like really good single target one. I mean, you do have Yu. It's okay, but Ku's a pretty safe one. But for AoE, you're looking really good because you've got Parvati. I'm assuming she's NP1, but still, Parvati is really good with Scatty. And you've got Valkyrie, who's also really good with Scatty. They're both NP1, but that's still really good for farming. That's really all you need. I mean, what else are you going to need? You got Romulus even for an emergency, like battery. Alright, so for caster DPS, though, what are your options? You've got caster Q. Really terrible skill ranks, though. You've got Zig. Not much else, though. Yeah, you actually are pretty weak for DPS caster. What's your Berserkers looking like? Not the best. Wow, though. Well, Captain will approve. You got that level 100, 10, 10, 10 Caligula. Damn. Penta's NP3. Okay, that's really good. I would honestly invest in Penta a good bit on this account then, because first off, if you want to do Buster setups for whatever reason, be it for fun, for farming, whatever, you don't have a lot of Buster support. You know, but you got Waver, who's universal. But if you could you got your Qin Gong. So between Qin Gong and Pinth, that would give you some nice options there. And you've got Caligula there for like big Buster crits or whatever. And because you don't really have a good DPS caster for single target, Pinth fills in really well there. So I'd say Pinth is actually pretty worth investing in. Looks like you have none of the mats needed to get her to 555 though, so that's pretty oof. But Beowulf would be good too. If Beowulf's mats are easier for you, he's good too. But I would say Pinth is better just because of the team support, and you're kind of lacking team support. And Pinth, gets her NP real quick and everything. And she's NP 3, so I'd say she's really worthwhile. But yeah, nothing too standoutish for your Berserkers really, other than Pinth, I would say. And you have Ibaraki, but Ibaraki doesn't scale a whole lot with skill ranks, in my opinion. If you are going to use her, it's mostly just going to be for the raw effects. You got Spartacus there for farming. And Sir K, thank you for the gifted sub. But yeah, if you want to see your account review, Sir K, it's either in yesterday's stream or the one before that. I'll have to check. I'm going to try to go back into the old VODs and try to list whose account reviews are in each VOD. But it's really hard to keep up with all that, so I'll do my best. Okay, so for casters, probably worth leveling Qin Gong, maybe. Do you have Asclepius? Uh-oh. I don't think you have Asclepius. Do you have any anti-debuff? Let's see, where's your rider? And before the rider picture is missing again, it is. I do not know why this keeps happening. Hold on, I can get it though. I foresaw this, so I already brought up the Google Doc. Because the rider slot is something that can really complement the caster slot, just because they have a lot of overlap with certain things. Okay. Just download this. Okay, here's our rider slot. Okay, that's a lot of good stuff. Okay, thank God you have Martha. Holy crap, thank God you have Martha. So far, like, you've got some super powerful stuff on this account, but you do not have a lot of on-demand debuff clear. You have Caster Artoria, but you know, a lot of times you want to give her battery to someone else. You're not necessarily going to NP right off the bat. So having someone that's got a skill to remove debuffs would be very handy. So thank goodness you got Martha. Definitely worth investing in though, honestly. She's a good unit in general, and just the fact that you have so little anti-debuff. I like the Achilles though. This guy grails a lot of stuff that I approve of. Yeah, I definitely I dig the Achilles there. Okay, you got pretty rounded options though for the most part. Again, just bad skill ranks. But you've got Ozzy and Ushi for single target. Also Ricky. That's really all you're ever going to need. And then hi Cairo. And then for AoE you've got Martha and Ozzy, which is a little weak, but it's fine. And then you've got Medusa on the way up, and she doesn't really need skill ranks to be good for farming. So I mean, really, you're looking really good here. You do lack Buster support though to help that Ozzy out, but that's another reason to just level the Penth. But yeah, thank goodness you have Martha. That really lightens the load on you not having Asclepius. I do have Medea Lily, started leveling her recently. That's, oh yeah, I see that right there, right in the middle. That's a good idea, honestly. If you don't have Asclepius, a very good replacement is Medea Lily. Honestly, Medea Lily's got some use in quite a few fights actually these days. I found several times she's useful. She's not nearly as useful as Asclepius, but she's still really good. So that definitely helps. But you do have a DPS caster problem. So getting some Berserkers up would be good for that. Alright, so what do we have here? We've got MHX, so that's a really good one. I'm guessing she's NP1 though, which is a bit oof, but it's still good. You've got the Tengu for AoE stuff. She's not leveled fully yet, but getting there. Your assassin slot's looking a bit weak. Okay, you do have Vinch for your Buster support, so that helps. Oh no, you have the other Vinch level, so wait, why is NP2 Vinch +1? Oh, you're going to use that one for a taunt wall. Okay, yeah, esports. Yeah, I see that, the esports Vinch. Makes sense, actually. That's probably a good call, to be honest. So that helps your support situation out, though. Still good, though, with Penth. Like, Penth, Chin Gong, Vinch. That's a pretty good backbone for your Buster stuff there. A little weak on Assassin, though. You do have Underface. That's really good. She's not 10-10-10, but she's still good at 6-6-6. If you level anything, level her second skill. Like, you have a lot of budget Assassins, but nothing like... Like, you probably already know this. You just don't have, like, your go-to assassin to just crush something, right? Because you have MHX as your big rare one, but she's not even 10-10-10, and I think she's NP1, right? So it's kind of MHX and, like, 100 Face and Curse Arm, right? And that's good, right? That's what you should do if you're lacking a really good assassin, but you don't have, like, an assassin to go out there and absolutely devastate riders. And let's see, for farming, it's, I guess, Tengu... And that's pretty much it. I suspect this is you probably are aware, like, this is definitely your weak class. So I guess Vinch helps with farming a lot though too, actually. So Vinch really helped this account then, I'll say that. It was really good. Alright, extra class. Yang, Antonio. Antonio's not particularly useful, but especially when you have Space Ishtar there. You've almost got a mashed. A mashed? You almost have a maxed mash. Jesus. Haven't leveled her to 90 yet. Hell, I haven't leveled her to 90 yet because I keep forgetting that you can even do that. Amakusa's good. Amakusa actually really helps out with some of the like utility stuff you're missing out on. So if you're gonna, like, if it was me, I mean, leveling Medea Lily makes sense because you said you're already doing that. I think leveling Pin skills makes sense. Leveling maybe Q's protection from arrows to 6 would be good, and then don't level anything else. Because I don't think you're a big Q fan, right? You're not like, oh my god, I gotta level Q. But for like practicality, I would try to get Q's second skill to 6, because that gives you a really good Lancer to work with, Scath, if you ever need more than that. Your AoE, though, across the board looks pretty good, I'd say, for maybe other than Assassin. But, definitely level David's second skill. Honestly, Sith would be pretty good on this account. You already have really good single target Archer options, though. Honestly, your account is strong enough that I think you can kind of level up. You can use your lures and stuff at your leisure, like whatever you want to work with, because you've got your bases covered. Right? The only kind of oof I would say is your anti-debuff. But you said you're already leveling the Medea Lily, and you've got a Martha. You've got a Rider Martha. So I think you can level whatever the fuck you want, and it's not going to be like a mistake. There's obviously things that might be better than another. Yeah, maybe get Hans' third skill up. But again, because you have Waver and Caster Toria, Hans is not that needed. I hate to say it, but it's like when you've got, and you've even got Caster Gill, right? So Hans is not that necessary on this account. Although there are times where you want to use your Castoria and use your Hans because you need the healing. You don't have a lot of healing supports. You don't have Merlin. If you had Merlin, I would say you basically never need Hans, but you still could use Hans from time to time. But I'd say he's strong enough as is to be that emergency, fill-in support for healing, and that's probably how you use him, and that's probably why his skill ranks are good but not amazing, because I don't think it really needs to be higher than that. But yeah, honestly, you can just put your mats wherever the fuck you want. I don't think this account needs anything in particular. All right, let's get to some Oceanus. I do use Hans a lot, actually. Interesting. With Castoria, I would think. Is that why? Because she doesn't heal, right, much, so she's got, debuff clear and then the invulnerability, but she doesn't do anything for, like, the turn-to-turn mitigation, that kind of thing. You don't really have a lot of supports for that, actually. Alright, Hector time, I think. Alright, chat, what do you want? I'll leave it up to chat. Do we want to mimic an old school account, right? Back in the olden days when you didn't have OP supports you could summon, and you didn't have like you didn't even have the tutorial summon. Right? Everything. A lot of people didn't have sabers back then. Do we want to mimic not having a saber? Because nowadays, pretty much everyone will have access to a saber by the time they get to this point. But back then, a lot of people wouldn't. Like straight up, a lot of people back in the day would not have a saber for this fight, and that'll make it a lot harder. I guess we'll just go with the story support. And then we'll just pretend we don't have Siegfried, is what we're gonna do here. Let's see. I don't know, I do kind of... One of the Hector fights, I want to use St. George and Siegfried on. But I think we'll do that for the final fight with him. I think you fight him I think you fight him 3 times. It's either 2 or 3 times. I'll look it up later. But whenever we fight him for the last time, then we'll do Siegfried and George. But for this one, we'll pretend we don't have a saber. Because back in the olden days, the only sabers were Caesar and then Castergilius, because that's good. Baldy. Do we use Baldy? I don't think so. If we're gonna fight at neutral, Baldy I do not think is the play. That's just suffering. I will use Baldy more when we're later in the game, and I feel like it's reasonable to level up more. Because right now I don't want to level up, too high, and so I need Hans, right? When Hans is more ready to go, Baldy will be more usable. Yeah, there's saber trash mobs, but those aren't going to be a big deal, I don't think. Okay. Darius makes sense, I think, at the start, and he's not bad later either. I could use David to clear out the saber trash, and then if he dies quickly to Hector, that's no big deal. God, fighting Hector. Okay, it's the Stheno account, so I can do that. She is overstated though, not that much though. When you look at Drake here, because I haven't fought Stheno and any of that, she's not that overstated. She's a little bit, but Hands DPS, yeah, good luck with that. Maybe someday. We'll go, I guess, into MASH. Hector is AoE. I could put David in the back to block it, but I don't think that's necessary. Alright, go get him. I don't see you guys using Hans DPS anytime soon. I'm at like level 30. These guys have 3,000 health. I did not need to bring Darius or any of that. Well. Do I just like stall him second to get some NP gain? I think I do. That probably wasn't worth casting, but it's rank 1, who cares? Cairo uses Hans as DPS every once in a while. Not really frequently, though. Yeah, I really want to kill them all this turn. So Darius's art card is in the third hand, because of course it is. Please crit. Thank you. If only Darius was divine. Be great. See, we can do that too, Hector. You can't do proof of friendship if you're charmed. Feels good. Alright, get our NP here. I think our Darius is NP 1, but we're gonna buff him anyway. Put the defense down to Darius. Stheno doing work, man. No stun from Hector, feels good. I saw 150 hit in there. That's so bad. 15k. He doesn't have his upgraded NP. He doesn't have his third skill for the Buster out, right? He's missing most of his damage right now. See, look, and this is hold on, chat. Now this is obviously not a hard fight, but you can extrapolate this data for a fight that could be hard, right? God damn it, Hector. God damn it, dude. Anyway, so if David was his second skill was at rank 10, it'd be a 2-turn cooldown right now. That was the first fucking turn that Hector even could do damage, right? Like, we still have the evade on 2 of our units. And if this was later in the game, David would have 2 turns on the cooldown. And there's all kinds of ways you can do that. You can do that through switching screens, through taunt walls, or you can buy turns to kind of get ahead of the curve like that in many different ways. It's very practical at rank 10 for harder fights. Obviously not practical for farming or anything like that, but well, I like how Darius had damage in that hand. We're gonna die. I don't know if we're gonna lose the stage entirely, but we're gonna die. He's getting his NP. But, we're not going very fast without a saver here. Do I heal? I do not want Darius to die before the NP. I'm not sure if I'll let him die to the NP or not. We'll see. Okay. See, look, if he was ranked 10, he could cast it right now. Save the whole team. It'd be great. Do I save Darius, or do I save Stheno? Stheno's skills are at 1-1-1, so her cooldowns are really long. She's getting kind of close to getting her NP again, though. Darius could potentially get his NP when Mash shows up. Oh, boy. Who to save? Who to save? I'm gonna save Stheno. Stheno account, save Stheno. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. You never know when some nasty ass piece of work bot, cause chat, you know every once in a while, like maybe once or twice a year, you have like that fucked up challenge quest, or that, you know, fucked up boss like Fluffy. That's what I'm talking. Bosses like Fluffy, right? Where beating it requires very specific things, and if you don't have the rare things in the right slots that really help out, then you need very specific budget units to fill in the gaps, right? Like not any old budget unit can fill in the gaps when you have like those really hard challenge quests or main story fights that come along from time to time. And that's why I recommend David, because he's one of those key fill-in units that every once in a while, even if you're not a free-to-play, or you've been playing for a long time and you've got a lot of golds, it's really good to have that in your back pocket when one of those fucked up boss fights comes down the pipeline, and it's just the kind of fight that rewards that, right? It's like, oh, I don't have Merlin. Well, good thing you have David. Like that happens pretty often when it comes to, like, the harder content, anyway. I almost want to save PFA because how we lose is he NPs again, and we have nothing for it. I could save Mash's invulnerability. Let's do that. Try to get her NP again. We're gonna need it. Oh yeah, Protoku has Divinity. It's a shame I haven't leveled Stheno's skills yet. Quick Chain, yeah, it's too good to pass up, because then Protoku might crit next turn with his crit buff and all that. Hector being noticeably harder than, like, we've played around with most of the bosses where we don't strong arm them and we try to mimic how the game was back in the day, right? But most of them have still been easy. This is a bit of an issue. We're not having the best time we've ever had. Why does Protoku not have his Star Absorb skill yet? Mash, you potato. Shit. I could Art Chain, actually. No, we'll, God, what do we even do? I guess we YOLO here. Okay, there's a handy charm. Big defense down. No crits. Too much to ask. Okay, well, I'm gonna save the charm attempt, which is at rank 1, so it's not a very good attempt. But we're gonna save that in case Stheno lives here, then he has his NP, then we try to charm him so he can't NP for an extra turn. Oh my god, Stheno's gonna die this turn, isn't it? What I just said, I'm like, she's gonna fucking die now, or she's gonna get stunned. Fuck! Mash has the invulnerability! Remember? Oh my god! Thank god I saw PFA. Holy shit! Remember I was like, yeah, we'll just save Mash's invulnerability for the NP turn in case we, you know, we're not ready. Please land the charm. Oh, thank god. Oh, Stheno carrying right now. Oh, thank god. That I get my invulnerability back now. I really need to level Stheno's skills so there's less RNG on this nonsense. Okay. What's the play here? I might give it to... I'm gonna give it to Protoku. No, he'll live anyway. And he'll get his NP really soon, so... I was gonna give it to Protoku just for the battery. Because then he just NPs and we win, but watch this Buster Chain. Would have been better to do the Mash Chain. But Mash isn't max level, so it's pretty close, and, you know, it's no account. And it's not gonna matter. Okay, no, I should have given it to I should have given it to Protoku. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. That's bad. I think Drake's got it, but that's he did so much damage to Protoku and then got rid of his NP. Oh fuck. If he's meta here and he like attacks he like one-shot Stheno and then crits and kills Ku and then like Buster crits Drake, we did like very little damage this turn, we'd be in real trouble, but I think we're, well, just barely okay. You know what? I'm gonna do the attack up. Oh, we have a Stheno Brave Chain. That should do it. Well, this was actually a boss fight, to be honest. That was it wasn't super hard, but if I was, oh fuck, I say if we were played even worse, right, the team was worse than it was, we absolutely could have lost this. Oh please don't, oh my god, I was gonna say please don't give Drake all the cards. I think we can do 500 damage though. Jeez, I'm gonna beam him with the MP. God, Hector, that was pretty close. That was pretty rough. I can see why, though, Hector was kind of an actual boss fight way back in the day. Because a lot of people, like, obviously I'm holding myself back to make it harder, but I'm doing it in a way that mimics how it was in the olden days, right? Like, a lot of people would have gotten to this fight and have, you know, pretty random levels. You know, there are a lot of people back then on JP were low level. Not on NA. On NA, people were high level by now. But that's because they already had dailies, where JP didn't. And a lot of people did not have sabers. Like, straight up, didn't have sabers back then. And yeah, those stuns can be pretty nasty. Pretty sure Asterios dies here to hold off Hercules. Feels bad, man. First Lodestar Saber wasn't added until America. No, you could get Caesar. It's just the odds of you having Caesar weren't like the highest, right? And also, it's actually twofold. And I know for a fact this happened to people, right? So they were new to the game. Oh yeah, and Gilius. But that's actually the exact same thing I'm about to talk about. So first off, when you're that early in the game, you could easily have just not pulled them yet, right? Because summoning was a bigger bitch back then. It was 40 SQ to summon. FP was really different, right? The game was just really different back then. But a lot of people didn't like Caesar. So a lot of people didn't have him. And then the few people that did have him didn't like him and would either burn him or just not level him. So they'd get to Hector, and you know Caesar would be level 1, and they hadn't even thought about it. And they got wrecked. Yeah, no, Caesar's cool, but that was definitely the mindset. And same for Saber Gilius. And let's be real, Saber Gilius doesn't actually help in that fight very much. Like, let's be honest. Let's not fool ourselves here. Alright, we got Hercules coming up at some point, and then Hector again. When we fight Hector again, we'll use St. George and Siegfried. I actually had fun there, though. That was a fun bit of content for old school FGO there. Alright, we'll summon Artemis, because it actually makes sense to do that. David Good, Stheno account. No one should die. In case they do, we'll do that. I need George Bond, I keep forgetting about that. Is he even Bond 6? Probably not. Yeah, I didn't think so. Good old Cope Scope. Alright. We actually have enough team points to bring things now. It's a good feeling. Give me one moment, chat. I'm gonna go grab medicine, and we get like a granola bar or some crap. And we'll do this stage, and then maybe we... Hey, look, it's Jason. And they really should make that a costume, by the way. Anyone else agree with that? I don't think it would be, like, used a whole lot, but it would not be very complicated to implement. And I think it might as well be a costume, because, you know, that's his original look and everything. Like, I mean, look, why not? I actually probably would use it too, some. I'd probably mix it up, but I'd probably use it some. Nice classical look. Alright, I will be right back. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong, and it's not like a full-blown one, but I think Jason in that costume, if you see like the full art of it, I think he's wearing like a skirt, right? You know, kind of like how the kind of typical Greek garb. But I mean, who doesn't want Jason in a skirt, right? But speaking of which, why do we not have any characters with kilts? By the way, can we get a goddamn kilt in this game? Like, Jesus. Yeah, these are some tough opponents right here. I don't know how we could possibly beat these guys. Like, we're so outmatched here. I should have had her attack the archer because she'd get more NP gain, and then Stheno could have probably killed the berserker. But it's mostly about the NP gain. A kilt. Please tell me people know what a kilt is. Yeah, we need more Scottish stuff. Imagine having just beat Hector, and then you fight this. Like, what a joke. If you're gonna make it this easy, like, it could just be a gameplay segment where you just, like, you know, smack mobs in the cutscene part. There's gonna be a ferocious boss in Wave 3, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just... that's terrifying. Artemis could never handle this. She needs to turn into her mech form to handle this. Why did I just do David's NP? Like, what is the point of that? Feels bad, say. I really wish they would not implement that. It's just a pointless fucking button. So for being level 47, doing 107k damage, not bad. Yeah, it's technically Orion, so not divine. Even though he is divine as Super Orion, but that was literally so they were like stretching the legend so they had a way for Orion to get past Canis's ability. That's kind of what that was. What's weird though is Artemis tagging along, she herself is still divine, so it's kind of weird that she couldn't get the buff when she's the one attacking. Well, not Drake for this one. Definitely have a caster DPS problem, as do all accounts at this point in the game. So, I feel like with the way FGO handles things now, if Drake was released today, I don't think she'd be a 5-star. Not that I mind that she is a 5-star, but when you look at her popularity and like her role in the stories and her design, I'm pretty sure she would be a 4-star at this point, right? Like, I mean, look at Canis. Canis is a 4-star, right? You know, Tomoe is a 4-star. Stuff like that. I don't... With her level, like with Drake's level of popularity and everything, I definitely think she would be a 4-star these days. There's actually quite a few early FGO servants I think if they were released later would not have been 5 stars. Like Jack, I don't think Jack would have been a 5-star. Drake is decently popular, but I'm sorry, she is not more popular than like Tomoe or a lot of the other 4-star waifus out there. Like, no way. And I'm not hating. I like Drake quite a bit. I think Drake is cooler than a lot of those other characters. But I mean, like, Wu is a 4-star, right? Like, there's so many 4-star waifus these days. You know, they normally make the 5-star ones like the super popular stuff, and Drake's just not, right? Drake's just not super popular. She's popular, absolutely, but she's not like, you know, superstar. Like, Tomoe is a really good example, in my opinion. Like, if Tomoe's a 4-star, I don't really feel like Drake would be a 5-star. So you never know. Sometimes, like, rarity is often, almost always actually, is based on like when they're released relative to what kind of content, right? So like, if they have a filler, like let's be real, like Booty Lancer, you know, she was kind of just released whenever, right? And like nothing else was rated up. It was like, you know, random Christmas rate up. I think you kind of had to be the 5-star, right? Nero's the opposite. If Nero was released today, she would be a 5-star. Although she has so many variants that some of them would be 4-stars. They always do that. When they have a character that's crazy popular, that's a 5-star, they'll make a 4-star like summer version or whatever, right? They do that all the time. So Nero would get a 4-star version no matter what. But I think her vanilla extra self, like if she wasn't in the game right now after all this time, and then she was finally added because of the Fate Extra remake, she'd be a 5-star. I mean, of course she'd be a 5-star. That's just absolutely their logic these days. But it's, like I said, rarity is mostly about sales relative to like PR and like trying to make the player base happy. So you have like some popular things being welfares and whatnot, you know, and like relative to what else is being released. Like Hot Wheels, you could see being a 5-star if he was released at some other time and he was already popular maybe from another Fate work. But because he wasn't popular from another Fate work yet, and he was being released next to Gajuna, who was the main antagonist and everything, of course Gajuna is going to be the 5-star, and Hot Wheels is going to be the 4-star. But when you look at like the fact that Drake is a 5-star and Jack is a 5-star, but then you have stuff like Canis and, you know, Hot Wheels Ash, you know, being 4-stars, you can kind of see what I'm talking about, right? It's a lot to do with like when they were released and what they're being released next to and what kind of story it is, that kind of stuff. Please don't do 8,000 damage. Not even close. Okay, no worries there. This is not level 90. What am I thinking? I should have healed Darius there. That was needlessly risky. I should have had Orion attack first because she would have gotten her NP. Or Artemis. What? You know what I mean. It's a mess over there. Do I Darius NP? I guess so. Well, the thing is, it's not about power, because a lot of 5-stars aren't particularly powerful. I mean, there's not really any 5-stars anymore that are bad, but there are plenty of 5-stars that are not as good as some of like the really good 4-stars or like the absolute best 3-stars. That's always been a thing. That's not really for me. Like, so I like a variety of rarities. I want my favorite characters being all over the map in terms of rarity, because you have ease of, you know, acquisition and then doing budget setups and, you know, all that stuff. But it's nice to have like those high stats on a 5-star as well. But one of the biggest reasons why you might want someone popular to be a 5-star is because they're going to get more effort put into their animations. I mean, that's just a fact. Like, I mean, they always pretty much put more effort in. The only 5-stars they don't necessarily put super effort into are ones where, like, you know, they're like Gilgamesh, where they're not going to move, right? Because it's Gilgamesh. And obviously animation updates. They can get pretty fucking lazy with animation updates of old servants. But when they release a brand new 5-star like tomorrow, they always have more effort put into their animations, like easily. So that's a big reason why you might want your favorite character to be a 5-star. Yeah, I've said that many times in my stream, but $1,000,000%. The reason why Medea, Medusa, Ku are 3-stars, and the reason why Emiya and Herc are 4-stars and not 5-stars is simply because day one of it. Because you got to understand, when FGO released, Fate was not the juggernaut that it is now. It was getting bigger. It released right as it was starting to really get momentum. like because Fate Zero had come out and that kind of thing. But FGO did not release in like the super crazy popular state at all, right? The Fate IP was way more unknown. And so for the people that were into Fate, they wanted to make sure people got into FGO and they're like, oh, I know that one, right? When they do their first couple of summons, you know, they wanted to make sure you at least got one or two faces that you recognized. And, you know, now a lot of characters can stand on their own even if they're not from a Fate work, like a book or an anime. But that was not the case back then. And so they wanted to make sure, oh yeah, I got, you know, that's the Lancer, I know that one, right? Or you got the caster from Fate Zero, or oh, that's the caster from Fate Stay Night, right? That's 100% why they did it. Because when they do collabs with other games and they put Ku in other games, he's higher rarity. Like Type Moon has collabed multiple times with other games, and they put Fates and Night characters in other games, and their rarity is normally higher than they are in FGO. Like if Ku was released today, and you know, they're not worrying about familiar faces and throwing the player base a bone and having a variety of rarities and stuff. Ku would be a 4 or a 5-star, like for sure, and Herc would probably be a 5-star. You know, it's just they needed a variety of familiar faces in a variety of rarities. Like that's just what it is. If you look at the initial servants that were in FGO day 1, that's exactly what they did. They kind of spread out the different characters from the established works to be in a variety of rarity, and that's probably the smart thing to do, to be honest. But in the long run, it is weird. But they don't even try to have rarity equal power anymore. They've like had a real clear separation from that, and you kind of have to when you have Hot Wheels and Canis as 4 stars and Jack is a 5-star. It obviously doesn't mean anything. Like, I've seen some people argue that Jack is some super strong servant, which I think is absolute bullshit. But even if you think Jack is a super strong servant, go look at her character material book, and then go look at Canis, right? This is not comparable. And same for Hot Wheels. They are much stronger than Jack. Even if you think Jack is worthy of being a 5-star, there's no world where she's stronger than Hot Wheels and Canis. Not even close. I mean, Canis, for God's sakes, like, Canis leaves Lost Belt 2 to go murder Counter Guardians in Lost Belt 5, right? Like, that's literally why. And, like, Hercules is said to be, like, too powerful to be summoned by Chaldia properly. That's why he doesn't have God Hand. But he's at the limit of what Chaldia can handle. And that would obviously, if power meant rarity, then that means he should be a 5-star, because the limit of what they can handle would obviously be a 5-star. So, no reason to do this, but I'm gonna insta-kill one of these guys if I can, because generally ghosts have, like, no insta-death resistance at all. That's, like, their big weakness. Early on, though, they did try to, like, half-ass explain rarity equals power. They really did. And now that, it was obviously, oh my god, you did insta-kill. Oh, are you fucking kidding? Oh, it's not a male. Fuck. It's a genderless ghost. How does that work? How, this thing didn't have a gender when it's alive? Fucking nonsense. Anyway, what they would do is, okay, yeah, no, just murder Darius, just double crit, now it's fine. Fuck it. But they would try to make excuses why powerful things were weak. They would do that a lot in the early days of FGO. They're like, oh yeah, you know, Chaldia can't summon Hercules properly. That's why, you know, it's like, that's why he's weaker. Like, oh yeah, Ku is... They've actually never explained why they say Ku is weaker. They say Ku is much weaker in FGO, and I thought they were going to explain it in Lost Belt 6, but as far as I'm aware, I haven't read all the translations yet. I'm almost done though, but some translations haven't even translated yet, so there's still just a degree of waiting to be done. But anyway, as far as I'm aware, Lost Belt 6 does not ever explain it. You know, they've hinted at why Ku is weaker in Chaldia than he normally would be. I don't know, it's kind of dumb, because the reason that they gave is out of sync with reality, right? There's other things in FGO that contradict it. So, I don't even know. I think they're just going to sweep it under the rug, and they might never mention it again. That's not quite what they say, Poi Poi. I've actually looked into this quite a bit, and the reason I've looked into it again is because of Caster Ku. All the theories about Caster Ku got kind of spicy for a while there with the Odin stuff. So, if I remember correctly, basically MASH So, no, actually, it's Scath. Scath says, Ku is weaker than normal and something is wrong with his Saint Graph. And Nash just, like, on her own theorizes maybe it's because of Caster Ku. But Scath doesn't confirm that at all. And with some of the stuff that was flying around with Odin, people were thinking, oh, maybe it's something to do with Odin, and Odin's, like, tagging along with the Saint Graph or something. Something weird going on there. But that's clearly not the case, because Odin is not Caster Ku. Odin has just been, like, working with Caster Ku. So it's not really clear. I mean, it could just be, because here's what when you look at that Scath interlude, it's just not, Mash implies, obviously, it's because Ku's Saint Graph is being split up for some reason. But they don't straight up say the reason, and Scath doesn't confirm it. And it also literally doesn't make sense. Now, that wouldn't be new to Fate. Let's be honest. There's all kinds of contradictions in Fate where two things are just at odds with each other. That happens. But if they're gonna say that Ku is weaker in Chaldea because his Saint Graph is being split up between him and, like, Caster Ku, then why the fuck are a lot of the other servants not just so much fucking weaker? I mean, there's a trillion Artorias, and there's so many versions of so many. You got Vlad and all this, right? There's many characters with many versions, and they're never even hinted at being weaker than they normally would be, right? And I think it's because it's just early FGO bullshit. They just said some vague nonsense, try to justify it, and then they realized they didn't want to actually adhere to that logic, because if they kept with that logic moving forward, it would make all kinds of problems. So they just swept it under the rug. Yeah, I don't really get it, man. But yeah, because Scath does not give a reason. She's just like, something is wrong with Ku's Saint Graph, and he's weaker than he's supposed to be. And then, it's like an excuse to have her train him again, right? Because ultimately that's why they did it, right? They just wanted to have an excuse for an interlude, because, of course you can't have any other relationship than the generic relationship that they had in the past, right? Welcome to early FGO, by the way. But yeah, it don't make no fucking sense. And not only does it not make any sense, he's not supposed to have runes because Ku is weaker, but then he uses runes in his animation update. So it was a mistake for them to try to explain rarity back in the day, but they don't do it anymore. But I'll be interested to see if they ever, like, try to make make up new bullshit to connect to that dumb shit they said in the early days of FGO to make it, like, not as stupid, but have it still be real, right? It's like, oh, it's because of this, it's extra context. Or if they're just gonna sweep it under the rug and be like, no, that didn't happen. Early FGO was a lost spell. We erased that timeline. Yeah, I wish. They should do that, honestly. I was talking about this on Discord. They need to redo the early game. Like, absolutely. Korea FGO is a lost spell. Yeah, they didn't beat Kuwaitia. That was pretty funny, though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I know, that was so... That's actually not what Castergill said, but that's definitely another thing that they should not have said, because it doesn't make any sense, and it just doesn't line up with anything. Because obviously, like, everyone died in Fuyuki, but we're going to restore the timeline and everyone in Fuyuki doesn't die. However, that's not actually what Castergill says, as far as I'm aware. What he actually says, it's like, if someone dies in a singularity, they're going to die at some point, even when the timeline is fixed. But that doesn't... That's a nothing burger, because no one's immortal, right? But everybody dies eventually anyway. But as far as it's not like he says they die at the exact second that they died in the singularity. That's not what he says, I don't think. And as such, it doesn't really mean anything. Because otherwise, nothing really makes any sense. Because if that was true, like, doesn't Fuyuki happen like during the Grail War in that timeline, right? So obviously that wouldn't work if all those people, like Shinji dies, right, in the singularity and all that. So it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, they really shouldn't say stupid shit like that, because they end up trapping themselves in boxes. It's because they're not thinking about it at the time, and Nasu is terrible about that. There's a quote about this. The writer of Case Files talked about this. So this has actually been brought up twice, as far as I'm aware. But so in Fate Stay Night, the visual novel, Medea's original master, the one before Koizaki, right, the one that dies, is described as, like, I think the middle-aged, I think even overweight, I think from the Middle East and stuff like that. I don't remember his exact description, but his description does not match what Ufotable used in Fate Zero for her master. And then when Nasu was asked about it, he just made a Bloodborne meme. I'm not even kidding. That's why there was a discrepancy there, and he just made a Bloodborne meme. And then the writer of Case Files after this was going to use the original visual novel description, because that's the source. But then Nasu said not to do that and to use the anime design, and they were just like, but why though? And then Nasu's answer was just like, oh, time marches on, and that's all he said. Like, and he just has that mindset, right? Like, he just wants to do what's best for like the current situation or for his current story. Doesn't really worry about continuity with the past stuff. And he's even said he doesn't care about that, because in a Fate Strange Fake interview with the writer of Fate Strange Fake, same thing. The writer of Fate Strange Fake was like, yeah, no, I try to really hard to keep continuity and stick with the character material books. And Nasu's like, yeah, no, I don't care about that, and I just make it up as I go. Essentially, it's like he don't give a fuck, right? He literally don't give a fuck, and that might be fine for him, and it's his IP. He can do whatever he wants. But to me, that's not. I don't prefer that. I like the only time I'm okay with that if it's like like Looney Tunes, right? Really silly universe. You don't really care about any kind of serious continuity, right? But like for Fate, I like continuity, right? I like the things happening in the past mattering in the future, because this is I've seen people say, well, who cares if some old lore from 8 years ago gets changed? Right, like that was 8 years. I've seen this. I've seen like, oh, it was 8 years ago. Like, who cares if it's 8 years ago? Like, what does it matter for the current stories? Because that means anything in the current stories can just not matter in the future as well. So then why does any of then who gives a shit? What's the point of a connected universe and stories building on each other if anytime something gets in the way of what's convenient for the next current thing, it becomes trivialized or removed? That defeats the whole purpose. Hi, Ari. That defeats the whole purpose of what's fun about a connected universe or an ongoing story, right? Is if anything that's old, it's like, oh, well, it's that character material book from 8 years ago. Who cares if that's out of date now, and we got new updated lore that contradicts it? Just who cares? Because then whatever's up to date now is going to be contradicted in 8 years down the line or whatever, right? Like that sucks. See, I'm not a fan of that kind of thing. I don't mind it though when it's a story that is not supposed to be taken seriously. Then who gives a shit? But okay, can you all not kill Darius? That'd be great. So Ari, we actually almost lost to Hector. Although in my defense, not only am I holding my levels back and using story support, but we said we were going to mimic a player that did not have a saber, right? Because he only had Saber Gileas and what's his name? Caesar. I don't know how I forgot Caesar's name. I'm getting old, man. Names get really complicated. Like I can see his, his character, his face, I can think of his history, and I can't recall his name. That's just happens. But anyway, yeah, a lot of players, wouldn't have a saber back then, so we did that, and we won, but we were quite close to losing. Like it was way closer than I would have preferred. Although I guess it made it interesting. Wait for Orton to be taken over the alien god? Yeah, we'll see. And I hope they've set that up to be the obvious plot point, and so because of that, I hope that's not what happens. And that's also just so lame for Ort. Like, that's so fucking lame. But I don't know. They might just do it. Well, we'll see. Hard to call, really. Oh, speaking of, I'm glad you said that though. I was just looking around at some old forum posts and just actual information that aren't even connected to Fate. But this is really interesting. So really quick recap. I know some of you heard this a million times, but I gotta give context here. In Note's character material book, all the other types are just listed as type Mercury, type Jupiter, type Venus. But Ort is listed as type Mercury ? And then the description of him implies that he's not necessarily the ultimate one for Mercury. So the fact that that's a distinction, there was something's going on there. You wouldn't randomly do that for no reason, right? Now I talked about that on stream many times, so that's not new to anybody. But I was looking through some old posts of people talking about Ort and stuff, and I was looking into some information they were sharing, and this is quite fascinating. So this has been known for a while. On the actual planet Mercury, there is a crater, right? So obviously something alien, foreign, collided with Mercury. Probably an asteroid, right? So it's not from Mercury, right? That's the key. It's something. In real life, something had collided with Mercury, and at the time, scientists didn't have a name for this crater. Eventually they named it some boring shit like F4599 or whatever the crap. But in the meantime, because of the way the crater looked and the kind of impact that it had, they just referred to it as the spider because it kind of looked like a spider. And Oort is always described as a spider, and they reiterate that in official works many times. And so he's this thing that's they want you to think it's from Mercury, but then they cast doubt on it. And then you have the fact that his name is Oort, and you have the Oort cloud, and they've said that there's this thing in South America where regular type Mercury, quote unquote, is said to have landed. That is, they've said in Lost Belt 5 is actually the ultimate one of the Oort cloud. So I honestly, I don't think this is a coincidence. Natsu likes doing that kind of research and stuff, and that was known way back in the day. That's very old stuff. But yeah, actual planet Mercury got hit by an asteroid or some shit, so something alien, something foreign, and it had a giant crater that was referred to as the spider. And the pictures of the crater are super spooky and everything. So I don't know if we'll see this in FGO or not, but I really think there's a good chance that what Natsu was thinking back then for notes, and I'm hoping we see now, was that Oort is from the Oort cloud or something like that, and it's the ultimate one of that, and it went to Mercury for some reason, crashed into Mercury, maybe killed the ultimate one of Mercury, maybe took its powers, that's why there's some shit, or just sealed it or trapped it, or who knows, or Mercury's like Earth, and Mercury didn't have a type. And because even though Oort is foreign, Mercury might have pseudo made it its type just because maybe it'd been on the planet for a long time, and kind of like how the Greek gods aren't actually from Earth, but they get accepted by Earth's history, right? And then Oort goes to Earth for God knows whatever reason, and lands in South America. I think that's pretty reasonable, and that completely explains why its name is Oort. And then they're talking about the ultimate one from the Oort cloud being in Lost Belt 7. And then, it explains why he's referenced as, from type Mercury, why you'd even mention type Mercury at all. But then his question mark and all that other stuff. I think it makes sense. And the fact that, especially the fact that crater was known as the spider, when Oort has been described as a spider many, many times. He's the crystalline spider. That's what he's known as. So I don't think that's I don't think this is some crackpot theory. I think that actually holds quite a bit of water. So I hope we'll see some of this in Lost Belt 7. Some people think that what might happen is the ultimate one in Lost Belt 7 is just related to Oort, type Mercury. The Oort cloud is just because they describe it a little bit. In Lost Belt 5, they describe the thing in Lost Belt 7 a little bit. It's deep. It's in South America, which type Mercury was said to have landed in. And it's really far into the Earth. It's basically in the underworld, right? For the gods of that region, right? It's in their hell, right? Super far into the Earth's surface. And I think they make I need to look at the translations again, but they make a description of I don't know if they're describing it or they're describing the underworld, because I'm not so good with the moon runes here, but they talk about gold, forest or something, which that does not match Oort. Oort is said to make a crystalline forest, but it's not said to be gold. It's said to be silver, alien, weird bullshit. But I'm not sure if they were actually referring to the underworld, or what it looks like, or the ultimate one of the Oort cloud. I'm not really sure. But yeah, a lot of people are convinced Oort and Oort are two different things, but I'm hoping that's not the case, because it doesn't really make any sense. What I'm kind of worried about, though, is this Hector again? I don't think so. I don't think you fight Hector again for a while. I'm gonna cheat and I want to look up. I can't remember if we fight Hector twice or 3 times, and I don't want to waste the boss fights. I'm gonna look this up real quick. But what I don't want to have happen is for them to use Oort in Lost Belt 7 and then them reveal that it's not actually type Mercury, which I think they've been hinting at since the beginning, and then everyone's like, oh, that's just an ass pull. Like, because it's not. Like, I don't think it is at all. But I'm worried that that'll happen because so many people are just, for so long, it's been so autopiloting that it's, or it is type Mercury. To me, it seems like they just changed the spelling a little, and they're the same with Ort and Ort. I would hope so, but Ari, I tell you, I've seen a lot of posts, like on forums and stuff, where people are just so on board with them being two different entities, and it's because they're not spelled the same way, and they're always like, oh no, if they was the same thing, they'd be spelled differently. But I'm kind of in that camp, Ari, where they're just tweaking the spelling, because there's a lot of spelling mistakes in early Fate when it comes to things like that, like Medusa and all that, it's all fucked up. So I'm hoping that's what it is. I'm really excited though for Lost Belt 7, not just because of Ort. I want to see the South American stuff, right? Especially if they're actually using the underworld there and everything. You might actually get some, looks at some interesting like deities and whatnot, right? So I'm really looking forward to that. All right, so we are in the final chapter. It is Hector. Shit. Okay, I think there is another fight with Hector though. Do we want to do Siegfried George on this one, or do we want to save it for the last one? Let me see, how many chapters is Oceanus? It is 14, so we still have a chunk to go after this. So chat, what do you want? Do you want Siegfried stuff now, or still no saber? So either do it the hard mode way, or Siegfried now. People saying Siegfried. Okay, first one's for Siegfried now. I kind of want to do Siegfried just because it's different, and then we can see what we want to do for the final fight. Okay, this might be copium, but I don't think they're going to fuck up Lost Belt 7 like they did 6. Because, one, I don't think Nasu is writing Lost Belt 7. He made the outline for the overall story of all of the Lost Belts. But I think Nazi just really wanted to do something weird, right? Whoever's writing 7 might not want to do something so weird, but that's not my main reason. I think they're going to keep it a bit more reasonable in terms of like the representing of the lore of the characters, because most of the characters we've never seen before, because we haven't done anything in South America before. So it would be weird that the first time they ever do anything in South America, they're like, oh yeah, and we're gonna make it really weird. That's not actually like, representing South American stuff properly. I don't think they would do that. I think now it's just like, oh yeah, we've already seen lots of Camelot stuff, so, licensed to be weird as fuck, right? Because South America's gotten like no love ever, like I'm sure it's gonna get weird and you're gonna have like, the White Titan showing up, or the alien god showing up, or, Rex showing up, crazy shit's gonna happen. But for the characters that are from South America, like the legends from that region and stuff, I don't think they would fuck with those too much, just because they've never used them, right? Like it doesn't make sense to jack that up so much. So I don't know, maybe it's copium. I mean, they could always fuck anything up, but that would be really disappointing because I know a lot of people have been waiting for South American stuff for a lot of time. And if they just like throw that in the toilet and it's like, oh, it's fairy South American stuff, and it's not actually the South American, I mean, fuck that, dude. Like that would be ridiculous. But I don't think they would do that, and I think that really only happened because Natsu was writing Lost Belt 6, and he didn't write Lost Belt 5, and he didn't write. I don't think he's writing Lost Belt 7 and whatnot. So Nasu recently, when we look at interviews and stuff, he doesn't want to do normal stuff like with Fate anymore. All right. Let's see. We have to get 2 NPs. And there's plenty of stuff in Lost Belt 6 that I liked. And I think the pacing was just trash, right? I think the pacing was horrible. There's just, I don't know how to describe this, but I've seen this in almost all of Nasu's works, right? And, he can do whatever he wants, and I think he does great character writing and stuff, but he has this, like, I don't know how to describe this, but it's like, it's in Fate Stay Night, it's in Babylonia, it's in Lost Belt 6, because he did all of those, where it's just like, the characters are talking, but they're not saying anything. Like, I don't even know how he does it. It's like, there's just a lot of, like, just unnecessary bleh. And it's not even like character development. It's not that. And not every scene needs to like, move the plot forward a whole bunch. That's not what I'm getting at. It's like, overly hung up on like terminology and like just yeah, cooking and just it's nonsense, right? There's so like Babylonia is good and everything, but dude, Babylonia has so much filler in it. Like the anime cuts out a lot. I mean, a lot. Like, holy crap! Like, you all that crap with like the Shadow Shepherd and all that like, it's just bullshit. And like a lot of times when like Nasu's like narrating and stuff, it's just filled with like just it's like, what the fuck, man? And he does it in like everything that he does, and Lost Belt 6 is no exception, right? And that's a real turnoff for me. Like, as I've been reading like the proper translations of 6, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man. It's like, can you rein this in a little bit, right? Like, it's so pointless, and it just gets off like topic, and I'm not a fan. But you know, Nasu does write some really damn good characters. I think Nasu is exceptional at not making like two-dimensional characters. I think he's very good at that. And you know, there's plenty of stuff in 6 that I do like. It was way too weird for me, and I just don't like you have all these characters that have been built up for so long, and when you finally see them, you don't actually get to see them. You get to see some weird warped version of them, right? I'm so not like on board with that. Like Hector, right? We finally see Sir Hector, who's, you know, been built up a decent amount through the other Fate works, and then nope, we don't get Hector. We get some weird fairy version of Hector that's actually been traveling with Morgan for like thousands of years. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just like it's so nonsense, right? That obviously has nothing to do with the normal timeline, but like that's why I'd rather see the one that has to do with the normal timeline, because that's the one we've been talking about the whole time, right? Like, it's just, god damn, dude. We get more non-normal things than normal things. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. And which kind of makes it like, it makes it not really work for me, right? It's kind of like, it's not gonna, if you want something to stand out because it's abnormal, but you make everything abnormal, they don't stand out. And I've seen this defense of Lost Belts a lot, where people say, and I've seen this a lot for Lost Belts. People are like, well, they're Lost Belts, they're supposed to be really weird. And like implying that all the Lost Belts have been like really wacky, and we always everything is like way off canon, but like that's not the case at all. I mean, the majority of the cast for the majority of the Lost Belts, at least early on, were actually pretty, you know, like Anastasia. That's not weird. Like, yeah, that version of Anastasia is a bit different than the normal one that you summon and stuff, but overall Anastasia is still pretty normal. And even Ivan, who's obviously more offshoot than normal, is still, you know, he's still an iron-fisted ruler. That's what you expect out of Ivan. If Ivan is going to, you know, do something, you know, like fusing with monsters, that's the kind of look you would expect, right? It's not fairy Ivan, right? Like, it is, you know, Ivan is probably the next weirdest thing, right? He really is, but it's not really that weird. It's a little weird, but it's not that weird, right? And it's like Minotaur is a Lost Belt servant. He's not even being summoned from regular history, but it's just the other side of the character that we've always known about. You know, obviously Asterios has the Minotaur, you know, monstrous side. Like, that's a reasonable thing to explore, right? I mean, that makes sense. I've seen that defense just so much, where people are like, oh, it's Lost Belts. The whole point of it is to be like wacky bullshit, but it hasn't been. I mean, the overwhelming majority of stuff in the Lost Belts up to 6 have been pretty normal. Like you know, the avatar forms of the Greek gods are completely normal, and you know, they already said that the Greek gods had mech forms to begin with, so they didn't make that shit up. You know, Canis is normal. You know, the twins are normal, right? Like, a lot of Lost Belt stuff has been pretty fucking normal, but then Lost Belt 6 was just like, fuck it, and then I see everyone saying it's fine because all the Lost Belts are weird, but like, the Lost Belts can get really weird in terms of like their setting, and they have been really weird like that, but there's only been a few, you know, characters here and there that have been super wacky. Where they've gotten extra wacky has been the events. And that's why I have historically said I roll on main story, not events, because events, they go out of their way to do shit like Van Gogh, where the main story is when they used to do more serious stuff like, you know, even Lion King or Ozzy and shit like that, right? So that's a big part of why I'm disappointed with Lost Belt 6, is because it feels like an event. It really does, because it's not just because everything's so wacky, it's because all this weird filler stuff. You fight chocolate Megalos! Like, you fight chocolate Megalos in the main story, and Blueberry Karen, which, by the way, is never explained, and she just, it's like, what, like, holy shit! And like, how everything being so weird, Lost Belt 6 absolutely feels like an event story to me. It does. It feels like an event story to me that has serious breaks every once in a while. Like with Pepe, and then obviously like the ending, and Fluffy, and so, you know, but it feels like an event story that just has serious breaks. That's what it feels like, and that's not what I really want out of the main story, right? Now, it's not like everything has to be to my liking, and Natsu can write whatever the fuck he wants. I just hope that's not what we're going to be seeing from now on, because to me that would just be really killing a lot of what I like about Fate. All right, get to the boss fight here. I need more starting NP, but I don't have any of it right now. And what I see a lot, and I don't mean to put words in people's mouths. This is just what I think I see a lot, and how I think a lot of people feel, if they're going to admit it or not. Now I don't know. I can't read their minds, so this is just bullshit speculation on my part. But I think a lot of people really like the characters in Lost Belt 6, and that's fine. That's totally fine. They like a lot of the character moments, with Morgan and Castor Toria and all the, blah 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 blah, and that's totally fine, right? That's totally fine. But I really feel this way. I think a lot of people wouldn't admit this, and I don't think this is true for everybody. I do not think this is true for everybody. People are different. You have unique circumstances and reasons people like things, but I really do think, like, if Morgan's character, what people have really liked about Morgan's character and everything, I don't think it matters that it's Morgan. If she was Bloody Mary or Catherine the Great or whatever, I think everyone would have liked it just as much. I don't think the Morgan stuff has anything to do with why they like what happens with Morgan in that story. I think they get so attached to that, like, Sakura tragic heroine figure that they just want to defend it, and they can't take the criticism of it, and blah 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 blah. And if you like the character, that is totally fine. I am not criticizing the writing of the Lost Belt Morgan. I'm criticizing that it's Lost Belt Morgan in the first place, right? That's my issue. And same for anyway, the same thing with Vortigern. I don't think anyone would have given that. They just like brooding, hot guy, right? That's what they like. They like the edgy, broody, dude. That's such a popular archetype. It's unbelievably popular archetype. I don't think it would have, and like that, all that conflicted, looking into the distance bullshit, right? That would have been popular no matter what his fucking name was. And even, I'm serious, if you remove all of that extra stuff, like with Vortigern, but he still had the same, like, conflicted nature and everything, everyone would like him just as much, right? It wouldn't, like, there might be like 2 fucking people that wouldn't, but I think what most people like is the characterization of the characters, right? Which is fine, right? That's a completely legitimate and reasonable reason to like things, right? But I think it's made some people, like, tone deaf to what we're fucking talking about, right? Like, when people, like, a lot of Vortigern fans aren't happy with it, I don't think they're hearing what people are saying, right? I don't, I have no issue with, like, the writing, the characterization of that, like, character archetype. What I have a problem with is, like, there was literally no reason to do the Vortigern thing there. You could have easily done the same thing without, and I guarantee you, Oberon would have been just as popular if it was some other fairy, if it was some other figure. That's not what people like. The character is what people like. The name is just, fluff, if you will. And that, in a way, that's a good thing, right? What you should like in characters is their characterization and their writing and their development or place in the story. Of course, that's the thing you're supposed to like. But that's kind of like, you didn't really need to, throw Vortigern under the bus here like that. David's gonna fucking die. No matter what I do here, David's gonna fucking die. Did this CE exist back in the day, by the way? Because this gives you 25% debuff resistance, which is obviously really good against proof of friendship. But I have a feeling it didn't exist back then, so I probably should not use that. But by the way, that's Medea's other master, or original master, right there. That is a CE is day 1, is it? Well, I guess that was a thing then. Well, fuck it, I'm not using it anyway because, who knows, maybe you didn't have, a 4-star CE, right? So. Wait, who's a piece of shit? Do you mean Medea's master? Because he absolutely is. I legitimately do not see any reason why, like, the characterization of that character should be affected by, you know, being this weird fusion of two other characters, which technically it's not a fusion, but you know what I mean. I'll say this, if it was something nonsensical that didn't make any sense, like, Charlemagne, right? You know, you can't just take something random or a legend that's, you know, maybe known as the character being happy or whatever, and then you make them some conflicted, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, that would be a reason not to like a character as much. But I don't see what, like, Vortigern adds to that mix at all. Not only that, but there's literally nothing about Vortigern in the actual legend or in Fate that really mixes with what they did. You know, Vortigern is not implied to, you know, be conflicted and all that, and most of the conflicted stuff comes from the, you know, Oberyn stuff. But again, you don't need Vortigern for that. It could be anything. Like, there's nothing specific about Vortigern with the Oberyn interaction that leads to that. You can do that with almost any villainous character. Well, what I'm getting at, Vol, is, you know, I would like to know why, right? Like, just you know, having the opinion is fine, but if I don't have any insight to it, it doesn't don't help much. Like, what's the difference? Like what is the difference if it's Vortigern or really any other villain? Like any, I mean, let's keep it Arthurian legend, but if any other Arthurian legend villain, why does it need to be Vortigern specifically? I should be getting NP gain right now. Oh, fuck! I just passed up on art cards. And George is not gonna live super long here. Oh, fuck me. Well, at least we got a art chain. That's good. But we literally had an art card prior there, and we didn't use it. Okay. And I think we passed on George's stuff. Do I taunt? I don't think I taunt yet. We are so lucky. The deck just shuffled. The deck just shuffled. It's a brand new set of 3, and we just get an art chain again. I feel like, you know, this does not happen to us very often, but I will fucking take it. Now please don't stun me, you fucking piece of shit. The Moriarty laugh does not give me confidence. Hey Gundam guy, what's up? Thank you for the 36 months. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Cairo. I think Vortigern works so much better as a surprise ending villain if Vortigern gets to be Vortigern. And it's just so wasted because I know this because I've been a big fan of Arthurian legend long before Fate even existed, for God's sakes. And so Vortigern, if people realize it or not, is a very big, impactful villain on, like, the main story of like King Arthur and stuff. Obviously, he's out of the picture very early in the story, but he's one of the biggest, like, villains of the story, right? And, you know, not always, I mean, with all legends, you know, there's different takes and, you know, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, he's a pretty major villain overall, I would say. I think that's fair to say. But he's one that a lot of casual people don't even know about, right? A lot of people say, yeah, because Jesus, like, my friend Tusk didn't even know who Percival was, right? I had no idea. Most people like Arthur, Lancelot, Merlin, Morgan. Maybe on the Morgan. Morgan is pretty famous, but some people don't even know Morgan, right? Most people, it's Arthur, Lancelot, Merlin, right? That's about all they got, right? And they might maybe recognize Gawain, but they might not remember what he actually did. You know, and if they do recognize Morgan, they might kind of forget. It's like, was that the witch or something, right? You know, they're not. That's pretty common. So Vortigern, but Morgan is pretty known though, right? So Vortigern is way less known than Morgan, even though in many ways he is a bigger villain, right? Depends on the story though. But so he makes a great, you know, surprise villain, and especially for the setting that they went with specifically in Lost Belt 6. Because you've all this bullshit with the fairies fucking up the land, and they had kind of established that Vortigern was the will of Britain, right? Like they'd already established that. So having him show up as like, kind of trumping what's going on and being the big bad, that works great. I think that's awesome. That's not just because I'm a Vortigern fan, because obviously y'all heard me over the years, fanboy over Vortigern many times. But I think it works, right? Like it's not the only thing you could do, but I think it's a very reasonable thing that you could do, and it's completely wasted. And like Cairo just said, like what Cairo just said is pretty much how I feel about that, right? It's like it's just so unnecessary, and like what they wanted to do with Oberyn, you could have accomplished without Vortigern. It doesn't add anything to it. It adds nothing to it, and if anything, it takes away from it, as I see it, and it super takes away from Vortigern. And now it wouldn't be as big of a deal if we had regular Vortigern. I'd still be like this is weird and it's not what I would have liked, but like, hey, at least I got regular Vortigern, so whatever, right? They can't all be hits, right? They gotta miss sometimes. But it also just puts the nail in the coffin that we are never getting regular Vortigern now. Like, there's no fucking way, right? Like, absolutely not. Like, maybe we get in a book from some other writer, 10 years from now, but there's not an F-Go, and certainly not anytime soon. Okay, time to do some goddamn dragon damage. Sadly, we do not have our Buster up or our upgraded NP, but what are you gonna do? I guess I'd taunt now, even though we're almost... No, I don't think I should have taunted because, David doesn't do a damn thing at this point. I'm not sure. I think I need to look again. It's really weird the way they did it, because he died like 1,000 years ago. So I think what it might have been, I might be wrong here, but I think what it might have been is like, you had Vortigern be the king of Morse, and then he died, and then the land summoned him after him dying. But I'm not really sure. It's some of I've seen different translations basically say different things about that, right? To me, it doesn't really matter because it's just semantics, and it doesn't fucking matter at all. I've seen a few people say basically the land summoned Vortigern and then he died 1,000 years ago, or he was just really damaged and survived, and then or he was just summoned again 1,000 years later. But I've also seen people say like the first Vortigern was actual Vortigern of the Lost Belt, and when he died, he became a heroic spirit or something of that Lost Belt, and the land summoned him again 1,000 years later. Again, it literally doesn't matter because it's just semantics, and Vortigern's gonna be represented as Vortigern one way or the other. Well, no, the Welsh fairies did not do that, and I've seen that clear enough. Like basically, Vortigern is fucked up, and his Saint Graph is super like messed up, and he's like dying essentially. And the fairies just see him as Oberyn, right? They don't know who he is. They just think he's Oberyn. Because like, oh, he looks like Oberyn. And so like they just have that impression of him. They weren't trying to do anything malicious or anything. Because like those fairies are basically just like butterflies or some shit. But just because they have that impression of him, it like morphs him into something that's a lot like Oberyn essentially. But I'm not sure if like that second Vortigern was just summoned a second time, or if it was the same one but just later, or what. The semantics on that I'm not really sure about, and that's because like the different translations I've seen have not been the same. So because the Japanese language is an interesting experience. Okay, we did respectable damage to Hector there, but not respectable damage to the ads. Well, we still have our anti-dragon damage here. But what everyone said early on, but I'm not sure if this is true or not, but everyone said early on was just like the normal history version of Vortigern was summoned into the Lost Belt to like defend the land, and then for whatever reason his Saint Graph was fucked up, and then all that fairy stuff happened, and then it was but I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm not sure it actually is the regular history version of Vortigern that was then changed to be like Oberyn, or if it was the Lost Belt one from like 1,000 years ago, or not. But like, again, it's semantics and it doesn't actually matter. But okay, hold on. What am I doing here? I'm definitely doing this. Do I want to kill those pirates now? I could kill one and stun the other. Not that I'm aware of, Aerie, but I know not every little detail has been translated. Also, I do not think Vortigern is normally a ruler class. I think Oberyn is normally a ruler class, because he's like pretending to be Oberyn. I'm pretty sure. If Vortigern is, though, normally a ruler class, I would expect it's because he's like the will of the land, right? Like he's supposed to, like how the ruler rules over the Grail War and enforces the rules of the Grail War. Vortigern like enforces the will of the land and blah 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 blah. So if he's normally ruler, that I think would be why. But I kind of expect that it's Oberyn is the one that's normally ruler, but I'm not sure. But as for Morgan, I have no fucking idea. I can't even... I got nothing. Because she's from normal history. So, first off, I doubt it's her only class. She probably qualifies for multiple classes. And honestly, I think they just did it to be different and cool because they want Morgan to stand out and be special snowflake and all that. I can't think of any... Because regular history stuff should be... That means if she's a ruler, that means she has no desire for the Grail, and the Grail would trust her to preside over a Grail War. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like that literally doesn't make it. Like Morgan, like Jesus, and not only that, but they've already through Lost Belt Morgan, they have characterized regular Morgan and like have her being a lot, you know, eviler and all that kind of stuff because they make such a point in Lost Belt Morgan's bio to be like, oh, she's not like regular Morgan and you know and stuff. So I don't get it. I literally don't get it. Does anyone else feel like that they've just forgotten what ruler is supposed to be and they just use it for stupid shit? Because like I remember the bio for ruler in the character material book is so clear about like how ruler isn't like, oh, they rule over things, right? Like that's not what it is. But I feel like they just don't use it. Like they've just forgotten. Like, oh, I'm not sure if they've forgotten. I think it's more like well, the original definition is so niche that we can't use it very often, but we want to use it very often because it's cool. So fuck it, we're just gonna use it anyway. That's kind of what I feel like has happened at this point. It's almost like their extra classes are really poorly thought out and they've just kept replacing them with stupid stuff. This is what I was talking about. It's like if you're gonna make Faker, it's kind of dumb to make Faker in the first place, but if you're gonna make Faker, then you need to use it when it makes sense. By some miracle, it made sense to use it again. And they made Pretender. Like, oh my god. Ugh, it's just... Why, though? The actual definition is too weird, in my opinion. I don't really think so, because it fit exactly what it was created for. So that makes it pretty unweird. And, like, look at it. Look at all the Grail Wars. Most of them are jacked up, right? You got the Ainsburns breaking rules. You got people trying to summon evil gods. You've got, you know, people trying to change the rules entirely to be more servants and mass. Like most of the Grail Wars are super messed up, and the Grail is absolutely in danger, right? It's like that meme, I'm in danger, right? That is absolutely the Grail, right? Like you got Nazis stealing it. You have Nazis stealing the Grail. You've got Americans trying to like copy it and shit. Like it makes quite a bit of sense for this Grail that's tapping into the heroic spirit stuff to be like, okay, I think I could use a Guardian here. Try to straighten this shit out. That makes total sense to me, right? When you look at, like, the fact that the Grail is the thing that's tapping into the heroic spirit juice in the first place, right? Like, straight up, the Grail is what's tapping in to the heroic spirit stuff in the first place. The fact that it would want to make a derivative class like that makes total sense to me. And the fact that class, and again, so the Grail is what summons the other servants, right? So it has power over them, and also has said that. So if the Grail making something to be put in charge to also have power over those servants, that makes sense, right? Because Joan of Arc can use command spells on other servants, right? To kind of force them to stay in line and not, you know, do fucked up shit. Like if some servant was trying to do crazy stuff that Medea was doing, Joan of Arc could use a command spell and stop her, right? And that makes sense because the Grail is the one in charge, right? It's the one that gives them their stuff, and it could obviously then, you know, make a curator. So ruler being, that's what it is, right? That ruler is a curator. That's just what it is. Like ruler is the curator of the Grail Wars, and and if a Grail War gets out of hand, one is summoned. That makes, I don't think that's too weird. I don't think that's weird at all. I think it's one of the least weird extra classes they've ever made, right? I think that's very reasonable. It's completely in line with the original Fate lore, and it makes sense, right? And then summoning servants that you trust to be a curator, like Joan of Arc, makes sense, right? I think it's one of the least weird extra classes. You don't talk about a weird extra class. You got fucking Watcher over there. That I love it and everything, but like Jesus Christ, Watcher is summoned to pick like a person that's not a servant, and then give them trials so they gain power of a servant. Like, does this sound weird yet? Right? Like that's way more weird, right? Like, and then Pretender. How is Pretender not weird, right? Like, most of the extra classes are weird as fuck. The only extra classes that I can think of that are less weird than Ruler or Gunner and what the fuck? Avenger, right? Because Gunner is like a derivative, alternate version of Archer, and it even says Gunner will take the role of an Archer in a Grail War. Avenger is an alternate derivative of Berserker, and it takes the role of Berserker in a Grail War. So those aren't particularly weird. And actually Voyager's not that weird either, because it's derivative of Rider, and that's all right, I would say. But yeah, I think Ruler's pretty reasonable. Yeah, I do agree, Ari. I think Avenger was awesome early on, but they started like giving it out as like, just for pop. Like, why is Jalter an Avenger? Like, what the fuck? She should obviously be a Berserker. When like everything about her character is, we've had Berserkers like that as well. It doesn't make any Space Ishtar. That's definitely the worst one. Jesus, because at least Jalter wants revenge against some abstract concept, but yeah, Space Ishtar don't make any fucking sense. That one's really stupid. And what I don't get, because I kind of just, this annoys me, because people are like this, because people are stupid, right? People want their favorite waifu or husbando to have the gold star of some unique, wacky extra class. And I'm over here like, I don't give a fuck if, like, I don't want Green Knight to be Tester. I don't need that, right? I am totally okay if Green Knight is just Saber. If anything, I prefer that, right? Like, I don't need some stupid, seriously, now that I think about it, if they added Green Knight and he was brand new extra class we've never seen before, and it's Tester, and he's the first one, and everyone wants to roll on it and blah blah blah, I would be pissed. That's fucking stupid. I would not be happy with that. I do not need my fit. And I remember when Ku was the only Lancer. When Ku was the only Lancer, and they made Dyrmid, I was not mad. I wasn't like, oh, it's like, oh, Ku's not special anymore. I didn't give a shit. I don't get this stuff, man. I do not get this nonsense, right? It's so illogical to me, the way people like see the classes and how they want their favorites. And like, I see a lot of people, like I said with the Oberyn stuff, where they can't separate the fact that they like Oberyn from any of the criticism, right? They see like criticizing what they like as criticizing them, or they can't accept like that, Oberyn, they like Oberyn's characterization and is what happens with the story and everything, but then there are issues with it, right? It's got to be all or nothing, right? Because here's an example. I like Ku a lot, but if someone's like, I think the blue spandex is pretty weird and it doesn't really even line up with a lot of the other Irish servants that we've seen, like Fionn and stuff. I'm like, yeah, fair. That's totally fair, right? I like Ku and everything, but yeah, the blue spandex thing is a little weird. And if someone's like, I can't really take Ku seriously. If someone is like, I cannot take the Ku character seriously because he's in blue spandex. So even though I'm over here and I'm like, yeah, I really like his characterization and respected the legends really well, and he's got cool powers, and if someone just discounts him immediately without even looking at his characterization and like how he's a bro, but he's also really brutal and all of that, right? I'm gonna be like, oh, that's a shame, but no, I totally get it. That's a completely reasonable, blue spandex is pretty silly, right? But a lot of people aren't like that, right? It's got to be all or nothing. If Baccano's their favorite anime, they can't take a single criticism of it. But Baccano's not perfect, right? Nothing is. And even if you don't agree with the criticism, it should be a lot of times easy to see where it's coming from, and you can see why someone, sees it that way. But I don't think I think they make all these bullshit extra classes because it works. That's the thing. They're doing it because it works. It does get people excited. People do get super excited. If it was Faker, I don't think they'd be as excited as if it was Pretender. Like, just straight up. right? They're more excited because it's some brand new thing, and they're so happy that the popular thing that they like is also some unique snowflake class or whatever. And that's why Mash, by the way, is going to be the only shielder forever. But I just think that's dumb, and I don't, not only do I not agree with that mindset, I don't even get why it exists, right? There's plenty of things I don't align with personally, but I can understand why they exist or why people feel that way. I legitimately do not understand. Give me Ajax. Yeah, I really do hope they do Ajax someday. But yeah, I do not understand. I do not fucking understand like the need for that, because it obviously results in things being bloated and convoluted, and that's such an obvious problem. It's like power creep, but power creep exists for a reason, because it works, because people don't get excited for new units unless they're like, oh, look how crazy this thing is, right? And I've literally seen arguments from like the same people where on like the one hand they're talking about like how, you know, new gacha units have to be exciting, or why would you roll from them, but then all the power creep is bad. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, right? It's like what I'm getting at is people are dumb, and companies have to cater to dumb people, so companies do dumb things. That happens a lot, right? Like a lot of marketing bullshit happens because people are morons, and you know, wow, we have charmed Hector every time we've tried with the first and second attempt here, and we haven't even ranked up our charm yet. So does Hector have magic resist? Because it's not even about the magic resist, though. It's like, there's an inherent chance for the charm to fail, especially when it's rank 1. Let me look at this. We have charmed Hector over and over again. Guy needs some focus over here. Let's see. Her charm chance at rank 1 is 70%. Okay, it's a little bit better than I thought. Okay, there's no RNG at rank 10, actually. It's 100% at that point, so that's good. But so it's 70%, and then Hector, I suspect that he has magic resist because he's a knight class, but every once in a while they do weird stuff. He does indeed have magic resist. It's B rank, so it's 17.5%. So I don't know what's going on here. Just we lucky, I guess. All right, well, no NP on this turn. I'm gonna do the attack up because Stheno is gonna fucking die, and we might as well do some extra damage here. And like, for example, I like Ivan. And is Cairo, are you still here? Because I know Cairo is a huge Ivan fan. He's a bigger Ivan fan than I am. But I'm a really big Ivan fan, right? I think he's awesome, he's badass, love the voice actor, the design's really cool. But I have heard several people that like Russian stuff, or are Russian themselves, and are not particularly happy with that portrayal. And I totally accept that criticism, and I totally get it. And I'm 1,000,000% behind them when I say that they should absolutely add regular Ivan. Because what's annoying is you summon regular Ivan, but of course, he's fused with Lost Belt Ivan, so he still has the appearance of Lost Belt Ivan. And that's like his whole thing is interludes about that he doesn't understand why he's got this monstrous body, and it's a whole shtick, right? Because regular Ivan does not have a monstrous body and all that crazy stuff. Like, I get it. I really do like Ivan in FGO, but I totally get it that, you know, it's not really that accurate of a portrayal of Ivan the Terrible, and if you wanted regular Ivan the Terrible, you're not getting that. And it's not really fair, because if you happen to like, you know, all these other things, you do get a normal portrayal of it, right? But if you happen to like Ivan, you don't. Right, and Russia gets so little stuff anyway. Like, really, I get it, right? If anything, in some ways, Ivan is worse. I think at least Ivan's, though, the weird way that he's warped, at least is still in line with, like, his personality and stuff. So at least they've got that, where, like, Vortigern is not. But with Ivan, there's so few Russian servants, that, and Ivan is such a big one, such a big name one, and the fact that you're obviously not getting regular Ivan, because you know, you technically summon regular Ivan, but then LOL, for some reason, he's fused with his Lost Belt appearance. You know, you're never getting it. And I can really see why that's disappointing, because at least with, like, Arthurian Legend, at least we've got, you know, some other options, right? You do have some normal stuff. Now, that's not that good of a defense, though, because it's like, I've seen this. I saw someone on my Discord, and I've seen this on, like, Reddit and stuff as well. I've seen people say they do not want them adding Sir K unless they do something weird with him. I'm serious. I have seen people say they do not want them adding Sir K unless they do something weird. Because their reasoning is, there's already so many normal knights. And I'm like, true, they're all a bunch of normal knights, but let's say your favorite is Sir K, and he happened to be added really early on in Fate's life, so he gets to be normal. And so, yeah, I get the Sir Kay that I wanted. But then if he happens to be added, and then let's say Lancelot's the one that's added way later. Maybe Sir Kay was in Fate Zero, right? And then Lancelot's added, you know, way into Fate's life. And now we have all these other normal knights. So now Lancelot has to be really weird just cause. You know, that's stupid, right? That line of thinking I think is absolutely dumb. And that's just like teenager thought, like, oh yeah, everything's gotta be, you know, new and exciting. That's not fair to Sir Kay fans, right? So, although I do get that it is kind of worse for Ivan in that because you also have so few Russian things. It's not much of a defense because, especially with things that have already been characterized. See, Sir Kay, I might be wrong, but I feel like Sir Kay is one of the most characterized characters that is not in a major work yet, like in the flesh. He's involved in major works, but like he is detailed in Garden of Avalon, he's detailed in Fate Hollow, he's detailed in Case Files, he's been in Flash, like he is, if you go to like his wiki page, it's huge! Like Sir Kay's wiki page is quite large for a character that has literally never been in anything in the flesh, right? And so when a character has been characterized that fully, and then when you finally use them, you don't respect all that work you just did. I mean, that's disgraceful. Right? That's terrible storytelling. So I hope they don't do that. And yes, he's in Garden of Avalon, obviously, right? Like, okay, I feel like I can just face tank this NP with Siegfried. So do I really need to evade? But I mean, who else would I evade? It's not like David does anything here. Stheno's got the defense up. Is Stheno valuable at this point? Not really. Is it bad that I kind of want to phase tank it to test my might? I literally want to phase tank it to just... I mean, if we had a defense up, it'd be easy. Like, why else would I save the evade, though? I don't even know. There's no logic to this, but I'm doing it. I just want to see what happens. I just want to see what happens. I really can't explain this. I'm really curious if Stheno survives because she's got that Rin craft essence. Nope! Nope! That was a little bit more oomph, a little bit more elbow grease in that than I was expecting. Okay, we may have made a mistake. Oh, we made a mistake. We got stunned. I can't cast the heal and I can't remove the defense down. Okay. Okay. I am paying for my my arrogance here. Not being able to remove the defense down is actually pretty scary because if we get smacked right now. Oh, that fight, say. That's a tough one right there. I've seen a lot of people get stuck on that one, actually. It's either that one or shooting in Raiko. Those are normally the two that get people like, really fucked up. And occasionally Amakusa, but I don't think Amakusa's that bad. It only gets people that don't, like, just realize it's a damage race, right? Like, that's, I think, the only time it fucks people up. Wow, what happened to Drake? She's level 48. What happened? Did she get Buster Crit or something? I was looking at chat there. God damn. Got Buster Crit? Yeah, there you go. At least we're landing our crits. I was lucky. Ooh! Drake gets to have a last second cool moment here. I really do need to get an NP2 Drake on one of my accounts. I only have her on one account though, and she's NP1. But one of these days I need to get her NP2. Any 5 stars like feels really complete to me if they're at least NP2. And you know, she's pretty cool, so. Amakusa was a nightmare with my Knights Only plus All Story Sport Challenge. Dude kept quick charging. Yeah, if he quick charges a lot, then it really is tough. And if I will say what Ari just said there, that does make it exponentially harder because the whole point is to like use a Berserker or something, right? To kill him pretty quick, and you can use your other units to protect the Berserker, right? But if you do Knight classes, you're not going to kill him as fast. So you're essentially like unlocking hard mode and giving Amakusa more health, and that obviously makes it a lot harder. You know, 500 year obsession is really good there. What did you use, Ari? Do you remember? Because Ari, I wish you had a YouTube channel. I'm serious. Like, I really wish you had a YouTube channel because you play the game in a way that I think is very fun, right? And you have very unique favorite characters, and you even know what you're talking about when it comes to budget stuff. So I really wish you had a goddamn YouTube channel, but I don't think you do. And if you do, you just haven't told me about it, which you son of a bitch then. But I'm glad Zerp made one though. My God, Zerp's got some awesome stuff. But like, you can't really play the bosses, right? You know, they're gone, right? So you want that like time capsule, right? I would love to be able to see Ares' takes on these bosses, and like I know when you fight like an assassin boss, you just Black Grail, maximum Cersei. I want to see that. I actually wish Ari would do like 1 to 3 star stuff. I wish Ari had like a 1 to 3 star account because I think Ari would legitimately be a useful resource to like the budget community because Ari does know what the fuck she's talking about. And we could use a few more, right? I mean, there's a good number of budget people out there these days, but I cannot believe that challenge quest on NA that you could pick Fuma. I cannot believe that they are such shitheads about not letting you pig anything, even in the main story. I am shocked they let you pig him. That's crazy. It's so crazy. I feel like it's an oversight. I don't know though. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people say that Fuma challenge quest was a pushover, but I don't think it is at all. I think it is a bit of a pushover if you use like Leviathan stuff, but most of them are, right? It's pretty rare that anything's hard for like whale stuff. But I think Fuma was super hard for like free-to-play stuff. And I don't just mean like just straight 1 to 3 star. I mean like just the free-to-play angle, because most free-to-plays aren't gonna have good anti-assassin stuff. So they have to use a Berserker, and then it's really hard to keep a Berserker alive in that fight, because he's AoE, he NPs often, like, Jesus Christ. I think that fight was super hard for budget. Yeah, if you can share that area, I'd love to see it. But, because yeah, Assassins are always hard for budget, and then, like, I think if Fuma was a main story fight, oh my god, people would have been having a real hard time there. I'm thinking this is a filler stage, so I don't need to be particularly careful with what I bring. I hope I don't regret what I just said. I'm really indecisive with my team here. Like switching things around super fast. Okay, we'll go with that. We need Ushi Bond, but I need George Bond too. It was Dion, Fuma, because I use all the story supports at that level. Oh wait, so was Fuma a story support? Oh no, support massage. Okay, I see. Hold on, chat keeps scrolling down. Kid Gil, Summer, Artoria, and Kidu. I have to imagine the Kid Gil was for the NP down, because it's actually good in that fight. Because it's a debuff, and so you can actually face tank it. It's so rare that that's like applicable, but then it is so fun when you get to do that. So I guess you tried to like, you know, get some value out of Masashi, because you have to. And I guess Enkidu is the main DPS, and he's got so much health that he can face tank. And then heal back from the NP. Yeah, that makes sense. See, that's where sometimes the game can be really different from a, you know, not pure budget standpoint. And that's why it can be fun to do other gimmicks, because on a budget setup, you're really not going to be able to face tank the NP with just Kid Gil, because Lowstar's health pool is too low. And even if you live, you're living with so little health that you just die. Where with Enkidu, he's got a big health pool and a big heal, you can actually survive and then come back, right? So you get an interesting synergy there that you just wouldn't get normally. I like a mix of things. I like doing stupid shit like that because it makes you look at things in a different perspective and find synergies that you wouldn't, you know, think about otherwise. But I do like doing, you know, my big thing on my channel really is trying to be practical, right, and help people in a way with a pretty healthy mix of also just using things that I like. That's kind of what I do, and I really do enjoy playing the game that way. However, if I did not make YouTube videos, or I didn't have like so many eyes on me, if you will, I would do more stuff where I just like use my favorites to shit on things. But what I want is just to have story replay, so I can do the more reasonable stuff, or the more budget stuff, or the more challenging stuff where I don't like trivialize the boss and things like that, and then you redo it later, right, with like your favorite units or like a unique setup or that kind of stuff, or with a weird gimmick, right, like that. I wish I could just do both, because I would like to do both. But yeah, there's no story replay because this game's a piece of shit. Dude, Summer Artoria is so busted, man. She's so busted. Like, to this day, she is such a ridiculously good unit. I bet you some people used her for Fluffy, even though she doesn't have hard survival. I bet you there was like some Caster Artoria bullshit going on out there. I don't think she's like the best pick for it or anything, but I'm sure she's a decent DPS option. Chat, now, I don't mean the typical players, because there really is a difference between a normie that just plays the game versus people that use Reddit and Discord, and there really is, and you can see that sometimes when you see people at a convention or whatever playing the game and things like that. And a lot of people that use Reddit and stuff, they don't talk. That's the thing. A lot of people use Reddit, but they don't speak, right? So you get no insight to how they actually play the game. So if you could just watch totally random people playing like story content when it was released and stuff, I wonder how many people use SQ to revive, or blue cubes, or command spells and stuff. I wonder like how many people just play the game that way, right? I figure it's actually more than some people think. Like, but I don't know. It's really hard to say, because again, most of the kind of casual people that are most likely to do that, you're not going to get much insight from from like social media and whatnot. Yeah, the harder the content, obviously, the more you're going to see, most certainly. I forgot to do the attack buff from the Mystic Code, but whatever. Yeah, I suspect, especially when people get like 98% NP on a key turn, I suspect a lot of people use CS. Like, I bet you there's people out there, they're fighting a boss, it's a challenge quest or main story fight, and it's an AoE boss, and it's been hard for them, and then they're trying to get Caster Artoria's NP or Joan of Arc's NP to block the boss's NP, and they're like, oh, I think I'm gonna get it, and they get 98%, and they're like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right? I bet you some of those people, they use a CS on that, which I think is actually reasonable, because 98% is within variance. It's so within variance. I bet you Fluffy is one of the most blue cubed CS SQ revived bosses ever. I might, the only reason he might not be is just because the player base is smaller. Feels bad, by the way, but there's less people playing the game now than there used to be, and so there's a smaller like, if you get a percentage of the, I think the percent-wise he's the highest, right? The percentage of the player base that revives on Fluffy, I think, is the highest out of any boss, I think, in the main story. It's not necessarily the most, though, in raw numbers, but I think it's way up there. I've seen players use command spells to clear London. I suspect that was a long time ago, though. I doubt that's much of a thing anymore, because, they give you the free Ascension, they give you XP like candy, you have better XP in FP now, and that's a big one. The better XP in FP, that adds up real quick. So I doubt many people struggle in London anymore, but I guess you never know. I think one thing that actually might make people struggle in London and America, and then especially in Camelot, is because the game conditions them so much to not learn how to do anything. And I see that clear as crystal now, because the game's always been a little too easy at the beginning, but now that you do have the free Ascension and the dailies from the get-go, and the FP, XP, and all this, and the average player on the support list is so much higher and stuff, because of all of that, the game is just so fucking brain dead. Anyone that like is trying to get good is gonna quit for the most part, because if you have the kind of brain that wants to enjoy real boss fights and stuff, you're gonna think the game is a joke and you're gonna quit. And so anyone that sticks with it to get to London has been so conditioned to just summon support and just, you know, brr all over the screen, right? That anytime anything's even remotely difficult, they're gonna have no idea like what they could even do to support the support, right? Like how to use like a support unit to work with the friend support, right? You know, using like George or David, and they're not gonna understand any of that because the game has never pointed them in that direction in the slightest. You know, quite the opposite. I think it's a real problem because I think it gets a lot of people to quit, and it also just makes people bad at the game. And then you get to Gwaine, right? Yeah, who couldn't beat Gwaine for me, right? By the way, I'm working on that soon. So by the way, I remember, chat, I gotta go into this because yesterday I didn't stream and I recorded a lot of boss kills with Burgess because she's 10-10-10 for me now, and I said that I would. But I remember when I was messing around with Gwaine, like the boss fight in Camelot, Gwaine, with my Burgess, people were saying like, you know, someone had already done it, like, you know, I'm doing it wrong. But I looked into that, because I fought Gwaine again with my Burgess a lot, and I tried lots of different CEs and setups and stuff. That is not what happened. The solo out there with Burgerfest for Gwaine is from Plushie, right? And first off, it's not a solo, because they use demonic on Mash to get the NP, to get a bunch of, you know, big defense up boosts because of demonic, you know, it overcharges you. And it's the other fight with Gwaine. I can't tell you how often this happens. And this happens all the time now. Everybody just says, oh, X soloed Gajuna, but then it's the interlude fight with Gajuna, which is a bitch nothing boss fight. And I see people say, oh, X soloed Zeus, but it's the interlude version of Zeus. Like, it's just, people are awful. It's like they're just like in a haze of stupidity, and they have no idea about like what is difference between anything, right? The second fight with Gwaine it's still hard, by the way. I don't think it's like a bitch fight or anything, but it is noticeably easier than the other fight with Gwaine, right? And so you do the easier one, and then you do the one with Mash. Now to be clear, I'm not saying Burgess can't solo Gwaine. What I'm getting at is back then you couldn't have a 10-10-10 Burgess. And I remember what I was saying was like, yeah, I think for her to really do this, she's going to at least need to be 10-10-10. You know, potentially more, but at least need to be 10-10-10. And everyone's like, no, someone's already done it. But then I looked into it, no, they hadn't, right? You know, they did the weaker version, and they got help from Nash. And no offense to them, you know, they weren't the one bragging, right? They're just making a video, right? Good for them. But everyone being like, oh no, she can already do it. Like, no, she can't. I'm not even sure she can do it now. I need to mess around with it more. But the earlier fight with Gwaine is quite a bit harder, and it's pretty nasty. So I tried quite a few setups with different CEs and stuff, and I'd gotten kind of close, but I don't know. And my Burgess is NP3, but sounds like you got pretty lucky there, Merps. But this happens all the time. I actually really dislike. I'm unhappy. This is a petty thing, but you know, sometimes you got to be petty. I'm unhappy about the Canis interlude because it has made everyone think like all these units can do all these things that they can't do, because every YouTube content creator ever it just spams the bitch fight with Gajuna and Zeus, and it gets everyone thinking it's like a big epic fight, but it's not. And I get it, they have, you know, it's because we don't have story replay, so you know what else are you gonna do? But oh my god, I've seen so much stupid shit because of that. I wish I had a higher NP rank of Burgess, mainly because I want the coins. That's overwhelmingly the reason why, but what are you gonna do? Alright, this should be a trash stage, so I don't think it matters what I bring. Actually, I'm gonna bring Ushi then, so I can get Bond. Canis is the most pull for clickbait? Yeah, pretty much, and I've seen a lot of people do that because of it, actually. Because Canis is not very popular with a lot of like the big shots out there, and she's not like super meta, so they don't care about not completing her buff, right? Where obviously I have to complete her buff, so. The one bad thing about Burgess is she's definitely not the best AoE saber because she's a hybrid, right? She's a mixture of survivability, normal card damage, and then like AoE on the side. So she's not like the be-all, end-all AoE, but she's certainly better than nothing. But she also doesn't have any battery and that kind of stuff, so for like farming, she's useful, but she's certainly not the best one ever. Although also, like you said, yours is MP4, so that helps, right? You can strong-arm that to a bit. I just found screenshots of other stupid things I did on NA for story. For Lost Belts, I've been using all story supports that I can. Fuck, I can't even scroll up. I can only. God damn it! I can scroll up. I can only blah blah blah. So for Lost Belt 1, it was Oceania supports. Wait, what? I missed context here. Oh, okay, I see. Place in the case Greek servants, Oceania servants, all the other rules. This for the hardest fight for me in the Lost Belt has been Zhang Yu and Lan Ling. I'm telling you, that fight is way harder than people think anyway. At least when there's restrictions. Fuck that fight. This was my team. Let's see here. Jesus Christ. That is, I like the double outrage. That is so, so did you kill Lan Ling last, I assume? Because that's normally what you do there anyway. Dude, I'm telling you, out of every fight I've ever done on the 1 to 3 star account, that was the hardest one. Wait, did you kill, Horse Bendo last? I had to kill him first? Interesting. Jinke taunt wall, you know, what are you gonna do? Still make stars and stuff. Oh, I see, you got the anti-berserker thing on Chiron, so Chiron's doing your upfront work then. So, Atalante isn't AoE because you wanted AoE in the back. It's because you had to use Atalante, essentially. That was the best thing that you could use under those circumstances. Yeah, I was really confused. That Oceanus thing really threw me off there, but now I see what you're saying. I was just like, what? Alright, these are just trash mobs, I think, so I don't need to be like super min-maxing. Which one is the Lost Belt True Tree? Is that the assassin one? I get the first three mixed up because they're not like really different in terms of like visually like the other ones are. It's the caster one. Which one's that? Is that the one that has I'm really struggling to remember the gimmicks on that one. Does it have like the defense stuff? I can't remember. Yeah, caster. Protoku's not even remotely standing up straight there. I thought Lost Belt 2 was assassin. No, that's 3. Of course, no, assassin is 3 because Irie versus Tree, obviously. So you know that's that one. What does it do, Ari? I can't remember. I remember the first one has like the buster resistance at the start, and then doesn't at the end, like the Lost Belt 1 tree, and then that one is assassins it's Rider. The first one's Rider. I remember that one's got like the weird defense stuff. I remember that one. I really do not remember the Lost Belt 2 tree. I don't. Oh, that's the one that I used Martha on. Right. So I don't remember why, but you want to be able to remove its buffs. It has like a lot of buffs at the end or something. Jesus, I need story replay. Good God, I want story replay so bad. I'm literally gonna go watch my Lost Belt tree videos when I'm done streaming later because Jesus, the only ones that stand out, like that are memorable because they're so different. I don't mean in terms of gimmicks. I just mean in terms of like visually. It's like the Lost Belt 4 one, you know, because of like Hot Wheels and stuff, right? Like those ones are so much easier to remember for me. Oh, thanks, Ari. Let's see. Oh right, I remember that. I remember this now. Like the NP gain, right? It removes your buffs. I remember this one now. That one is kind of a bitch. I could see that being when you have kind of weird options with servants. I could see that being obnoxious. Ari, the fact that you don't have a YouTube channel is just criminal. It's just you have robbed us. Because we're entitled and we deserve content, right? People often ask, you know, what my favorite FCO video is, and I have no idea. There's too much stuff these days, really. There's a lot of good ones, though. That fucking pity system one, obviously it's really simple and silly, but like, oh my god, that just like, that speaks to me, because like that, it is so fucking stupid that they added that system, and we don't have a pity. I wish Surtur was a harder boss. He's supposed to be like on par with a beast, lore-wise, and he's such a big figure in Norse mythology, right? He is the Ragnarok bringer. You know, he kills a lot of the major gods and stuff. You know, he's super powerful, and he's got a unique design, and that's good. But they just didn't. In the boss fight, it's not a bitch fight, right? Like it's not. You know, it is a boss fight, but it should be much harder, I think. It should be more on par with, like, Raiko and Shootin', right? Because obviously he's way stronger than they are, it's not even close. What are we doing here? I'm so distracted right now, it's because the content is so easy. I should do an account review here in a second, I've only done one. You don't need Billy though, I mean you can do it with just Robin and shit like, I mean hell, you can do a lot of it with the story support for God's sakes. Billy is nice there just because of the quick stuff, but it's certainly not necessary. Like I don't think Surtur is like the weakest boss that ever was, but you know, I have fought him on many accounts, and he's not, like, on the 1 to 3 star account, he's not even a blip, right? I think I beat him in one try, and I didn't even give a shit, right? Where, you know, a lot of other bosses, you know, you get really hung up on and take forever, because that account is, you know, so restricted. But, because, like, how do I put it? There are certain bosses, like, it's a real fight, right? It's like, and when you are using an account that is, you know, like the 1 to 3 star account, you're really gonna feel it, right? Nothing that's even remotely a real fight you're ever gonna beat easily, right? Like, none. But Surtur didn't really even make it into that, right? Like he's not, you know, yeah, I had to pay attention. I had to be sensible with what I brought, but it's, you know, it's pretty easy, right? It's not. They don't demand much of you there. I think he should be on par, like, because like Shun and Raiko is a really hard boss for a lot of people. A lot of people get stuck there, right, and have a hard time. And I think Surtur kind of deserves to be in that status, right? Because I mean, Shun and Raiko is honestly kind of a filler fight in terms of the lore. Like it really is, where Surtur is like the big bad of Lost Belt 2. So it's kind of silly that he's not harder. And actually, I think they wanted him to be harder. I just think he wasn't tuned right. Alright, let's do an account review real quick. I do really like Surtur's design though, because he's just, you know, Surtur, right? It's like what you expect from Surtur completely. I wish he had gotten a cooler NP though, like Abian did, or Albion, whatever the fuck the dragon's name is. I wish they had put more effort into his NP. Okay, we did Jonathan earlier. Any chance is Eli OathsF in here? I don't think he is, damn. Well, I can do his account a bit later. I don't even have to do it today if he doesn't show up. We'll go with DuVampa. I think I say DuVampa. Well, he might just be busy, because I think I pinged him earlier, and he might not give a shit, so... Okay, this text is really small, but let's see what happens here. I've been watching VODs on Discord a lot. Wait, on Discord? What? Anyway, I'm so confused by that sentence. I've been watching VODs. I've been watching VODs and on Discord a lot. Oh, I think he's saying he watches VODs and he's on Discord a lot. Jesus. Reading comprehension. About 6 months. Don't usually come to streams because time zones. I know that feeling. Anyway, I'll get down to the good stuff. I've started playing 1 week after the OG Guru Guru 3, so I'm guessing this is an A then. So I missed some stuff, but I'm not a newbie by any means. I don't even remember when Good 3 was for NA. I have no idea. All my I don't fucking play NA, so all my welfares are and 3 stars are MP5, except that the ones that I mentioned in the pictures. And Hokusai, because the event is still going. Okay, that you can see how old this is. I'm assuming she's MP5 now. I don't have many notable CEs. I have 1 K scope. Well, that's noticeable. 1 MLB soccer is CE. So okay, that's you're good there. Aerial drive 88 pretty much every event CE worth a damn after Summer 2 rerun. I don't know when that was. Hope you have some fun reviewing my account. All right, let's see what we got here. I found my Shimosa. Oh, hey, look, it's Ku with 15 health. It's like Ku's good or something. Not even close. Okay, let's see what we got here. Mordred's NP1. That's unfortunate because he's so good at NP2, but Choco Jana NP1. She's good anyway though because she's more support and stuff and tanky bullshit. Landling NP1. A lot of NP1s here. I'm guessing not a whale, but Siegfried NP1, Salter NP1, Rama NP1. Nothing of everything's NP1 except for Deermid, which thankfully I guess you were aiming for him because he's grailed and 10-10-10, so that's what I'm talking about. That's good. That can be your main single target saber. He's good enough. That's awesome. I'm actually jealous because I love his animations and I think he's a cool character and everything, so I'm jealous there. Let's see. So if you need a backup single target, because I don't think you have. Oh, you have Rama. Oh boy, is Rama good enough for a backup single target saber? Wait, so to the point where you don't. Well, you got Caesar as well. Okay, with Caesar you don't need another one. You don't need to level any other one. That's fine. But Rama alone is pushing it. But with Caesar as well, I think it's fine. So you don't need to level Bedivere. It's certainly useful if you want to level Bedivere because you don't really have. There are certain units you might have that would just mean you absolutely don't need Bedivere, but you're really not at that point. But if you don't care to level Bedivere, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, your Deermid will go far. Then you have Rama and Caesar as backup. And then for farming, you've got Mordred. If you want to really focus, hold on, I need to look at what else you got, like with casters and stuff here. Okay, no Waver, no Merlin, none of that. Okay, so that's relevant. So you have K-Scope, so you can NP with Mordred very easily without her third skill being maxed. However, you might want to level her third skill anyway, because then you can use the Sakura CE and then use the K-Scope on like, what's her name? Saber Alter, right? So there's still reasons to get that battery higher, but wait, am I wrong? What's Saber Alter's battery? I don't remember. I think it's 20. Am I wrong? Let me look this up. Because hers actually might be high enough that it doesn't matter. Let's see. Her battery is 20%, and it's independent of skill rank. Okay, so because it's 20% and independent of skill rank, you really want her to have the K-Scope and Mordred to have the Sakura CE. So you might want to level. Let's see. Sakura CE is 75. So you only need to level it like one more time, right? I think you only need to level Mordred's skill one more time. So that's totally worth doing. So that's good for farming. Just, you know, boom, boom. That'll really help you out. But other than that, you're in good shape. If I was going to level any other saber, it would probably be Choco Jana. I want Aries' opinion on this, but I feel like Landling's good, but at NP1, he's still got the big art up and all that other utility. But you know, Choco Jana is really good with the team-wide attack up and the targeted heal and in targeted invulnerability and all. I mean, that's some good shit. Like I didn't make a video for it, but there were setups that I used her to be a huge help for Fluffy and stuff. But I mean, Landling is good. I guess it depends on how much art stuff he has. Big brain thing is use them together. That's true, and they're both leveled. I'm just thinking skill rank priority. That's what I'm getting at. Which one of them is a higher skill rank priority? Because of what he's got, I feel like Choco Jana, because Landling's NP1. But I don't know. I mean, they're both good. I think it comes down to how many art units he has. Like if he's swimming in art units, then maybe Landling would actually be better. Does he have Caster Gill? He does, but not leveled. That makes me lean towards Landling a little bit because it's just more options for art. But we'll see as we go, kind of like how many art DPS we've got here. Because there's no art DPS for Saber. Well, Hokusai, and he did level her, so if he likes Hokusai, then that would be worthwhile. Also depends just what kind of survival ability he has. But I tell you, I think Chaka-John is a fucking amazing unit. Even if you're not doing all this crazy solo shit she can do. That just like, that targeted vulnerability and heal and attack up, you know, it's good. And yeah, leveling your skill ranks really does help her for the buff success chance. That's what kind of makes her be reliable. Okay, Napoleon NP1, Emiya NP2. Oh, that's good for farming. Tomoe NP1. Oh, Grail Billy, man after my own heart. Hell yes. And level 100 and everything. Awesome. And I tell you, so Billy is truly not like some god tier low star, but he does scale well with Grails, because if you're going to guarantee get the NP immediately with no help, having it do as much damage as possible can be pretty handy, because low stars don't have a lot of you know, easy access to just getting an NP like that. So I would never argue that Billy is top tier. Like, of course not. But you know, he's better, I think, than people think. So he is nice. But yeah, so I was going to expand on this. I was talking about, you know, Kid Gil a few streams ago, because I was doing a lot of testing with him recently and stuff, and I still stand by everything I said. But I do think things are a bit better for Kid Gil. If you go down the line, I think you do level Kid Gil sooner than you would level a lot of the other AoE budgets, for two big reasons. One, Kid Gil legitimately does have, you know, decent damage, and his overcharge is really unique and can potentially be very good. But then there's no unit like Ushi or Ku for Archer. There just isn't, right? David is god tier, but it's not because he's an Archer, right? It's irrelevant, right? You know, David's more about the support stuff. You know, Robin is good, but Robin is not as good. He's not like that universal Archer like Ushi is, or like Ku is. He's just not. So not only is Kid Gil a better AoE than like his equivalent in other classes, but his competition is actually lower. And that really is noteworthy. And he does have that unique utility, and that it's no joke. Like, it really is no joke. If you can combine it with just like mash his defense up, you know, you can face tank an NP. That's awesome. I just wish he had a battery. I think Kid Gil's usefulness would, for at least for budget, you know, for free to play and stuff, I think would skyrocket if he had a battery. Because then he's good for farming and just getting the AoE job done quickly, because his HP is low, so you want to get it done quickly. And it makes it easier to make sure he gets his NP if you want to line up his overcharge. If you're trying to get the NP down to block an enemy's NP damage and stuff like that, because he has a 50% NP down, right? It'd make it easier to line that up, and that would be awesome. So I really do hope he gets some stuff. Okay, what do we got here? So we got Evil Boomer. Oh, that must be, is it Moriarty? Yeah, it's Moriarty. That was like the only thing it could be. Evil Boomer NP1. Hot Wheels NP2. Oh, and he's Grail. Oh, and he's not Grail, he's just maxed. Whew, that's good though. Oh my, wait, no, that's Emiya. Excuse me. That's, okay, Hot Wheels is 944. Okay, not as good. Still good though. I would really think about investing in Hot Wheels though. He's just so good, my god. Yeah, I love Evil Boomer. That's a great nickname. Alright, so Hot Wheels NP2, DMA is NP3. Wow, that's actually really good. Billy going to 120? Oh, I would like suggestions for passive skill order. Well, you got time, but you're definitely going to need it because you can't retroactively get Billy coins. So you're gonna barely be able to get any. Let me look at it. So I wish this guy was in my chat right now. Did I just not notice you? Yeah, this is DuVampa. I think it's DuVampa. DuVampa. God. DuVampa. It's no you. DuVampa. That's what it is. If he's in chat, I kind of need to know, like, do you like soloing? Do you like buff stacking? Do you like budget? That stuff is pretty relevant. I can see if he's on Discord. Yeah, if you can, by all means. Because if he likes soloing a lot, then I think it's absolutely the extra attack up. But if not, I actually think it's the battery. I think a lot of people might think the battery is pointless because of the way Billy is. But getting the battery means Billy can start with 70% NP very easily, or get his NP immediately with K-Scope. And those are both good. And then it allows him to NP really quickly and then use his second skill for a second NP. Now sometimes you don't want to do that. And then so sometimes that extra 200% battery is going to go to waste. And because you're going to use your second skill turn 1 anyway. Because you got to get that NP right away. But that option is powerful, right? Because as is, if you want to save his second skill for the next NP, it's a little rough. Because going from 50 to 100 can take a second. Yeah, he's offline. Feels bad. So I'll just say this. If you like soloing a lot, it's definitely the extra attack. Because in a solo, that extra battery is not going to really matter. So in a solo, I would definitely do the extra attack. But if you're going to be doing lots of team stuff, then I think there really is. It might be the. It's a tough call, but I would say it's probably the battery. It is, and if you really like Billy, which I expect you do, I feel like this guy likes Billy more than I do. I think this guy is the Billy fan. It's not bad to get the third skill because it allows you to use him against riders. He won't be meta for it, but if you're wanting to use Billy all the time, that extra stuff, but it's still probably lowest priority. So I would probably say, if you like soloing, it's first passive, second passive, then third passive, and if you're more about the team stuff, then probably second, first, third. But that's tough. If you like team stuff, it's really tough between his first and second, and here's why. It's easy for Billy to Brave Chain, even in a team setting. He only needs 2 cards, and he can get his NP whenever he wants. So you can wait for 2 cards and then NP. So, you know, the extra attack damage is not a meme, even in a team setting. So it's tough, but I do think if you're doing more team stuff, second, first, then first. But if you like doing team stuff at all, even if it's not your absolute priority, probably the extra attack, because that's going to help him a lot. But that is tough. Billy's not an easy one to pick for that. 2's super hard too because the Berserker thing's actually good, and I think I made a mistake by not picking the Berserker one first. But what are you gonna do? Okay. So for single target, you're obviously fine. I mean, you have a super up. You got NP3 Dimia. That's very hard hitting. I don't know if Dimia has his NP upgrade or not on NA. I expect he does by now, but it doesn't matter. I mean, that's fine, and that actually works well with Billy because Billy gets the NP right away and that kind of stuff. So you have good coverage on single target, and then you have Hot Wheels, which is just, I mean, he's so good. I think he's one of the best single target archers in the entire game. I really stand by that. I think for challenge quests, he just gives you so much usefulness universally because he gives you hard survival, gives you battery, he gives you normal card damage, he gives you NP damage. He's great. You know, battery and survival, like, it's awesome. So, and then he can solo a lot, and he's incredible. He's not the best archer if you want to like 3-turn everything, but that's no standard. For actually getting the job done, I think he's one of the best ones. I think he's a great DPS option for Fluffy down the road. So you got time, but I think it is, even though you got these great archers already, I think it is a good idea to level Hot Wheels if you like him, because he's just so good. I was going back and forth on Enkidu for a while, ended up going with his first and second, and needed 10 coins for the last one. Any chance that happened before the Fluffy fight? Because, oof. All accounts, but yeah, accounts asking for advice get priority. I want to say this again because some people weren't here. If you send in an account that does not need advice, what will really help, and will actually can potentially make it an awesome ass account review, is give some extra insight to the account. Because, okay, someone that needs advice, so we're going to talk about the advice. But if you don't need advice, you know, like, tell us about, like, you know, what's your favorite units, who you beat some major boss fights with, what do you like doing with the account? If you don't need my advice, tell me what you like about your account, what's unique about your account, right? Show off, right? If you're gonna flex, you know, tell me about, you know, how you play the game and why, you know, what you use together, what trivia, give us some of that stuff, right? Obviously that takes more work, but it makes it a lot better, because flex accounts are boring as fuck if we don't have anything to talk about, right? So yeah, if you're gonna send in an account, look, here's an example. Now, this is way too high of a standard. Please do not hold yourself to this kind of standard. But like Max's, you know, account review was a flex account, but it was one of the best. Actually, I think it is the best account review we've ever had, right? You don't have to do that, but just telling us, you know, about like, hey, what I like to use, how did I beat Fluffy? I use this and this, or oh man, I have to use command spells a lot, or you know, just give us some insight, right? No shame. Don't worry about it, right? Just give us some. That'll make it flex accounts, I think, 1,000,000 times better. Now, obviously, that feedback won't be incorporated into our account reviews for a while because all the ones that have been sent in are old. However, if you've already sent one in, feel free to update it, right? Obviously, I say that so casually, and then Aries sitting here, you know, holding a gun to my head. But you know, if you want to update one you already sent in that I haven't reviewed yet, and you want to, like, you know, add some information, by all means. Okay, so single target, you're totally fine. So what about AoE? You got Stella ready to go, third skill ranked up, all that, that's good. You passed the David test. Hallelujah! You passed the David test. Your AoE is kind of weak though, because Napoleon is NP1, although he still offers support. And he can definitely clear a wave, and you got Emiya. What's Emiya? NP2. I mean, that's pretty good. Emiya doesn't have like a battery or anything, but still, it's pretty good. What are your supports again? Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot to work with it, but I mean, you got Hans and Qingong and Shakespeare, so you have ways of getting NP, and you got that K-scope. So, yeah, I mean, hell, you could Shakespeare and then K-scope on Emiya and things like that. So you do have farming options. That's actually what I would do if I didn't know how to. Maybe you have better options and I'm not aware of them, but if I was just like right now I had to farm with this account Saber node, I would definitely incorporate K-scope on Emiya and then Shakespeare and then Napoleon and then Stella on the other wave, and I could probably get a 3-turn out of this pretty easily. Wait, did this account burn Bedivere? No, it did not. I'm hoping that we don't see that often. I'd hope that's not a trend by any means, but this one did not level him, but it's got, you know, the super deer mid and a good Rama, so I think it's reasonable. Okay, what do we got here? Big Parvati. That's the best Oh, an NP2. I've seen so many Parvatis in the last few days that are NP1, so they can't be that ultimate AoE Lancer, but she's NP2, so when it comes to at least challenge quests, she'll pretty much always get the job done if you need an AoE Lancer. And you've got Gilfest coming up really soon on NA, and you got that Taiga challenge quest. She should absolutely be your DPS there. She will be fucking incredible, so. And that means you can summon a friend's Waver or Scatty or whatever, which make it a lot easier, so you're really set for the Taiga challenge quest because of that. Oh yeah, Leonidas challenge quest. Let's see, what do you got? Mordred's good there, Diarmid's good there. You'll be fine. You'll be totally fine. And then you got the Romulus one. Mordred is awesome for the Romulus one because she got the debuff clear. Even at MP1, she's pretty good there, but she'll need more help than that. But I think with Mordred and Diarmid, that'd be fine for Romulus. So you're looking good for those at least. God help you for Achilles. We'll think about that in a minute. Oh boy, Achilles, yeah, that's always a rough one. So for AoE, you don't got shit, and that's pretty. Oh no, you have Romulus. But I normally don't even recommend, when people don't have AoE Lancers, I don't normally recommend them level any unless they've got a gold one. They're just not good enough. Grailed Baldy though. I would level Liz though. Liz is a good enough AoE Lancer for farming that it's pretty good. I think Romulus and Liz together could get a lot done for your farming if you need it. Now, not necessarily high priority. I mean, like you've got Romulus and Parvati and you've got some battery and K-scope. So Liz would be kind of low priority, but at some point, if you want to clean up your farming and have just really good options and stuff, I would level Liz. If you can bear Liz. If it was me, I wouldn't do it because I don't like Liz. But if you don't mind Liz, then that would be good. But if you never want to level Liz, that's fine. I mean, Parvati and Romulus can get a lot done, and you can wait for some other stuff down the road. As for single target, so, oh god. Well, I mean, you've got Crazy Eyes with a Hood version too. That's nice. And you got Ku, but his skill ranks are kind of bad. All you've got to do is get his second skill up though, then he's fine. You don't really need to level the other two skills if he's a backup Lancer. Baldy does not make a good backup Lancer. He just doesn't. I'm sorry. I know you like him because he's grailed. And you can make it work, and I think you have a max Hans, so thank God. If you want to use Baldy, you need a max Hans, so that definitely helps. What else? I wish Kyra was still here. I'm trying to think what else you could use to work with Baldy. I mean, you've got Mozart, kind of a thing. Waver and Scatty are good. You can summon those from your friend. So you can summon a friend with Waver or Scatty and use your Hans. I mean, that can work with Baldy. That can work. Any chance you have, this is a long shot, I don't think you have it, but any chance, if you've got Poster Girl, you can cycle supports for Baldy, and that's good. Let's see though. I mean, for the most part, your Lancers are fine. It wouldn't be like an emergency to level any of them, really. Do you have Leonidas? You do. That's a real staple. Always having the taunt walls is good. Alright, so Ryder, we've got Martha, that's excellent. It's so good when counts have Martha, and thank goodness she's common as fuck, because that's such good utility. Buff removal and debuff clear are absolutely great. Let's see, if you were fighting Demeter right now, you've got Ushi, Martha, kind of Ryoma, but he's not that good in that fight. I mean, I think you could beat it. You got Medusa's decent in that fight, actually, even though she's AoE. She's still decent. So you could probably beat Demeter right now. You don't have any super strong support, so it will be harder. But I think you could beat Demeter with exactly what you have, even if you didn't level up any skill ranks. If you were worried about it, though, you could level the skill ranks on Martha or Ushi, I guess. Yeah, this is DuVampa. Or DuVampa, something like that. Somewhere in there. Okay, this skill priority on Avicii Braun is Definitely not what I would do. I would say third skill is super high priority, but you might use him for farming, so you don't care about it. You just get battery, hit hard, so I guess fair enough. But he's not that great for farming, to be honest, but if it works, it works. And you've got Casterku for battery as well, and with your Sakura CE and K-Scope, you can NP easily, and even with some 50% charges and stuff. So you got good farming options, though, so that's good. Oh, you have Tam! I didn't see that earlier. Jesus Christ. That definitely incentivizes art DPS. So that means Ricky, when he comes out, would be a good budget option. I don't think you have any art lancers on... Oh, no, you got, what's her name? But she's already leveled, so that's no big deal. I guess, in a way, that incentivizes Moriarty. Ari, what do you think? I don't think that Moriarty would be very high priority, even on when he's NP1, even if you have Tam. I don't think that's good enough. Like, it's fine. Like, it's totally fine. Moriarty mats are hell, there's that too. So if this account had nothing else rare, I would say maybe you do it because of the battery and you need some muscle. But you've got Grailed Billy, you've got Hot Wheels, and you've got an NP3 Demia. So I don't think there's any world where you level the Evil Boomer unless you like him a lot. If you didn't have any other rare Lancers, I would actually say do it. But just use Robin instead. I guess that's fair enough, because yeah, he already leveled, and that does work with Tam. And then you can avoid the mat hell. So see you, Red. Well, for the most part, you've leveled what you need to level here. You've done a good job, so I think you're in pretty good shape here. Maybe get a Asclepius up, but with the Martha, it's okay for now. So nothing is like urgently in need of being leveled here, I would say. Oh boy. Oh, okay, we have Grailed Hunter Face. That means, oh, okay, lower at the bottom. It's fine, it's all at the bottom. So you got what, Robo Mom. What, I forgot her. Hateful. 22nd months. I feel like you did that like a week ago though, but I'll take it. Robot Mom, what's her name? Donzo. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, NP2. It's right there at the bottom. So that's really good. She get, especially when she gets her buff. Not so good right now, but eventually. And with K-Scope, good for farming. You got Fuma, that's good. You must like Fuma and Donzo. They're both 10-10-10. That's pretty cool. Honestly, your assassins look good then. Yeah, you got Gray, Donzo for farming. That's awesome. And you got Fuma for utility and stuff, and maybe farming if you need it. And you got 100 Phase Kurotsugu combo. So I hate you with a passion, but she is a good stand-in quick support. She really is. How much quick DPS do we have here? Oh, Deer Mid, and you like Deer Mid. Oh, and Billy, and you like Billy, because he's Grail, so you're gonna 120 him. So, if you can stand you, if you don't have a problem with the high-pitched, squeaky lolly, I think she makes a lot of sense. Because your account's in good shape. You're not, I'm not like, oh my god, level blah, 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 blah. You know, it's not one of those. You know, you're pretty comfortable. So I would say leveling you makes a lot of sense. You have multiple quick DPS. Yeah, I think it would be good. I think that would be a pretty high priority, honestly. Now, if you don't like her, then obviously not. It's not gonna be the end of the world if you don't level you. But it does make sense. Yeah, your assassins look great, looking good. Your skill rank priority makes sense on 100 face. You do want to get that third skill to 10 though, because that shorter cooldown combined with the short cooldown on the evade is awesome. But not like the highest priority ever or anything, but it would certainly be good. Okay, that banana though. Herc NP1. Because you have Coup Alter, I would say Herc is kind of low priority, unless you just like Herc a lot. There are times Herc is better, but it's not worth the effort if you don't care. You know, sure, if it doesn't cost you anything, slap him in the back and get him bond 10 just in case. But, I hate you with a Poseidon. Oh, the Passion. Hanako mean? I was talking about, you. Oh, I see. I hate you with the Passion. Okay, I get it now. We're being rush hour right now. Took me a minute. I'm old. What do you want from me? Anyway, so Coup Alter is so good, you don't really need to worry about anything, really. I mean, that's kind of the end of that. I mean, Coup Alter, OP as fuck. So, I mean, leveling Beowulf and Jerker is fine, and they're good and useful, but because of Coup Alter, it's not that big of a deal. For farming, you got Spartacus, that's good. Me, yeah, yeah, you don't really need to worry about Berserkers. Coup Alter is just so good. I mean, it's just, I don't know what to say. It's like Coup Alter carries basically everything, and at least you have Spartacus for farming. if you're gonna level anything though, I guess, you know, skill ranks on Jerker, that would be good. That is an NP2 MHXX, and as such, that is your best DPS for Fluffy. And if by some reason, I think you like MHXX because she's 10-10-10. And so if you care to, you know, you could grail her, and you know, 2 grails, only 2 grails, not you can take her to 90, and that'll help a lot against Fluffy. I think she's one of the best carries against Fluffy ever, and if she's 90, you get that extra health, which can help you stabilize a little bit. I don't want to pressure anyone to using grails in a way that they don't mean to, right? You use them however you like, but, you know, if you like MHX a lot, you know, slap 2 grails on it. MHX is one of those summer units that, you know, I talk about, and this is a lot of summer units, well, not a lot of summer, it's a few summer units, but, you know, they have cool gameplay, and I don't mind them, and, you know, I was like, yeah, I wish I had that, but I'm not gonna roll on them, so I never get them. So MHX is definitely, HX is one of those where she has really cool gameplay, and I like her a lot more than regular MHX because she's more grown up and whatnot. But it's unlikely that I would ever get her, which is unfortunate. But it'd be cool to have a grailed one, so you know, just keep it in mind. But you do have other options for Fluffy down the road, so. How is Abigail against Fluffy? Not very good. I mean, she's obviously tankier, but she'll still die pretty quick because that fight is fucked, and she just doesn't do enough damage. She's okay though. Like, she is an option. I am sure someone has beaten it with her, right? And if you're the Abigail guy, right? You're like, I'm the Abigail favorite servant, right? And so she's like NP5, level 100, 2k FOD, then she's pretty good, right? Because then with the raw stats, you can make up for that her NP's not the hardest hitting, and then she is tanky there. So it's workable. It's workable. AK if you're Sharky, yeah, Sharky's got a big one. So she, in the right hands, it can work out, but for a lot of players, she's not going to be like the best pick. So what I want to look at is because you don't need any, your extra classes are good. You got Lobo, buff removal, right? You're looking great. But what I want to look at is what do you got for the Achilles fight? Because that's coming up really soon on NA, and that's a tough one. So obviously we want single target, male, preferably with Divinity, but they don't have to have Divinity. You can break the first health bar with someone else and then rotate into your best DPS. All right, probably Coulter. Yeah, it's Coulter. He's got Divinity, he's male, he's Berserker, and he has survivability. Yeah, it's Coulter. Let me just check to make sure there's nothing else. Heart Wheels is really good, but I think it's Coulter. You get the actual, you know, almost counterclass damage. Yeah, it's Coulter. You're in really good shape because of that. Where you're not in good shape are your supports. So summon a friend's Merlin or Waver or something like that. You need to beef up his normal card damage and help with the survivability. But yeah, definitely use your support summon for something beefy like that. But man, I look forward to some of these accounts getting back with us, and hopefully they give us some updates on some of these things. So, but yeah, the account looks good, and you have some pretty fun Grail targets, I would say. So yeah, good luck, and yeah, just think about Woo. I would say think about Woo because you have a lot of quick units that you like. So having a quick support like that would be very helpful because you don't have Scatty, you don't have any of that, right? And you already got a maxed Hans though. That would be my other recommendation. Like, unironically, never mind budget shit. Like, if you didn't have a leveled Hans, I would say level Hans, because you need that help on some of your other units, but you already did it, so. Woo-hoo, indeed. Alright, this is a filler stage, so I'll just bring what I got here. Give me 1 second, I'm already out of water. I'm going through it super fast here. And I need some, like, goddamn lemonade, man. It's hot. So, Fluffy feels like Gwaine, right? How Gwaine was like day one when everyone sucked. He's like that thing to work towards, which is nice. However, it's not nice because he is kind of bullshit, but he's almost a great boss, man. He's so close. I wish I loved that fight, but it's a little fucked up, and it's What I don't like is that it's simple, right? The gimmicks are not complicated. Like, they're really not. But what's hard about it is you're getting strong-armed so much that you have to min-max the value, which is fun, and it makes you really care about your normal cards. Like, oh my god, you care about your normal cards in the fluffy fight. I do like that. Okay. Yeah, I think Zeus, Demeter, Fluffy are like the big landmark bosses for sure. I have a lot of emote slots open though. I really need to do something about that. Ari, if you're ever free to do emotes again, I would obviously be happy to work with you again. But if you're not wanting to do them, that's totally fine. But if you're ever free and you're wanting to do it, let me know. Oh, you can. Sounds good to me, because yeah, I have quite a few emote slots, and I've got some ideas. So I don't know if I want to do this or not. I've thought about like redoing some of our past ones to like make them more uniform, but I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. We'll see. I mean, and there's some of them I'm never going to replace. Like Pimp Rage is so good, right? Stuff like that. There's some that I don't want to change, but. Yeah, we will do Soldier H. That's definitely going to happen. That has not changed. And there's no way I'd ever replace that Pimp emote. I love it. What I like about the idea of their Soldier H emote is, one, we can just have a good hyper emote. And so that's what's so good. It happened to be Soldier H, and H is for hyper, right? That was so lucky, right? That was so fucking lucky. But we can use it for just a typical hyper emote, and we can use it for, like, there's been a few times trash mobs to beat the shit out of us, right? And so that can be a nice, like, reference there. So yeah, Soldier H needs to happen. Because that really was lucky that the big trash mob that beat the shit out of us just happened to be named Soldier H, so. For those that don't know, there was a boss fight. I don't remember what it was, like an event or whatever, but you fought Nero and a bunch of Roman trash mobs, like quite a few. And you had to kill all of them. You didn't just have to beat Nero, you had to beat Nero and all the trash mobs. And if the trash mobs died before Nero did, they would buff her. So you would kill her first and then fight a bunch of trash mobs. And again, it was quite a few. And we used Hercules, and I didn't like play perfectly because I thought he'd beat it so easy. I played decently though. I didn't like completely throw, but I wasn't being super meta. And we got down to the final soldier, which was Soldier H, but we were completely out of gas, and Soldier H killed Hercules, and we lost the solo. It was kind of fucked up. We do need a dead emote, but because it's my channel, I would probably make it like Sanson or Phantom or something like that. I'm not sure though, because I'm conflicted, right? Like on the one hand, the business move that you should do is you want emotes that are really good that people want to subscribe to you just for the emotes. That's the business play, but that's also boring, right? So yeah, because like a good thing to do if you want to like get more subs that way is you like. You know, what I would do is I would like make most of the emotes, like 80% of them like Mordred or something marketable like that, and you try to make really good Mordred emotes for all like the typical stuff, right? And that would be cool, and I do like Mordred, but I don't want to have that many. But I might like do a half and half, right? Because you want emotes that people like and enjoy using and can use in a lot of contexts, right? You don't want to be too, you know, referential and, you know, in-circle-y, right? If you get too much like that, it just doesn't. You know, the emotes are going to be unusable, right? But yeah, you gotta find the right balance of things. So So I would like a dead emote. You know, dead emotes are great, but I'm not really sure what I would use for it. I might just use Mordred just because I think you could make a good one like that that is like this universal, and I do like Mordred. But Mordred's not a bad unit, and well, she's not a bad unit, but her lore is pretty fucked up, so you can do it because of that. Because like Okita is a really famous dead one, right? Because of the coughing and stuff. But it's not like Okita's a bad unit or anything. But then Jin K is a pretty fucking bad unit, so yeah, I definitely, and she had the failed assassination and all that. And you could do it like she tripped, and that's why she failed the assassination, right? Especially if you do the face down one, right, where they like evaporate. That'd be really good for Jin K. Like she tripped and fell over and failed. I'm just bullying right now, but that would make a good emote. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Oh, this is the final wave. Yeah, dead is actually a really hard one to pick because there's so many units that I like that are bad, and then you also have so many like lore references, like with Jin K or something, right? There's so many ways to go with it that that'd be a hard one to pick. Hey, I bully my favorites too because I mean Jin K's better than Sanson, right? Let's be clear about this. Well, that's a weird one. In straight value, Jin K is better than Sanson. However, you actually have a reason to use Sanson because of the debuff clear. Where there's literally no reason to use. Oh, yeah, and hide. Oh, God. But anyway, yeah, you know, that's a hard one to judge. So, like, for typical gameplay, Jin K is better than Sanson, but there's so many better options for typical gameplay, where at least Sanson has, like, this weird, you know, utility. But I don't know, they're both pretty bad. Hyde is definitely the worst assassin, though. Let's see, what are the units that I really like that suck? I mean, Hyde is number one. Hyde is, like, in my top 10, and he's garbage. Oh my god, he's so fucking garbage. So that's a big one. And then Sanson, because although Sanson has some use, he's still quite bad. Coup, yeah, media, guys, yeah, god, can you believe it, guys? I've been able to get through the game using Coup. Whew, Gotta wipe my brow. That was tough, man. Had to carry Coup there, man. That was a rough one. But yeah, so Sanson, Hyde. Let's see what else. I don't think I've had too many units that are too unfortunate. I've had a lot of ones that are like that are decent, but they don't have animation updates. That's what really gets me. I have a lot of units that I like that have terrible animations. Medea's in the middle ground. She's falling off as time goes on because she's been replaced by so many other units that have the one thing she brought to the table was buff removal, but that's not that rare for budget anymore. So that's really hurt her. But she's still way more usable than, you know, than Sanson or shit like that, right? I mean, and same for Deermid. Deermid is more in the Jin K camp. Where why would you use them? It's not that Deermid is bad. It's just there's no reason to use him. That's more in the boat. Okay, yeah, Phantom. I do like Phantom a fair bit, and he is quite terrible. So yeah, Phantom, Sanson, a lot of assassins here. Phantom, Sanson, and Jekyll and Hyde are definitely some of the ones that are up there for me that are quite shit. There's probably something else though. I'm sure there's some other stuff up there that I really like that I'm not thinking of that's quite garbage. Geronimo. Yep, Geronimo's up there. He's I would say he's below Jin K, I would say, for sure. Stheno's fine though, and she's not even that high on my list. And like I think she's in like my top like 100, but she's not like in the top 60 or 80 even. I don't think. I don't even know I don't know where the hell she landed on my list. I just know it's higher than Uriel, but I don't think it's that high, and she's really not that bad. I think this is another filler stage, so I think I just bring the same team again. Now, Vlad is a completely unique thing where I really like Vlad, but the Vlad that I like's not actually in the game, but his design is for some fucking reason. Because I don't like Berserker Vlad at all. Like, I don't like his character in the slightest, and it's like a catastrophe. But if we had APOC Lancer Vlad in the game, I would rate him rather highly, actually. He'd be like my top 30, maybe 40, because like, it gets competitive, right? There's a lot of cool fake characters, so that the top 50 is competitive as fuck. But Lancer Vlad would be up there. But yeah, Berserker Vlad's not on my list at all. And Berserker Vlad's pretty good now. Like, after that final buff, I think that buff before that one wasn't enough. People said it was, but I don't really agree. But as of his final buff, I would say Vlad is now is pretty good. I will say though, I think he's still pretty bad for budget accounts, right? If you're like one rare thing on your account is Vlad, I don't think it's that great. But you can summon a friend's caster for you, and you can do pretty well. But God help you if you're summoning a friend's Vlad, then you're in trouble. And then Extra Vlad is awesome. Big fan of Extra Vlad, but he's good, so no problem there. Oh God, Ari. He needs 200 and... I don't... It's a meme. They want Vlad mains to suffer. There's no way that many times he had... That's ridiculous. 216 bells. Yep, that's fair. Imagine you finally get through the evil forest that is Vlad's mats, right? And then they bring up the passive system, and then you see that. And then what if you... What if you also liked Burgist or something? Like, what the fuck are you supposed... Like, that's nonsense. Like, you're so screwed. Just farm forever, forehead. Oh my God. I'm kind of... You know what? In a way, I'm glad that they did... Because if he was APOC Vlad, I would want to get him. And then I would have to deal with that. And that would be awful. Although at this point, if they would just add Lancer Vlad, they'd give him different nats. You know what would be a joke if they finally added Lancer Vlad? And, you know, he's properly characterized and all that stuff. You know, he's just APOC Vlad. And then his mats were really easy. Like, he was like a Lancer, Art Lancer or something like that, right? Single target or some shit. And then, they'd probably make him AoE just to be different, I bet. But yeah, then his mats were like super easy. Dude, it's so bullshit. It's so bullshit that we don't have Lancer Vlad. I cannot stand that. And it's just because day one F go, man. Yeah, honestly, the starting battery for Vlad, for Lancer Vlad, I'm sorry, Berserker Vlad, is super good. Because his inherent NP gain from just hitting things is shit. So that's actually quite nice. A Hercules theme, apparently. Can we get an animation update for Vlad though? Because even though I don't like Berserker Vlad, he could definitely use one. Get the whole big head syndrome. Oh, boss fight. This is not the real one though. The real one is when you fight her and Hercules. Well, I don't really care that I didn't make an actual team. It shouldn't matter. Okay, I guess do the defense down. And Drake without her third skill just feels terrible. So, hot take, I don't think a unit's skills should be tied to their level. Now, obviously, well, actually it doesn't matter. The early game's not balanced one way or the other anyway, it's too easy. But I don't think that, first off, once you've been playing this game for a while, any unit they care about, they're going to get all their skills unlocked, you know, immediately anyway. So, who gives a shit? And like, once you get to the end game, you know, everything is just going to have their third skill. And I don't think it feels like meaningful progression unlocking their third skill. The meaningful progression is just the stats and their ascension art and that kind of thing. Because the problem is, when units don't have 3 skills, you have so little options in this game that you're not really even playing the game, right? Like, a lot of times the game plays itself at that point, unless you're just really bad at it, I guess. And so just, a lot of kits are just so... Almost all of the kits in this game, I would say, actually, are designed around their whole kit, right? So, like, half of their skills might not do anything if they're not interacting with their other skills, right? And shit like that. So it's just annoying. I think really just all units should always have 3 skills, because units aren't that fun to play if they don't have 3 skills. Why would you not want to have 3 skills, right? And yeah, that make the early game even easier, but the early game is so easy now, it's irrelevant, so they need to give a facelift to the early game anyway. Like, I see no need to tie third skill to level ups at this point. Because if you rebalance the early game and make it harder and better and funner and less filler, you want to make sure players that are going to be able to beat it and handle it, and so you want to make sure they don't have to put a lot of investment into, like, at least unlocking the skills of the servants that they need, right? I mean, I don't really see any drawbacks here, really. Yeah, I definitely think it's an early F-Go thing, and they're just not even thinking about it. It's like, oh, that's how it's always been, so they're not gonna change it. I don't really think it makes sense for units like the Dragon Lolly either, because at most, if you want to do like a story thing, like you know they do sometimes, you just do that, and you can lock it behind the spoiler tag thing if you want to toggle it or not. But I don't think the game is never really fun when you don't have third skills, and you can obscure it as a story support, right? So like you don't want people to know and that kind of thing. But again, that's the spoiler stuff. Like story supports, they're gonna do stupid shit like that with them anyway. But there's a reason why they've tried to get better about story support. So now they do have their interludes done, and they do have a craft essence and stuff, because it's not fun using incomplete units, right? It just makes the game feel incomplete, right? It's not even a challenge thing. It just doesn't. It's not entertaining. And at most you could have it where like maybe if you send them once, like the default they have 2 skills. The first ascension unlock third skill, right? That way it's like quite snappy. Because the thing is, once you've been playing the game for like a month, you're never going to use a unit that's level 2 anyway, right? You're always going to level them up, or you're not going to use them at all because the enemies are now so high level that they'd be useless, right? So it's like something that it's kind of like a lot of the spoiler stuff they do. It's like they act like it matters, but it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, this is probably Hercules and Caster Lily, Medea Lily. So we gotta take this a bit more seriously. I'm pretty sure Hercules hits like a truck here. Let's see. Even though there's a caster, that's still decent. Caster, I keep saying Caster Coup. Proto Coup is good here. Do I have to use Baldy first? The thing is, it's like the account's gimmick is Stheno, and I don't have Divinity other than Proto Coup. So it's kind of an issue, and I will use Baldy a lot more once we have Hans's third skill. But it's not gameplay right now. It's like Baldy just sits there, does nothing, and dies. Like his NP is irrelevant right now. There is no way for this account to crit right now. It will be able to crit later, and it'll be able to get NP. But right now, it's not even Baldy gameplay. It's just stat stick. Let's see. Oh, hi Toho. Thank you for the casual raid for 187. I appreciate it. Don't ask what we're doing right now. Thank you, dude. Let's see. Is that? Oh god. Okay, hold on. I think we do that, and then we do this. Okay, this should work. I think we got it. I might not need the 2 riders, but because just story support Drake should clean up. All right, we will. We're gonna do Cope Scope. And we're going to evade there. Okay. Actually, let's give that to Ushi in case it's just going that badly. Man, this account is limited. Oh, 77 out of 76. God damn it, game. There we go. Good enough. None of that getting carried shit. This is a really good OST. I really prefer the older Guilty Gear soundtracks to the newer ones. I'm not hating on the newer ones. I mean, they're fine. It's just, I really did like the vibe, aesthetic, if you will, of the older Guilty Gear musics. Toho, if you're still here, do you have an opinion about the new coin system? I'd actually be rather interested in your perspective on that nonsense. Trash mobs, eh? I guess we don't taunt then. That means the evade on George is bad, but whatever. What I would have liked them to have done is just reuse a lot of the old soundtracks for the newer games, and then just worked into like lyrical songs and stuff as well, right? You could have the entire soundtrack that they made now, and then also have the old songs too. I think that would have been nice, and I think it would have worked really well. Not sure how important it is for me to worry about Stheno NP gain, but okay, that's some NP gain right there. Holy hell. And then the stupid Medea Dragon Bone Skeleton shithead double crits me and like, Jesus Christ. Like, trash mobs today, man. I just... Damn it. Anyway, so speaking of Medea and Dragon Bone nonsense, this is a bit of lore we don't ever talk about much, because I kind of forget about it. Medea actually has another NP. Some people, I'm sure, know this. Like, the old school fans probably know this, but I think a lot of normies don't know this. Medea has another NP that's EX rank, which is probably because of, it's unquantifiable, but it is a very powerful NP regardless. And it allows her to summon a dragon, like a full-on giant-ass dragon. And because, you know, dragons are pretty big mythological creatures, it's like, you know, kind of a low-tier servant in power, right? So if you fight that in combination with, like, her bounded fields and her own magic, and maybe she's enhancing her master or whatever, that's a big fucking problem, right? So yeah, she has an EX-ranked Noble Phantasm to summon a dragon. Unfortunately, Medea doesn't know how to use it. It's like a treasure that she has obtained, but she does not know a lot about it. Yeah, it's like the coin, and she doesn't know how to use it. Now, I don't think she's actually put much effort into figuring out how to use it. If she really put her mind to it, because she's such a good Magus, and as, you know, pseudo Age of Gods magic, she could probably figure it out, I would suspect, but I'm not sure she even knows it's worth caring about. So yeah, it is funny, she got this really powerful NP that would really help her out, actually, in, like, Fate Stay Night, but she doesn't know how to use it. Doesn't have enough gym badges, yeah. Okay, here we go, boss battle time. Alright, George's gonna cover my ass for a second here, although actually, I could have waited to do that, because I could probably charm a lot. Will this land? By the way, Hercules is double immune to charm in lore, but not in gameplay. That kind of makes me want to not use Stheno's NP, but doing the defense down for Protoku would be nice. If I'm only gonna NP once though, because it's low level, you know, we're not looping, I might as well save it. There's no reason to, but I could Brave Chain if I NP'd right now. Brave Chain versus the defense down. Hey Cairo, look, it's Medea. You like Medea a lot, Cairo, right? That's the one that you grailed, right? You grailed the Medea there. Isn't it nice that she's getting story representation right now? Let's be real though, this one's better than the other one. Not in character, but in gameplay. I'm not sure if I want to. I guess we Brave Chain. I mean, Brave Chaining's pretty good. Extra attacks are nice. Just sucks not having the defense down. Man, Protoku is so cool, and he's over here with a day one animation set. Okay. Is it worth draining Medea? I don't think so. Wow, we did a fuckload of damage there. God damn. Well, relative to, you know, what we're doing in the game right now. But that's pretty good. I don't think there's any point in draining her, because if she charges one more time, she's gonna get it anyway, so. Like that divinity attack up. Protoku absolutely looks cooler than regular Ku. As I was talking about earlier, although I like Ku a lot, and I like his character a lot, it's a very fair criticism that he looks like ass. He really does. Not the best style he's got going on there. I don't know why I put Protoku's card last there. Don't. Okay, he faded there. That has sucked. I am surprised George is still alive, but Alright, that was pretty easy. Perk is harder later. This first fight with him is not too bad. As long as you can deal with him. Although I have seen new players lose to him, especially in the olden days, but they didn't have OP supports to summon. They're like level 90 and shit. Because I'd see people get their DPS one shot by Herc, and then they just didn't have anything. And you get like, even if they killed Herc by the skin of their teeth, they wouldn't have anything for Medea. I've absolutely seen that happen before. I used DPS Waver when I started the game. Do you mean that as in because he was like a support that was high level? Or because you didn't know any better and you thought Waver was killing them assassins real good? Is that... Like depending on the context changes how bad of a confession that is. Both? I mean, it could be worse. Imagine having Waver, there is that. I mean, if he's high level, right? Like if someone already has him leveled up, and you're in the early game, you know, he'll slay things. Alright, I kind of wish I just had like Ushi here now, but why am I doing the Brave Chain of the Assassin? I don't know. I get the defense down, I guess. What are we doing right now? The shorties are fighting. Alright, well, let me get Kuzenpi again somehow. You know, they really should give out some basic command codes for beating the story, in my opinion. And I would make them like downgraded versions of ones that already exist, right? Like, they don't have to be amazing, but they can some nice stand-ins, you know? Give out a poison one, you know, give out a neat, like, a debuff removal one, but only removes a certain type of debuff. Maybe give a, you know, Merlin one, but it's, you know, 5% or something. I mean, stuff like that. That would be a nice, you know, give people some basic stuff like that. I think that'd be worthwhile. Another Salter one. You could make it. You could make it. Like, give them out two-star ones. Be pretty fair, I think. Gatling gun magic right there. This is going to do nothing. Why am I getting so many Stheno cards? Like, at least I won't get them for the next two hands, I guess. Should have brought Ushi in the front. Don't, I don't want to watch it again. Yeah, Fate Breaker. Oh man, heal a boss for 4,000. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I'm surprised Stheno is still alive, but give it a minute. George with the 3,000 damage. Oh man, 35 George, very strong. Well, the good news is Medea is actually a dragon. You know what, we're gonna do slow-mo, because George's animations are pretty great. Or Pain Breaker, whatever. Pretty cool horse, man. It's like 12,000, considering he's like NP1 or some shit. You know, George gets on the horse so much in his animations that I legitimately think at least one of his 3 sprites should just always be on the horse. Like, you have to make like one, you'd only have to like alter like 1 or 2 animations to make that work and to make a standing pose. Like, you might as well. Like, if you're gonna put that much effort into it, you might as well go all the way, right? Like, you can make one of the animation sets where he's not on it at all, and then one that he is, and that'd be pretty cool, actually. Then you're like, a rider. Imagine a rider having a mount. That's a concept. You know what? We're gonna try to save George here. George with the crit though. Alright, it's over. My god. If I had known Herc was going to be that easy to kill, I would have brought a rider in the front. Yeah, meanwhile, Lancer Artoria has a horse 24/7. But not in the movie, then she doesn't have it at all, because that makes sense. They making a lot of sense right now. Can we get a Lion King costume though? I can't. Is the second movie out yet or not? Because I've seen people that have said they've seen it, but I don't know if that's like early, you know, bullshit. But like, is it out yet? Because if it's already out, it is fuck. We're not getting any other tie-in then. So there goes our chance at Agravain or Lion King costume or any of that. Or Sir K was in chat there. I hope the account review was at least remotely useful. I think I spent most of it screaming about Bedivere, but you know. Let's just see here. Yeah, I don't think they would do a Blu-ray release banner, but I guess you never know. We need Lion King to be relevant in an event again, or Lancer Artoria. But because of Summer Artoria, I don't think they're going to do that, which is dumb, but I do not have a DPS caster. I guess Hans is our DPS caster. God help us. Oh boy. I know, Ari, and I sometimes I think it's okay, right? Sometimes if you can line up hype, you might as well, but it's just nonsense, and like no other game is like that. And you know, some things it makes sense to like line up with the lore and everything, but some things it doesn't. A video game is a video game, right? And what I don't understand is when you look at like Fate Extella Link, there's a lot of stuff in Fate Extella Link that's just video game stuff. You have like those bonus missions that have literally no lore. You can replay stages. After you beat a stage, you can go back and use it with characters that aren't actually there in the story and stuff. Because it's a video game, right? And it's like, it's in FGO a lot of times, like, I feel like they don't see it as a video game first, even though it is. You know, like with them they don't buff units unless they're like relevant in a story or something. It's stupid, right? If a character is released in a ridiculously bad state, you just patch it, right? And yeah, if you want to, so what a lot of games do is they won't patch it immediately. They'll bundle it in with the next major patch they would have done anyway. That way they don't have to pay like hotfix fees. And fair enough, right? That's fine. But DW doesn't even do that. I really don't understand like DW's archaic mindset of how they address like buffing and whatnot. It's pretty silly. And like I feel like if like Testament, they added Testament's costume, right? But I feel like if they didn't rerun the Ilya collab event, they never would have added it. Like they never would have fucking added it. It has to be the point where they're like willing to do it, and then they have to have just so happen to have like the character be relevant again. Same for UHZ. If NHX wasn't in Saber Wars 2, I don't think we ever would have gotten the UHZ costume unless she became relevant again down the road, right? And like that's silly. At least Zerkerlot is like just a regular ass 4-star, but yeah, it's pretty annoying. They need a rotating banner like every other fucking game has, and like you don't put like literally anything on the banner, right? It's the default stuff, and you can have a 4-star and a 5-star rate up that just rotates. Hell, might as well rate up a 3-star, and that's good for new players. If you're a brand new player and you want to roll on that anyway, like a rotating story banner, if there's a good 3-star on it while you're at it, you know, that's great. But what I think, having looked at a lot of stuff and talking to Lost and everything, and like the leaker that was an ex-employee. Actually, I don't think it was an ex-employee. I think it was just a employee. But I feel like the issue is they're understaffed, and DW historically, maybe not now, but historically DW had been like not giving them the funding, because that's what it sounds like. It really sounds like the higher ups at DW and Aniplex were literally not giving the funding to the FGO devs. And because there were so few of them, they were so behind on just doing the stuff like whatever is needed for the new event or the new main story, the stuff they have to do, the stuff that you absolutely have to do, like the required stuff to like maintain the game, right? Like that kind of stuff took all of their time. So they don't have the time to make better UI and blah blah. And also, from what they have said themselves, I don't think they had a lot of experienced devs that could like go really fast and like do a lot of the code stuff quickly and efficiently. So I think, but that's where the money comes in. That's where you're supposed to use the budget to hire devs that do that, right? So I do think that's a lot of the problem. I'm just hoping that with Sakura Wars shutting down, the new leadership and some of the stuff they said in like the recent interview, they were kind of hinting at them like wanting to hire more people. Because he said it in a really roundabout, like polite way, because Japanese interviews and stuff, of course you have to be polite. But they were pretty much saying that he had hired a little bit of extra staff, but it didn't like pan out the way that they wanted. Because they were asked like why there had been like less like servant events or something like that, like less new characters, stuff like that. And their answer was like they weren't really able to keep up with it like they thought they would, because like even though they had like just hired a few more people, it wasn't actually going that quickly, and it was kind of code for we have noobs and we need help, right? Like, that's kind of what that sounded like. I don't think we would know if that Baba guy is still around. Generally with stuff like that, they're not going to come out in public and say, hey, we fired this guy. That's just not how it is with Japanese companies. It's just not. I would hope so, though. I mean, that guy is notorious for being awful, and DW employees said that they hated him and they quit because of him, and his game failed miserably, so I would hope so, because that's clearly so bad for like the company, and really, because I don't think FGO when it first launched was a piece of shit, but that's because it was shovelware, and like old interviews they pretty much confirmed that. DW was a nobody company with no experience. The game wasn't supposed to last very long, and it blew up, and they weren't ready, and that's fair enough. You can't blame the developers for that, right? Like of course they weren't going to be ready or experienced enough. And then when Type Moon got more involved, like as of America and on. The game really did start getting better, and they really were pumping out good, meaningful updates, right? They did the whole 30 SQ instead of 40 SQ. They made AP regenerate faster. Because there's a lot of like fundamental stuff that you actually used to change back in the day, which we haven't seen fundamental changes in forever now. But they used to do that. They changed like the AP regeneration rate and stuff like that. They added dailies, login rewards. Like they really started making changes and started making the game better. I think there really was a golden era of FGO between like Camelot and like maybe the end of Epic of Remnant, where I think they were doing a good job, right? I think they were really doing a good job of making the game better. They added break bars. That was a great decision, right? And that was with Epic of Remnant, right? I think that period they were doing really well. And I suspect when FGO started getting really shitty, because I think it's gone really downhill over the last like 2 years. I suspect that's around the time they started working on Sakura Wars, because you always work on those things well in advance before they come out. Obviously, that goes without saying. So I really do think what really started slowing them down and started messing stuff up, and getting them kind of in this rut that I feel like they've been in for a while. I think Sakura Wars is a huge part of it. Because, I mean, we know for a fact from their earnings reports that their profits went way down, and because they put it into soccer rewards. And so I think that's a big part of the problem. So I really do think there's hope. I really do think there's a chance FGO is going to turn this fucking horse around. It really comes down to that new COO and, like, what his philosophy is and how he delegates things. Because obviously he's not going to be the lead dev of FGO. You know, he delegates that kind of work. So I'm really hoping that... you know, we have a chance of getting back to the golden era, if you will, and start, you know, making real improvements. Because if it's easy to say GW is lazy, and in some areas I think they are, because some stuff takes like no work and they just don't do it, like some of the under the hood, like number twinks that they could do. But you know, I think some of it is just that they're so, you know, underexperienced and understaffed that it's really hard for them to keep up with the regular workload of just like the events and the main story, that they don't have people working on like fixing up the UI and blah 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 blah. If they do hire more staff and they get more experienced people in there and stuff, I think they might be able to start working on that kind of stuff. But I don't know, Aniplex is a piece of shit, and sometimes their policy is to have a terrible game. I'm serious, like they're really against safety nets and all that kind of stuff. So it's, you know, Aniplex can run everything. So, but like simple things like getting your AP back from losing a stage or giving up would go a long way to just making the, I think, like the game feel better, right? And making like not force. It just feels like shit, right? The way it is right now, it feels like shit. And I think some simple stuff like that would really help. And so I hope we just see small updates like that, and then eventually we get around to things like a command code UI update, an account system, you know, a safety net. But I have, with that Famatsu stuff, I feel like they're never doing it, and I think it's because of Aniplex, because they never add safety nets to their games. I don't know why, but you know, it is what it is. Wait, Aniplex literally launched a different gacha last year with a very friendly pity? Really? What the what was it? Can we confirm this? Like, what? Because, like, they didn't put it in their that one game, I forgot the Modica, whatever the fuck. They did a lot of scummy shit in that one, too. Well, as far as I'm aware, though, aren't they, like, cross-publishing that with like Square Enix or Disney or some shit? Because I suspect they have less say over that one than they have, because doesn't it have, like, you know, Queen of Hearts and blah 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 blah. I don't. If Disney's involved, I highly suspect that's the reason. Because all of the stuff that I know, Aniplex is just straight the publisher, and there's not other, you know, fingers in the pies, if you will. They don't ever do that. I really suspect that's Disney's influence. And Disney's a piece of shit too in a lot of ways, but they might at least have the common sense to use a safety net, because, I mean, it's the proof is in the pudding. Safety nets are good business. So I do suspect that's Disney, even though Disney is not a, you know, they're pretty greedy nonsense. But the thing is, being greedy should actually lead you in the direction of using a safety net. But yeah, well, I don't know though. Maybe here's the key. Even if it is Disney, maybe that'll help. I don't know how popular that game is, right? So I don't know where they are, like, on the financial stuff. Because, like, if a game's, you know, kind of off the radar anyway, a change like that might not really make a huge difference one way or the other. But it is popular. Okay, so if it's popular and if it's implemented well and the game is being, you know, handled well as a whole, and it goes over well, maybe Aniplex will pay attention and you know, realize that that's worth doing. But I don't know. You never know. Sometimes it's really hard to know what's going on behind the scenes, and they might not be paying attention much. And the people that are, like, managing their other games might not have any contact with people managing that game. So you never know. But it's a chance, right? Like, that could go somewhere. I mean, Disney is greedy enough to know safety nets make more money. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. It's like greedy just... Disney seems to have at least some common sense there, where Aniplex clearly doesn't. But how recently was that? When did this happen? Because I know that Modica, whatever the fuck game, didn't have one, and some of the other Aniplex games I've looked at have not had one, and they've all been against emulators and all that kind of shit. March 2020, so it's been a little while. I don't know, like, I feel like they're not... I suspect that they did that because of Disney then, and they're probably not happy about it, if anything, because, I mean, look at... They literally are against the free the 5 stars and everything. Like, God, like, Aniplex is... And they still sell their anime for, like, outrageous prices and shit like that. So I don't know, I doubt Aniplex is ready to turn over a new leaf right now. And Dude, Aniplex, you know, they're constantly copyright striking people on YouTube. They literally copyright strike people for posting like trailers to their content, so to hype it up. You want people to see the trailers. They gave Type Moon a copyright strike. It was an automated one, obviously, so I'm sure they removed it later. But like, Aniplex, they remind me of Nintendo with how bad they are with understanding the internet and like getting with the times. They're so bad about that. So I don't see them like turning over a leaf here and like getting with the program. I don't see it. You know, normally like the developers and everything have to like, you know, fight tooth and claw to get anything done with them. But yeah, they took down and copyright struck Type Moon's channel, but they reversed it. I don't know if they have yet, but I'm sure they will if they haven't. Like, it's obviously their automated, you know, system gone wrong, right? Like, but dude, like they're terrible. Like they're it is so dumb to copyright strike a trailer. Like it's so dumb because like, it's a hype piece. The more eyes on it, the better, right? And if what you should do, most companies do this now. This is overwhelmingly what the greedy companies do. Like they're not worried about playing nice with content creators or your goodwill. They don't care about the short-term gains people, right? What they do is they copyright claim things. They don't strike them, and they just take ad revenue for it. Because what do they care if Jim Bob uploads their trailer and just because of the YouTube algorithm, he gets 3 million views, right? They get all the money from that, so they don't care, right? And that's what most companies do. They just copyright claim stuff, and they forcibly put ads on it, and they take the money from the ads, and that's like the standard now. But you know, especially with Japanese companies, they're just so not with it. Dude, Nintendo. I know this because I've had some of my videos like go all over the place with Nintendo like music from like games or whatever. And other people that I know that upload gameplay from Nintendo games, they are constantly changing their stance on YouTube all the time. Like you have a song and then they'll block it, and then they'll unblock it but they'll claim it, and then like, oh no we won't claim it, and it's just you know, it's okay to use. Then they block it again, and I don't mean they're picking a video and clicking on and off. They're like as a uniform thing. They're like changing their policy constantly. It's crazy, and then sometimes they strike it, right? It's like, what are you doing? Like, you know, they get with the fucking program or just make up your goddamn mind. Because like half the time streamers and YouTubers are like, oh yeah, we can promote Nintendo stuff. Like, no, we can't. Oh, I can do a Let's Play. No, I can't, right? Like, it's stupid. Like, I don't know if it's like, like a revolving door thing going on where like the person in charge is like changing all the time. I don't even, right? It's just, it is very silly. But unfortunately, Japan in general is pretty behind when it comes to like the internet age. It's not only Japan, there are still North American and European countries that are bad about it too. But I would say overwhelmingly the majority of European and North American companies are pretty with the program, and they understand what's beneficial and not beneficial and stuff like that. Like Type Moon said that Tsukihime is not going to be on PC because they want you to experience it on a big screen. So you can only buy it on PS4 and Switch, which is nonsense because even if you feel that way, you're not going to enforce that because a lot of people aren't going to watch it on the big screen anyway, even on the Switch, obviously, right? That doesn't make any sense. That's PR talk. Like, no, that's exactly what they said. That's exactly what they said. It's been translated and everything. But it's PR talk, right? Companies don't come out and say things like, oh no, we're not putting it on PC because we don't want it to be pirated. They don't say that. And that's obviously the reason. It said it was Nasu's decision, but it's just PR talk. I'm like, big companies like that, they will always point to shit like that. They will always point to shit like that, and it's not the actual reason. That's just such a, because it's honestly, if it's true, it's actually worse, right? The PR talk, because this is what I suspect is the thing. Nasu probably does feel that way, but I don't think that would actually lead them to doing that. I think Nasu feels that way, and it's a good excuse to justify the typical Japanese mindset of they're afraid of PCs and think things get pirated. Because so many Japanese companies are like that, and they think if they put anything on a PC, it's going to get pirated and they'll lose all their money and it's not worth it. but it's because they don't understand how piracy works and how most people that pirate your game would not have bought it in the first place. And if your game is easily accessible and purchasable, people just buy it. I mean, people buy Steam games in droves. But like everyone in my chat right now, just about, there's like, you know, a few people have no money and probably would pirate it, but most big Fate fans, you know, they buy games all the time. And if all of a sudden Tsukihime is on Steam or whatever, they're just gonna buy it, right? And most people don't want to bother with like iffy third-party, you know, websites and they don't. Most people are way too lazy to pirate these days. If you pirate, it's because you're like a kid with no money. That's overwhelmingly the case. And what happens is, and I've seen executives for like you know, HBO and stuff would talk about this back in the day. Like, I remember when Game of Thrones was like new and all the rage. They would be like all paranoid about like piracy, and they point to like how Game of Thrones was the most pirated TV show and act like they're losing so much money because of it. And that can be to an extent. You can lose some money from it, but you lose even more money by not putting it on the platform at all, because then no one's gonna buy it. Right? It literally makes no sense. And like, there's been a lot of studies into this, and you've had a lot of companies talk about it, and overwhelmingly, piracy is not something that loses games money. It's just not, because you might point to a game and, wow, this game was pirated, you know, 50,000 times, but such a large chunk of those 50,000 were absolutely not going to buy it anyway. And some people that pirate games also go on to buy it as well. There's been study after study after study that shows that piracy is just not something that digs into your profits. And what will dig into your profits, though, is not putting your game on as many platforms as possible. Because if you put Tsukihime on PC, you're going to get so many people to buy it that otherwise wouldn't, even if a percentage of them pirate it. Right? Even if a percentage of them pirate it, you're going to get a bunch of sales that you're just not going to get otherwise, which is obviously going to offset that and then some. Like, it's just terrible business, especially for visual novels, because the majority of visual novels have always just been on PC. I know there's been exceptions over the years, of course, there's been plenty, but you know, visual novels, especially way back in the day, were only on PC. Like Fate Stay Night was only on PC for the longest time, and eventually got a PS2 version, and so on and so forth. But you know, generally, you know, PC is where most visual novels started. It makes no sense to put Tsukihime out and not put it on PC. That's just nonsense. And if that wasn't PR talk, though, and so maybe they're not afraid of piracy, and legitimately they think it needs to be played on a big screen. One, that's a ridiculously elitist and stupid mindset, and a lot of people have giant-ass monitors that are better than their televisions. Like, loads of people have giant-ass monitors and surround sound speaker systems for their PCs and stuff, and it's a way better viewing experience than the fucking television. Like, are you kidding me? Also, loads of people play their PlayStation 4s on a monitor now. I might even go as far to say that most people, no one has cable anymore, by the way. It is very common for people I have all my game consoles I play on a monitor. I don't play them on televisions. Like, it's like, who the fuck uses television anymore? Like, Jesus Christ, right? And then even if you have your PlayStation 4 hooked up to a television and blah, 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 and you might buy it on the Switch and then play it in the hand, so many people are just gonna buy it on the Switch and play it in the undocked mode, whatever the fuck it's called, right? Like, everyone's gonna do that anyway. Like, so that's why I think it's PR talk. It's just bullshit, right? Because like Nasu might feel that way, but he knows it doesn't matter and people are going to play it. Nasu's not an idiot. He knows people are going to play it on monitor. He knows they're going to play it on the Switch in the undocked mode, right? It's just an excuse to justify their paranoia about piracy, because it's so common in Japan that they're super paranoid about piracy. Bull, I think even you will admit you are beyond in the minority there. And like, some people do play FGO on things that aren't their phone, but it's normally going to be a monitor. Like, televisions are pretty rare these days, honestly. It's just, and again, if someone wants to play Tsukihime on their big screen, that's fine. Another thing, let's be real. Let's be really honest here. For those people, I think it's a pretty small size at this point, but for those people that are at first interested in Tsukihime, gonna buy it on PlayStation 4, and then actually have it hooked up to a television, and it's gotta be a big screen television according to Natsu, so it's gotta actually be bigger than a monitor, right? They're not gonna want to play it like in the living room anyway, so they'll probably just, even though they have the option to play Tsukihime on the big screen, right? They have the option. They probably won't. They're probably going to play it on a monitor anyway, because they don't want their mom walking in and seeing, a half-naked Arcuate or whatever. Like, let's be real here, right? It's not happening, right? Like, there are going to be so few people, like, playing Tsukihime in the living room on a television, right? Some people will, but it's not a lot, right? It's like Jimmy down the street and you know, Chris, right? That's it, right? It's so bullshit, and they know it's bullshit. It's just a justification. Like, even if Nasu feels that way, it's just a justification, because I mean, historically, you know, Type Moon has not been I gotta say, you know, I like Type Moon and you know, some of the, you know, the right good characters and all that, but like, they've historically been pretty bad with this kind of stuff, right? Like, you know, they never put any effort into bringing their stuff to NA, and even when there's demand for it, their publishers do. Anytime we get anything from Type Moon, it's because of their publisher, not because of them. And they're not bringing Tsukihime to NA either, right? Like, they have a lot of anti-consumer business practices, and this obviously counts as one of those. It's kind of nonsense. And like what a lot of Japanese devs I've seen that they do, like, I mean, Arc System Works used to do this. I don't think they do it anymore, because I've watched Arc System Works grow up, man. I remember when they were like super shitty and new and didn't know what they were doing, and when they had no PC versions, and their early PC ports that were garbage, and now they're getting better and better. But I remember in the old days, you know, Arc System Works used to be really paranoid about PC as well. They didn't want to bring it to PC for a long time, and when they did, they put no effort into it, and they would always put it out after console. And again, it's because they're afraid of piracy. They put it on console first for months and months and months, and then once the hype was died down, then they put it on PC. Because like, oh, then we don't care if it gets pirated, right? But again, that's stupid, because you could have gotten a bunch of sales from the hype while it was on PC. But they figured that out, though. It took them many years. You know, Arc System Works making game after game after game after game, working with lots of different publishers and all kinds of shit. They eventually figured it out. Oh yeah, we should just put our games out on PC, because it's an actual market. Right? And you know, they actually bring their games to NA in a reasonable amount of time now. Like with their new Guilty Gear game, you know, it was. I don't know if that's out on PC yet or not. It wouldn't surprise me if it's not, but I know it's in NA already and all that kind of stuff. I haven't really kept up with the fine details there. But Arc System Works is still pretty bad, though, when it comes to like YouTube and trailers, and they're still really bad about a lot of shit like that. But they've gotten better, right? I don't think Arc System Works is the pinnacle of like how to market games at all. I think they're still quite bad, but they have gotten better, and they do realize like PC is actually worth a shit, and NA is worth a shit, and optimizing your game is worth a shit and stuff like that. But I don't think Type Moon is at that point. But Type Moon doesn't actually put out, you know, that much. They haven't put out a visual novel or any of that in quite some time, so they definitely have less experience in that area. However, I'll just say this straight up. I don't think this is a hot take. The way Type Moon is handling Tsukihime is really stupid, and it's shooting themselves in the foot. Now, Tsukihime is so hyped up at this point that I'm sure, and Type Moon is really popular now, that I'm sure it'll do well regardless, but they are needlessly hamstringing themselves. I think if they put Tsukihime out in a nice, consumer-friendly way, you know, from the get-go they hired translators to work with, and so it came out in NA in a reasonable time frame. You put it out on, you know, all the major consoles and PCs. You put it on Steam. I mean, like that, so much fucking money right there. They would absolutely make more money, and it's a good way of spreading their IP, you know, to the West more. But you know, they're literally hamstringing themselves every step of the way. And by the way, they're rich as fuck. They have so much money. They could hire any publisher they want, or any translator they want, to bring it to NA. And they could hire a whole dev team to put it on PC. Like, they could do that so easily, right? Money is not the problem in the slightest, right? But yeah, I can't even fathom why they're like, yep, no PC, no NA, you know, just PS4, Switch, and that's it, right? It's stupid. And I'm pretty sure, isn't French Bread like putting their stuff out on more than that? Because they're doing the Melty Blood, you know, thing. Aren't they actually like putting it out to NA and stuff? I think, I'm not sure if it's on PC or not, but I think they're actually like giving more of a shit over there. It's so, dude, I really do hope JP devs get with the times, because I like a lot of JP devs, you know, ideas and you know, games, and you know, I like, you know, Tales of games and so on and so forth. A lot of Japanese fighting games are good, right? But it is so obnoxious how like behind the times they are, and a lot of times it's because they think they're afraid of the market, or they're afraid of piracy, or they don't understand YouTube or whatever. That's normally the reason, and it's like they're missing out on profits for themselves, right? And then we're missing out because we don't get, you know, localizations or PC versions or so on and so forth. No, there's no way. There's no way Nintendo and Sony paid them for exclusivity. There's no way. Like, it's too niche. Like, it's a visual novel. Like, sure, it's a big visual novel. I'm sure it's gonna make them loads of money, but there's no way Nintendo and Sony lasered in on that. That's way too niche. For like, you gotta be like, you know, fucking Call of Duty, you know, shit, you know, Elder Scrolls, you know, big crazy stuff like that for them to do that kind of thing. What I kind of suspect, though, is I think they'll do what Arc System Works used to do, and down the line, they probably will put it out on PC eventually. And they'll make, like, you know, EX edition or whatever the fuck. Because that's pretty... Japan has done that a lot, and whenever they do, like, re-releases, that's when they are more okay with putting it out on PC. Which is just dumb, though, because, you know, a lot of people have to miss out then, and it's just silly. I don't know if more people would buy Melty Blood than the visual novel, just because, you know, the anime fighting game market is really saturated. And to be a fighting game that does very successfully, you know, you have to be really hyped and accepted in the fighting game community as a whole, not just in a niche. Now, I'm sure Melty Blood will do fine. Like, I don't think it's gonna do really badly or anything, and maybe it does blow up. But I don't see it blowing up like Guilty Gear Strive, right? Like, Guilty Gear Strive has done very well for an anime fighting game, right? It's done very, very well. I doubt Melty Blood is gonna do that well. It doesn't have the marketing. It doesn't have like the hype behind it. It just, I don't see that happening. Fighting games are intimidating to a lot of people, right? So unless it just has like the best story ever, I mean, I'm sure Melty Blood will do well, but I don't see it. I don't see it, you know, like beating Strive or anything like that. We'll see. You never know. Yeah, but I mean, Guilty Gear's always had a cult following too, and Blaze Blue and all those things, right? It's hard for a fighting game to get really mainstream success unless it's you know, really got the whole fighting game community on fire. But you never know. Things happen. Like, there's no way we're gonna have sales figures of the original Melty Bloods, because there's a million versions. A lot of them were arcade, and then they had, you know, console versions, and then there was a shitty PC version, and then a better PC version. And a lot of those stores don't share their data. It's not like a mobile game where it's really easy to get like their monthly earning reports and stuff. There's no way to know how much Melty Blood made. Now, some companies will put their information out and just make it public, but a lot of them don't. And I don't know, maybe French Bread did put out their information, but as far as I'm aware, they didn't. I never really looked, though. Wait a minute. If Melty Blood is coming to NA, that means NA is getting the prequel to Tsukihime, but they're not getting Tsukihime. How does that make any sense? Dude, I tell you, Type Moon is so bad at marketing. Like, they're terrible. And I think if I'm serious, I think if Type Moon was completely 100% in charge of Melty Blood, they had the final say on everything, and there was no other people giving them advice or talking to them, I don't think Melty Blood would be coming to global. I really don't. I think the only reason it's coming to global is because of the other companies that are involved. Because the proof is in the pudding. That's how every fucking Type Moon product has ever been. Every time Type Moon is the only one involved, or like 90% of what's involved, it never comes to NA, ever. And then when there's other, you know, other companies involved, then it comes to NA almost every time. Like, it's just over and over again, right? So that's why, if you're bringing Melty Blood to NA, you obviously want to. The best time to sell it is after Melty Blood, right? So, but yeah, of course not. Although I think actually, isn't Tsukihime coming out before Melty Blood? Not that that's going to matter for NA, because they're not getting it, but ugh, bad business, man. It drives me crazy. Should do another account review in a second. I really hope Roast Beef is in, or Stanberg is in Melty Blood. I'll probably actually play it then, or if they add someone else that looks interesting. But so far, I don't care about the roster at all. It's like none of the characters that I'd want to play. I don't think I'd have the time, dude. This sucks. I really do like fighting games. Like I really like fighting games. But to really enjoy them, you kind of have to get good at them, right? And getting good at them takes a lot of time. It's a very enjoyable process, right? I really much enjoy getting good at a fighting game. But with the way my life is now, I just, you know, I'm 30, man. I don't, with my schedule, there's no time for me to sit down and just hammer out a fighting game. And also I'm older and slower, right? My reflexes are worse and all that kind of stuff, so it's harder to play a fighting game anyway. So I don't know, I don't really see a fighting game in my future in like a serious way. You know, I might play it, you know, see the story, play with the characters and stuff, but it'd be right now, and maybe in the future, you know, things can change, and who knows what my life's gonna be like 10 years from now or whatever, but right now, it's really hard for me to see me ever playing a fighting game seriously. Which is unfortunate though, because I really do enjoy them. They're a lot of fun, so. Honestly, how bad you are, like if you want, for example, no esports person in like, you know, a lot of like really new competitive fields that come out and stuff. You know, like when Overwatch was big, or you know, whatever new fighting game and stuff. Generally, the top players are always younger, and it's because there is it's a scientific fact that as you get older, your reflexes are slower. But now you can make up for that with experience and muscle memory and things like that. It's not like you can't keep up with the young guns as like when you're 40 or whatever. But there's a reason why when you look at like esports, the best of the best, you don't see a lot of people that are older. The only times you really do is in like really niche games that aren't like mainstream, like, you know, Melee or something. But something that really helps is if it's something you play actively. Like, let's say you play fighting games pretty often. As you get older, you know, because a lot of fighting games are similar and they share a lot of mechanics and concepts. You know, DPs and reversals and all kinds of stuff. Right? There's a lot of mechanics that are just universal. So once you've already understood that stuff and it's burned into your brain, and you're actively playing fighting games so you don't like lose it, you can still do pretty well when you get older. Like you can still, you're not going to be the best in the world. You know, you're not winning the championship here, but you can still you know, shred people online and murder your friends. Like if you're a super good fighting game player and you've been playing your whole life, right? Even as you get older, you're still going to be really good. You're going to be way above average. But you know, I was never that good to begin with. I mean, I was decent in some games, but you know, I've gone many years that I haven't played a fighting game seriously in like 10 years or some shit, right? So it's not burned into my brain anyway, so I don't see me doing super well. But you never know. If we ever have, if maybe they make a fighting game and, you know, there's characters in it that I really like playing and, you know, the community likes it, you know, maybe, you know, I'd have more time to play. I don't really like Smash that much, I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate it, but I've never really liked Smash that well, at least the newer ones. Like I don't really enjoy it mechanically that much. I do really enjoy fighting games though, but I've never really enjoyed Smash that much. I'm not hating on Smash. I totally get why people like it, and yeah, that's great. And, you know, it's popular, and that's fine, right? But it's not really been a game I've ever been that hyped to get into. I'm certainly going to play Melty Blood. I don't know if I'm going to play it seriously. I don't know if I'm going to stream it or any stuff like that. But I will, unless it's like $90 or, you know, some crazy bullshit like that. But if I can just buy it on Steam or whatever, like normal fucking video game, I will buy it. Absolutely, right? But watch him fuck it up. Watch him fuck it up. Like, oh, you gotta buy a PS5, right? Or some bullshit like that. And then I won't fucking buy it. It's like that Gabe Newell quote, man. I mean, piracy is a service issue. When you actually offer people things in a nice, reasonable way, they will fucking buy it, right? If I can just buy a game in a normal-ass way, and I'm interested in it, I will buy it. You know, I have disposable income. I will even if Melty Blood does not add any of the characters that I want them to add, I'll at least still, you know, play the game, see the basic plot and story and stuff, and, you know, and that's that. But I really do hope they add some of the characters I like from the past games, but so far, I don't, you know, I haven't kept up in the last like week or so. So if they like just announced something, I wouldn't know. But as of the last time I saw the roster, and they said the roster was going to be smaller than the other games, which sucks, but it is what it is. But anyway, as of the last time I saw the roster, none of the characters I cared about were in. I liked Roast Beef, Shiki, and Knight of whatever the fuck. Those are the three that I like. None of those three are in, so... And also Shiki's not going to be in because we can't have nice things, so, you know... I don't know, what's her name, fuck, I always forget Tsukihime names. CL, or whatever the fuck. She was kind of fun, but, that was the only character I even remotely liked. That would kind of suck. Other Shiki, yeah, K&K Shiki, right? And yeah, she was in Actress again. I kind of forgot. I know it's like really famous, but yeah, I forgot the other Shiki. He's so unpopular. He's easy to forget about. Yeah, she was in the last Melted Blood game. But that was a long time ago. That was like when they were hyping up the K&K movies and stuff, and they had a remix of the K&K movie soundtrack and stuff, you know. It was like a whole thing. But they're not gonna do any of that now, so the dream is dead. Maybe it's DLC, I don't know, but I doubt it. I don't... Wait, are we on a boat right now? Or not? Because I think the last time you fight Hector, it's on a boat. So I don't think this is Hector. Also, the last time you fight him, he has Shadow Lancers with him, not Sabers, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's Saber Trash Mobs as well, which there might be. Like, Shadow Coup is with him. Alright, hold on, let's do an account review. I've been streaming for so long, and I need to, like, shut up and get through Oceanus, man. It's bad content. I want to get to the good stuff. I'm going very slow. Alright, we did DuVampa, we did Jonathan. Oh god, is that all I've done today? That's not good. We got other Eli here, but do we have Eli Oaths? Because I was going to do his today, but, well, I'm going to do it anyway, because I said I'd do it today, and I don't want him to watch the VOD and be like, where is it? So, I think this one's a bit out of order, but some of these have to be out of order, because there's too many flex accounts. Oh, this one actually might be a flex account. I don't remember. Probably it started 3 years ago. Started 3 years ago. I have one lore. Well, good luck. Siegfried was my tutorial summon. Feels good. I used Jekyll as my main assassin. I'm so sorry. For a while, because prototype fan, you know, same here. Only found out later how bad he is. Feels bad, man. I wish he was in chat. I need to talk to this man. What I want to know is when he says, when I found out how bad he is, I gotta know this. If he watches the VOD, I gotta know this. Did he hear like other people talking about it, and then he heard he was bad? Or was there a moment, right? Like he was playing the game, and there was like a nasty writer boss, and he's like, this is not doing well. Because if he was using him and making it work and getting through the game, I mean, more power to him, right? But was there a moment where he just, his understanding of the game got to the point where he was like, oh my god, this unit is terrible. Dude, that sucks so bad. He's so good. Under my first account, man, before I re-rolled for Mordred, my first assassin was Hyde as well, and I leveled him because like he's so cool. And he is, like to this day, guys, you don't understand, I like never use him, right? You never seen Green Boy use him. I don't have videos for him, any of that. But if you ever got an animation update and a buff worth of fuck, I would use him all of the time. Like, he is so fucking awesome. I love the story of Jekyll and Hyde, and like the whole MP thing, it's great, right? It's awesome. It's like the opposite of how I feel about Lost Belt 6, right? But yeah, he sucks and he's got really bad animations at this point. So if we could, his voice actor is so good, right? Imagine having a voice actor that good and not making the character worth a shit. But yeah, I hope we get in contact with Eli here. I bet he just never used other assassins early game. Yeah, probably. Dude, this is the most feels bad opening text I've ever read. I do like how he's telling us about the account. I hope he does this through the whole account, but he probably doesn't. Feels bad. Seriously though, guys, moving forward, especially if you send in a flex account that doesn't need advice, you know, by all means, tell us the story of the account as you go, right? Like, and say like what servants you use against what boss, and you know that'll make the flex accounts significantly more interesting to look at. Because otherwise, like, yep, they have AoE options, they have single target options, they have good support options. You know, fuck it, right? But we can look at taste. So we got Maximum Lancelot there. He's the only one that's 10, 10, 10. But he's, oh no, he is Grailed. He is Grailed. Him and Artoria. No, look at the She's not 10-10-10. Grailed, but not 10-10-10. He's saying his lore problems, though. But who else did he 10-10-10, though? I mean, he played for 3 years. Surely he beat a lot. Wait a minute. Chat, wait a minute. I was about to say, he's been playing the game for 3 years. So clearly, he's gotten, like, all the lores from the events. But that might not be the case. I do wonder how many, because some people play the game very casually, and that's fine. But I mean so casually that they don't even beat the challenge quest, right? Because it is suspicious to me that Artoria altar is 996 when she's grailed. And he says he only has 1 lore. But, like, none of these things are 10-10-10, so where are the lores going, right? Like, you don't get as many lores as you need, but you get a lot of lores, right? Could have taken a break, too. That's true. This is why I wish he was in chat. I need that, that back and forth. Do we have... Okay, we have grailed Bedivere as well. Okay, there's one other 10-10-10 there. Dude, I was talking to Ari, and, this hit me, and this is stupid, and I swear this is why they did it. So, when you make a new account, right, like my Stheno account right now, I'm sorry, I swear I'll get to the account review, but it's relevant to this account review, I swear. But when you make a new account, like my Stheno account, you have no lores, and every lore counts, and you have so many servants that you're leveling, because you haven't leveled anything yet, and 1 to 3 stars are easy to get. You're obtaining new servants like candy, you know, just like boom, 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 right? So you have a very high demand of lores and a very low supply of them. But as time goes on, that changes. Because the default stuff, you've leveled and you've finished. Your favorite character is 10-10-10, and it stays 10-10-10, and so you don't have to give them lores anymore. And events normally give 2 or 3 lores, and every once in a while you get an event that gives more than that, but most events give like 2 lores. That's pretty standard. You get 2 lores per event, sometimes 3. Very rarely 4, but it happens. That's a lot of lores. Right? Every time that's a servant. Every event that's another servant. It's another servant. It's another servant. And so as time goes on, especially if you're free to play, this is not true as a whale, as a big one, but it's true for fish, even for dolphins to an extent, and it's completely true for free to play. You get to the point where you've got enough lores for all of the basic cast, and they're done. And then you don't, once you've got all the basic stuff, you don't obtain new servants rapidly anymore. You know, like I only on my main account, I only get a new servant every once in a while. Because, you know, I'm free to play. I can't roll on every other thing, and I don't want to roll on every other thing anyway. So the rate that I would get lores would outpace the rate that I would get new servants. So as time goes on, I would actually catch up on lores and get ahead on it. And that happens on a lot of accounts that you play actively, if you're free to play. But then they added this passive system, and now all of your old servants need lores again. My fucking coup needs 3 more lores. My Billy needs 3 more lores. My Morty needs 3 more lores. David, all of them, and guess what? We still get new characters. You know, I'm still gonna get new servants every once in a while. So now it's worse than it's ever been, right? We actually are in. We thought we were in lore hell before. We didn't know what we were talking about. Like now we're in lore hell, right? Like it's so much worse now. So I'm hoping that they start giving out more lores and events or something, because like it's gonna fucking suck. Imagine, because right now we have to play catch up with all of our old favorites, right? If your favorite is Arthur or Shootin or you know, Artoria or whatever, you gotta give them 3 more lores now. But your new servants are still gonna be coming out, and new welfares and all that at the same rate. So the ratio is fucked now. Like lores are becoming crazy premium. Like Jesus, it's not good, right? It's not good. But this is an NA account, so he's not in that suffering yet. But you know, give it a minute. So what do we got grailed here? We got Robin, we got Arash. I like that, man of taste. I think 1 grail to Arash is such value. It's just 1 grail. It's 1 grail. I mean, who doesn't like Arash enough to at least give him 1 grail, right? And then you get 10 levels. 1 grail go from 60 to 70, right? Like, because he's a 1-star, they're unique like that. That's awesome, and it makes farming way better too. Like it really does. That's nice. Got grailed Hot Wheels. Not quite 10-10-10 yet. He's totally worth getting 10-10-10 though. Like he really is. He scales like a motherfucker. And down the road, he's so good for so many hard bosses. So that's a really good one. But yeah, of course, you know, again, this guy's got Tristan. He's got David. Passed the David test. And with Tristan, there we go. He's not one of those. Eli's not one of those. He got Tristan, and he still saw the value in leveling David's second skill. Then you can use them together, and it's amazing. You got Grailed Robin, which is super strong. I know we haven't had an event since Nerofest, and that wasn't a new event either. That was obviously a rerun. So wait, when was the last new event? And I mean like actual event, not like hunting quests. Oh god. What was it, the tower event? Surely it wasn't that. No, the idol was before the tower event, right? Or was it after? Oh Jesus. Was it idol? Hold on. Okay, this is how I judge time. I don't think I've missed any challenge quests on JP in the last year. I'm gonna look at my videos and what was the last new challenge quest? Because oftentimes I don't always make videos for reruns of challenge quests, right? Let's see. So what was the last challenge quest video that I put up? This is not looking good. I'm already a few months back. Uh-oh. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, you're right, it's the idol event. Are you kidding me? The last new challenge quest we had was the idol event, which was over 3 months ago. And I remember making that video. It was actually really hard. That was not an easy challenge quest to do with like what I was doing. Like I was hard, man. Fucking Arthur blowing me up all the time. That was 3 months ago. That was May 4th. I posted the video on May 4th, and I'm sure the challenge quest is up a bit before that. That's ridiculous. How did this happen? I'm so confused. How did that? You gotta understand, chat. I'm not trying to shit on DW, but like Jesus Christ. Like, most of the work for a new main story, DW doesn't do, right? And according to that interview with Natsu, when he said he was like done with FGO when he was done writing, he was done writing Lost Belt 6 a while ago. So like, what is the holdup, right? Like, what? I'm actually confused. And like, if they don't have like the writing done for another event, then you do a main interlude, do a rerun, you know, do a Grail front, right? Like, what the fuck, right? I almost 4 months? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I am confused. I'm actually confused. Like, what are we stalling for? Good God. I hope summer is like a good final event with, okay, let's get back to the account review. I apologize to Eli. I'm going way off. He deserves better than this. Alright, Lancers. Okay, man after my own heart. We have Grailed coup. That's a really practical coup. We just go to 80, right? You're not like you're not trying to be the coup guy. You're not trying to blow up the world with coup. But you want to make sure he's, you know, good DPS Lancer, can last man stand, solo, you know, the occasional thing that you need, right? And 80 is good for that. Obviously, you know, he does scale really well beyond that, but totally practical at 80. And you got the brother coup, right? You know, proto coup there, also 80. So that's a fun little. You got little pocket Lancers there. You know, that's nice. And then you got Pravati, which that's all your AoE needs ever. I'm assuming she's NP1, so I guess it's a little rough. But you got Lantoria at NP2 there, that's nice. And you got a Medusa Lily, but with between your other Lancers, you're in pretty good shape, I would say. You don't have any Lancer though that's like super Omega, like Grailed, or and there's no level 90 or 100. It's all 80 or lower, so that's kind of I guess a bit of a weakness. But Coup is so good, and you got Crazy Eyes there and Pravati. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not gonna matter at all. Do you have Leonidas? You do have Leonidas. Okay. Well, we found a few more lures here. There are a lot of. I'm surprised you don't have more Grails on these Lancers though, because look at all these 10-10-10s. I wonder if it's because they're NP1. I wonder if you're waiting, because some people do that. I do that, for fuck's sakes. Lot of dudes are Grailed. I'm totally okay with that though. That's rare. Look at that Aussie though. Ivan and Trap are NP2. Feel bad that your Aussie's not. Imagine getting Ivan to NP2, but then having Omega Aussie there. Although I guess neither of them are Grailed, so maybe he's working on his skill rank sooner. Got a Grailed Ushi, very nice. This is a very practical account. It has like a lot of really good budget free-to-play units Grailed, like to the 80 or 90. You know, Bedivere 80, Robin 80. Both coups 80, right? That's really good. And they got Ushi 80. That's super practical. Like that really gives him a lot of range, right? He's got good options no matter what the boss is and things like that. What do we got for AoE? So we've got Medusa. She's a great farming unit. What else is AoE? I guess Trap Base. He has the battery, so it's good for farming. So yeah, looking good there. There hasn't really been any issues. I mean, this is a 3-year-old account. I wouldn't expect issues when it comes to having single target and AoE leveled. So Caster Guild super maxed out. Got Grailed Hans, very nice. This guy really likes his budget actually. I approve. This is definitely this is very similar to how my brother approaches the game. Like uses the few golds that he really likes and that stands out to him, and then he grails a very wide range of good budget units that he likes and that are useful and stuff. Babbage is sitting there waiting for the lures, so okay, we're starting to see more 10-10-10s now. I do kind of wonder though if how many challenge quests and from events you've actually done over 3 years. I don't know how many you get because I never pay attention to that. Okay, so Big Shiki and Izo also grailed. I'm seeing a theme here. This guy really likes grailing, like those budget options, but that he clearly likes and that are really good. I mean, look at this. He's this is cool, man. Look, he's got, you know, Bedivere Grail. That's like the best budget saber, right? He's got Robin. That's like the That's like the best DPS or general use overall. I'd say Archer budget, right? And then Rosh even for AoE. The two Kus, obviously some of the best Lancers for budget. And then Ushi, undisputable best Rider for budget. Honestly, I think this is obviously a theme at this point. We even have Grailed Hans. You don't really have a go-to DPS caster. I guess you could do Babbage, but man only has so many Grails here. But then yeah, you got Grailed Izo and 100 Face, and they're both arts. So you have Synergy and you have Caster Gil to go with that. Got Mozart to go with that. Got Hohenheim to go with that. He's got great support for these art units he's got here. And like Robin earlier, right? It's great, right? Super good here. So I'm seeing a real theme of him grailing like those really good 3 stars, and I assume that he likes them as well. Look at that Grailed Mori though. I mean, this guy's just showing off, man. This guy, he knew I'd like this account, but I'll take it, right? You know, brother in arms here. Fucking Mori, you know, Ku, right? Bedivere, it looks Spartacus, Grail. Again, same logic as Arash, right? It's only 1 Grail, but 10 levels, and then it really helps the farming. And if you do need him for AoE stuff, he got that maxed out Pence, got the maxed out Jerker. They work very well together. I like this guy. And I've seen him on my chat all the time. He's one of my regulars. I'm Shad he's not here, but I am sad that he's not here today. Hopefully I can talk to him later. But yeah, I got Horse Bindo. That's nice. Mori's still NP1. Imagine having a Grail. How bad did that go? Because it's not like you I kind of like Mori, but no, you clearly like Mori because you grailed him. Like how bad did that go? What you got Nobu? Imagine getting Nobu and you have NP1 Mori. Who was rated? Berserker Ushi? I'm sorry, Berserker Nobu, right? I don't know if it rotated per day. Yep, you got some. So you got Summer, you know, Berserker Nobu there, and you got Big Mama Nobu, but you only got 1 Mori. How bad that's fucked up. I really want to know how much SQ you used. Well, I hope you're saving up for the rerun because you want to at least get MP3. That's a yikes. You're I'm not gonna lie, Airy would not be caught dead with that Edmund, but I would, because I remember my Edmund was like 6-6-10 for a really long time. I don't even remember. Actually, I think it was like I don't remember which one. I had one at 10 and the other two at like 5 or 6 for so long, because I mostly use him for farming, even though I do like him. But Airy would never approve of an Edmund like that. But I eventually got mine at 10-10-10, but Eli has not. Got maxed out mash though, so you have a lot of budget options and non-budget options, and you've honestly been wise where you put your skill ranks for the most part. I would say I think you've done quite well with that. So wow, you didn't even level Mama Nobu, right? She's level 1, so it wasn't like Mori was a side thing. You were rolling for Mori, and you only got MP1 Mori, but you got Nobu. I really need to hear from this guy. This is fucked up, dude. Bad timeline, very bad timeline. Well, to be honest, Edmund can farm really well at 5.59. Like, he really can, right? And if you're not going to use him for challenge quests, you don't really need him to be higher than that. Let's see, what did we have caster-wise, though? None of the big ones, so you could summon a friend Scatty, but it would actually be difficult without your own other battery stuff. I wonder how he uses that, if at all. I'm curious. This is why I need to account the people I account review to be in chat, but because I don't know if he just uses other units or if he actually does like, you know, Switch Mystic Code, the Budget Battery people, like, or the Babylon thing, you know, Mystic Code. Woo! So you either play the game or you don't finish events very often. That's what's that, because if you don't finish events very often or even play them, you won't get apples a lot. So this guy either goes, you know, ham on the game, or he doesn't always get all the apples that are available, I would say. Because it's a 3-year-old account, right? Oh boy, well, good luck with the apples. I definitely want to hear back on this one, but I really like the Grail choices. But obviously he does not need my advice. He has pretty much everything he needs. It's 142. Let's see. I am like I'm 152 on JP. So on NA, I think I'm like 140 on NA. I don't know. I'm not actually sure. You know what? I'm gonna check because I skip things like a motherfucker on NA. Like, oh my god, I skip things like a motherfucker on NA. I skip whole events all of the time. Like, all of the time. I just do not keep up with NA in the slightest. And when I do events, I'm very bare bones them. Like, NA is very low priority for me. Like, every once in a while it becomes high priority because maybe they've got like an event I really like go to final or something, but generally it's on the back burner. Alright, my NA account. Let's see where we're at here. I am level... white screen. Yep, very exciting. I am 139, and I want to say it really slows down around there. So he's a good bit ahead of me. That's a good bit of XP ahead of me. So I don't know though. I'm 139 and I have 852 apples. And I know, you know, it's me, so obviously, but still, I feel like, I mean, I've played the game a decent amount over there, but I don't know, I guess it does slow down a lot at 140. So he's definitely, I don't know though, 3 levels, 800 apples, like, because I don't get all the apples on an A. I don't, because I don't play an A very often. I have missed hundreds of apples on an A. Like, oh dear God. However, when I do play an A, I still play it like I play everything else. I still worry about AP efficiency and not time efficiency and all of that stuff. So, yeah, I do have a lot of fucking apples. But, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I need to ask this guy, like, what his experience has been with, like, farming and whatnot. That's true. I have been playing longer on an A. So I played since day 1 on an A. That's a good point. And also you can passively collect apples, you know, during that year. Even if you don't play it a lot, you can just grab apples, you know, from logins or, you know, like login rewards that they do from time to time, stuff like that. Okay, I don't think this is Hector, so it's not too bad, but I'll be a little careful here. Sometimes they throw something harder at you when you're not expecting it. What's general? I guess Ushi's fine. I need bond with her anyway. I should bring George, because he needs bond. Okay, we'll do the old cope scope. Do that. Fuck me, God. 1 point, need to level up one more time. NA also have 150 for a long time. He could be like me in most of his farming when he was 140. When 140 was the cap. That's oh, I see what you're saying, Lost. He was basically playing like a motherfucker, but he wasn't getting any master XP. Yep, that's right. It wasn't, the cap changes, right? And you can get stuck at it. That's a really good point, Lost. That's something I'd kind of forgotten about, so I'm glad you brought that up. See, Lost is our actual old-timer, right? Because he played JP day 1. Not in A day 1, he played JP day 1, right? And he's a boomer like me, so, he gives us a nice, unique perspective. Wait, Lost didn't play since day 1? I thought he did. Yeah, I've talked to Lost before. He's played since day 1. Yeah, I just quit. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I knew he'd played day one, but when did you quit Lost? I think I've asked you that before, but you might not even remember because it's it's been 90 years. But I quit because day one F go. That's reasonable. Not same account. Oof. So was there a moment Lost you were like fuck this, or was it just the general day one F go that because people oh my god, NA day one was bad, but it was Septum, yikes. You really oh boy. Well I guess Oceanus probably wasn't out yet. Right, so you probably beat Septum and then maybe played a little bit and then Oceanus didn't come out and it's like, well, this sucks. But like NA was bad day one, but JP was just next level. You guys have no idea. Oh my god. Like the UI was so much worse, summoning cost so much more, AP regenerated slower, you didn't get login rewards, there were no dailies, like oh my god, it's just what a horrible fucking game. Like once you beat whatever main story was available, which back then was only up to Septum, you got no SQ. Period. Right? There was no dailies. You didn't have like those or weeklies. You didn't have the weekly missions. You didn't have the daily logins. You got no SQ at all after that initial, like just Fuyuki to Septum. And then your AP regenerated really slowly. You needed more SQ to summon. It just what a fucking awful game. I remember that FGO was so shit on. I remember when it first came out way back in the day. I think it was JP only. It was such a niche thing back then. And oh my god, it had such a bad reputation in the early days. I remember. Thank God. Yeah, I don't think you didn't have DFB either. Oh my god, what a bad game, dude. I'm so glad that the guy. So I didn't play it day one, but I followed it because I was so into the Fate IP that I wanted to know what was up. But I'm back. All mobile games were so bad back then. I expected it to be trash, and then when it came out and it was trash, I remember I was really sad. And oh my god. And then I remember them adding, like Billy the Kid and stuff. I was like, oh man, that's really cool. I wish this game wasn't shit. But then eventually, because I kept tabs on it, I heard about that it was getting better. They had like made the summoning more reasonable. The AP was more reasonable. They added the Grail system. That's what got me is when I heard because I'd seen that Coup was a 3-star, and 3 stars are objectively worse than 5 stars. I was like, that's fucking stupid. I want to use Coup, and he's just gonna suck in comparison to my waifu, right? But then I heard about the Grail system, and then like other people who were playing it that I knew were like. Some of the low stars actually have really good toolkits, so if you grail them and they have the stats like 5 stars, and they're actually, really usable and really good. And then I saw, I've said this before, but there was like a Reddit post that was like, in a kind of meme-y way, because Camelot had just come out, kind of explaining the boss gimmicks of Mordred and Gwaine and all, because that was new to FGO at the time, was boss gimmicks like that. And that's what got me to play. I was like, okay, you can make the low, because I was like, man, I like Billy the Kid, Darius, and Coup, but they're all low stars. And then I saw that they were starting to add real boss fights, and I heard Type Moon was starting to actually do writing. I was like, okay, now I'll play it. And yeah, then I've been playing it ever since, for better or worse, I guess. Overall, I really enjoyed my time with FGO. I mean, there's huge flaws, I criticize the hell out of it, but I criticize it because, one, it's like the house is on fire, and it's like, yeah, of course I'm going to call the fire department. But 2, because I actually give a fuck about this game and I want it to do well. I don't want it to be bad, right? That's not the idea here. But overall, I'd say my experience with FGO has been really positive, and a lot of that though has been the community and making videos and using other people's units. That's so much fun. But the boss fights really are good. I mean, no joke. I think the boss fights absolutely are good in FGO. Yeah, I mean, day one FGO, then you have the Zeus fight, right? Not only did the story get a lot better. But just like the boss gameplay and everything about it is so much better. Like we went from Septum to fucking Zeus, right? Like big jump there, and just the quality of the writing. Because like for example, I don't like Lost Belt 6 at all, really, other than like Pepe and a few things here and there. But it is obviously got it is the difference in effort between Septum and fucking Lost Belt 6, or I mean really any of the Lost Belts, is massive, right? Like, I mean, there's so much more work, put into it. And obviously there's, subjective things that I don't like, but objectively so much more work is put into the story now, compared to back then, right? That's not even, like, that's such a shit show when you compare it like that. That's kind of the problem, though, because when people get into FGO, do you think any of them think the story is going to get good when they read that drivel, right? It's so generic, right? It's so generic and it's nothing, right? So you're not gonna stick around until Lost Belt 1, right? When it starts getting a lot better. I mean, it gets a bit better before that, but I'd say the real pickup in quality is definitely in Lost Belt 1. About to level up, get my team costs I was just talking about there. I don't think really any of the only Lost Belt that I feel like is a little bit phoned in is Lost Belt 3, because the ending literally feels like it was cut off. Like the pacing just goes at the end. It's like oh, we're out of time, right? Like it's a lot of the ideas and concepts and conversations that need to happen there are just like motor mouth, and the story's over now. It's like, wait, what? Like, it had like a X pacing, and then it just exponentially sped up at the very end, and just kind of like that's the only Lost Belt where I feel like they might have rushed the writing process. I have no idea, and it could just be the writer didn't want to do it. It could just be they're out of ideas. Maybe it was just that pacing they liked. Who knows? But it is the only Lost Belt that I feel like something's a bit amiss there. And sticking the landing is pretty important with stories like that. Lost Belt 3 is pretty low for me. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I don't know. Because Lost Belt 6 is a very bizarre mixed bag for me, because there are things about it that I do really like. Like the Pepe Barrel stuff is great. Fluffy's awesome. Come on, who doesn't love Fluffy here? And like the twist with Morgan, getting, ripped to shreds by her subjects, not only was that a good moment, but it wasn't like, it wasn't bullshit, right? It wasn't like they pulled it out of their ass. The groundwork for it is all there. If anything, I kind of, it's something you feel like that should happen, but you would think most stories would be too scared to do, or plot armor would prevent it from happening. Like, really, it actually feels like it should happen. So there are things I like in Lost Belt 6, but I mean, subjectively, I don't think I could dislike it more, right? It's like exactly what I don't want. And there's just certain, Nasu's writing style is just not really my cup of tea. It's just not, right? Like, he does a lot of filler stuff, he does a lot, and I think he does that for like world building and pacing, and that can work, but I think other writers have accomplished the same thing with less filler. But there's just a lot of stuff that Nasu like does that are just so not my cup of tea. But it's his story, he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants, But it's not like Lost Belt 6 is all bad. There is some really stuff in it that I really do like. Like, I really do like that stuff I just mentioned. Like, it's awesome. And the boss fights definitely got better at the end and stuff. And the music's good. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, the music in Lost Belt 6 is awesome. I mean, to be fair, I guess the music's good in pretty much all the Lost Belts, but I really did like the music. And Vol, my sister is fluent in Japanese, and I am aware of some of that, and I've heard that from other people too, actually, about like how fucked up the writing is. But it's not even that, right? It's more like the way he chooses to pace things and that kind of thing that is just not. Is not my style, because I have a lot of issues with Babylonia too, and Nasu wrote Babylonia, and I have a lot of the same issues with it. The subject matter of Babylonia I like better. So I don't know. Lost Belt, it is Lost Belt 3 versus Lost Belt 6 for me, for my least favorite, and I don't know. Like I don't know. Like Lost Belt 3, on the one hand, it's like it does the true sin of being boring. Although I gotta say, Lost Belt 6 was really fucking boring for a lot of parts of it too. But I found 3 pretty boring for almost the entire thing, and it did. I cannot even put into words how wasted a lot of the cast was, to the point where I just do not understand why they even used that cast, right? Like Mordred, why the fuck is Mordred there? Right, obviously she could be good there, and she could have good characterization, interesting stuff, and a big fight scene or whatever, but none of that, so it's like, why the fuck did they use her, right? Especially when they were doing Lost Belt 6, and they knew Morgan was going to be there. Why do we put Mordred in Lost Belt 3 where she does nothing? Like, hello? Like, it's bullshit. Like, it's so bad. So, I don't know. Lost Belt 3 is pretty shit. I feel bad saying that, but, like, it's really, I just do not care for Lost Belt 3. It really is not, it's not great. It does have good boss fights, though. I do feel like Lost Belt 3 is paced better than Lost Belt 6. Even though the ending is so rushed, but like just from a gameplay standpoint, it's way better paced. It doesn't take 9 years to get to a boss fight, and it has a lot of just medium, nice, solid boss fights. Just boom, 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 right? Where Lost Belt 6 is like nothing, 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 no, still nothing, 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 little bit, nothing, 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 something, nothing, nothing, something, something, something. That's Lost Belt 6, and that is not a good ride. Like that, there's a reason I don't want to do Lost Belt 6 on my Herc account. Because I don't want to go through that just slog of nothing again, right? I'm so not in the mood for that right now. As I go through Oceanus, at least it's a different slog. Early FGO, man. But yeah, 6 and 3 are definitely my least favorites. I don't really dislike any of the other ones, though. I mean, 2 is definitely not as good as the other ones, and there's a lot of wasted subject matter there. But I really do like the characterization with like Ophelia, with her conflicted stuff with MASH and the Valkyrie stuff, and like the kind of little things you see with like Odin and Skadi is actually pretty interesting, and all the Surtur as a bad guy was great. It's just 2. I love Norse mythology, and 2 did not live up to what I wanted out of a Norse Lost Belt at all. And the cast does not like. Not much of the cast is like my cup of tea, right? I don't mind them. They're all. There's no problem. It's just there's not a lot of characters that I'm like, man, they're fucking awesome, right? It doesn't have a lot of that. And 2 is good. I do like 2, and I read it. I actually when I was fucked up because my doctor's appointment, and so that day where I didn't stream, I read Lost Belt 2 again, and I really did enjoy it more reading it again. I really did, but it's still not my favorite. But so I 1 and 5 are just, I love them so much, right? It's hard to compare to that, but 2 is still good. I would say 2 is still way better than, you know, a lot of the 1.0 drivel. The story didn't pass the David test. Let me see, what were they? If it was at least 6, I would give it a pass. If it was at least 6 at this point in the game, but because you know, story supports just should be a bit more boosted. Look, he's 7.5, right? They can go past 6. Look, she's 6.5, right? So when you compare him to the other story, look, she's 8.6, 8.6. Right, 6.5, right? It's kind of shit that David doesn't get that second skill at 6 there. I've read a lot of like the straight text of Lost Belt 6, but not all of it yet, so I can't fully rate it yet. But I just know for a fact that even if, you know, on the technical side, like on the objective side, everything in Lost Belt 6 nails it for the rest of that I haven't read. That's not going to make up for how much I subjectively don't like it. So there's no world where Lost Belt 6 is one of my favorites. But where it lands exactly, it's hard to say. Like, I'm not really sure. But for me, it's like 5 and 1, and then 4, and then 2, and then kind of fuck the rest of them. And everyone forgets Mordred's in Lost Belt 6 because, it's pointless. That was like the worst use of a character. Like, it's so awful. Other than early FGO, every use of every character in early FGO is a complete waste. Yeah, some people really don't like 1, and I mean, fair enough. You know, people can like whatever they like, but I really did like. Yeah, you know, Stereos was Oceanus actually isn't that bad. I mean, it's terribly paced. There's filler everywhere. It's still pretty basic ABC, but it's okay. There's a little bit of interesting stuff, and what would have made it better is if a bit more, I think, happened between the factions. Like, you could have actually had a fight happen between Hector and the people he's portraying, right? You know, Blackbeard's crew and stuff. That doesn't really happen, but that's kind of the point, I guess. But anyway, it could have been a little bit more in depth. It's very basic. But Orleans and Oceanus they're not too bad, but so I've literally read like every bit of text in Lost Belt 5 multiple times. Like I really like 5. There's actually a few parts of 5.1 that I was kind of a bit brief on, but I was pretty thorough with 5 because yeah, I really like 5. Like I like the cast, I like the setting, and I was just so interested in like what was Wadim up to, what was his relation with Canis, because it wasn't clear there with the twins, like what was really going on, who's loyal to who here, right? You don't see Canis again until 5-2, and obviously you figure out what's going on pretty quick there, but it was really interesting. Dude, Wadim was the best. Oh my god, Wadim is such a... I loved his character. I'm so pissed that he's fucking dead. Bullshit. But what are you gonna do? So I like 5-1 a lot, just because of the characters and stuff, but I will say 5-1 from like a main story's perspective is just filler. Like, you could have just started in already at Olympus, and it wouldn't change anything. Right? It's kind of just an excuse for an extra story. Like, it really is, ultimately. All that, because the whole reason you can't go to Olympus is because of the shield and blah blah. They just made that up, right? They made those obstacles up to have 5-1. However, I do really like the characters in 5-1 and like Chiron and from the different perspective and Jason. Oh my God, Jason was awesome, and what little you did see of Wadim and Canis kind of builds into what you get from them in 5-2, right? So, and 5-1 is good, and I really do like it, but it is kind of obvious that it's like a tacked on filler trial, right, to overcome, that's kind of what it is, which, that's not the best, but, what I would have preferred, maybe, is just have done Olympus, but still make Olympus 2 parts, and just have that much happening in Olympus. There's a lot of gods, a lot of fighting, and you could still have that cast, and because you could buy that you'd have to go through all those servants and still have a lot of servants die and stuff when you're dealing with those gods of that level and stuff, and hell, you could have even put Odysseus and all them still there as well. It just feels, the separation between the two feels kind of arbitrary, but I know there's 2 different writers. I'm pretty sure from what they don't normally say, but you can kind of figure it out through like the character material books and like the writing style. Most people think the APOC writer did 5-1 because of like the character material books that came out recently, and then what was it? The prototype Silver Fragments did 5-2. Although Nasu, I think, has said that Nasu wrote like the death scene for Wadim and Musashi, I think. So he did a little bit of that, but I'm pretty. That looks like that. We don't know for sure because again they don't tell us, but it looks like 5-1 was done by APOC and 5-2 was by the Silver Fragment person. So I tell you, having the writer of Silver Fragments is all over the map in terms of quality from what I've seen. However, I really don't think it's their fault because they wrote prototype Silver Fragments. It's a full book, and I think it's pretty good. It's not the best Fate story ever, but I think it's fine. I think it's good, right? It's got a few kind of dumb maybe plot moments, but overall I'd say it's pretty good. I think honestly logically expanded on like the backgrounds of the characters and stuff, like Protoku's master and stuff. So honestly pretty good. I think she did a good job. But she wrote Septum in London, which are not good. But I don't really think that's their fault. Would you say Prototype Fragments is worth reading? I love the cast, but never actually read it. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's kind of hard to find good translations of it. At least last time I looked, might have been a while, but yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's totally good. How do I put this? It's not like, it's not gonna. I don't think, to me anyway, it's not. It's certainly not like Fate Zero or something, right? But I think it's still above than like the shitty F-Go stories, right? But yeah, the translations are, last time I looked, were not in the best state. But I'm not sure where they're at right now. I know there were some decent ones that I think have gotten better, but there was actually a few parts I had to use Google Translate for actually, which that was not a good experience. Anyway. But yeah, Silver Fragments is good, but Septum is utter trash. I think London's pretty bad too, and there's some real like cardinal sins for writing in there. But I think a lot of that is because early F-Go just didn't give a shit. I don't think they paid the writers very much. I don't think they expected the writers to do anything good. They probably didn't give them a very big time frame, and so the writers just phoned it in. Like, it just straight up, I think the writers just phoned it in for early F-Go because some of the other stuff that they've written has been quite good. So, I mean, I don't think they're like the best writer on the planet or anything, but I don't think they're as bad as some people have made them out to be from Septum in London. I really hope we just get. Oh god, though I will say there are some characters in Fragments that it's like I feel like the writer wants you to like them or sympathize with them. It's like Serenity, and oh my god, I just cannot. Like I find Serenity so unfucking likable, and I feel like the writer wants you to feel sympathetic to her, and I'm like, I do not feel that way. There's a few things like that, and some of the Brunhilde stuff I thought was kind of handled strangely, but well, yeah, overall, I think Fragments is pretty good. I like that stuff with Ozzy and Ash and Arash, not Ash, am I saying, and Arthur and everything. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think if you can find a decent translation, I would do it. Why, Jesus, I really think they should legitimately officially translate this stuff and bring it to the West. The problem is they probably hire a bad translation company that, not necessarily a bad translation company, but they don't understand the source material, so they'll fuck up a lot of the technical stuff. But still, just, you can make it cheap, you know, paperback or whatever the fuck, but I think it would sell fine. I mean, God, I've seen all kinds of like really small, you know, light novels translate their stuff and be profitable in the West. I'm sure if they did Fate Zero and Fate Strange Fake and, you know, Fragments, it's gonna sell fine, right? And they'll make a profit from it. Yeah, honestly, I really wish they had done a prototype collab instead of the Idol thing, because the Idol thing wasn't a collab, right? The Idol thing could have just been a regular ass event. That was such a joke of a quote-unquote collab, right? So I wish they had just done prototype instead, but I kind of feel like they're avoiding prototype for now because they're like not sure what to do with it, or they have something else planned, or whatever. Because it was the obvious choice at that point, I would say. Or they could at least done Fate Hollow, right? Because they didn't. They could have done like Bizet, and you could add an alternate version of Angra or some shit. You want to be edgy, or you could add you know, a lot of the other classes from Fate Stay Night, because Fate Hollow is mostly the Fate Stay Night cast, but a lot of those characters are you know, canonically have alternate classes, like, you know, Dyrmid, how they did, you know, Saber Dyrmid. So they could just add one of those, and then Bizet, and so on and so forth, and there's a Fate Hollow collab. I think a big part of why we don't have a Fate Hollow collab is because they don't want to use the Fate Stay Night cast. That's probably the reason, really. I really hope it happens, though, because if we get a Fate Hollow collab, Bizet is almost assuredly getting in as just regular Bizet, like Shiki and Gray and Fujino, and I really want that for Bizet. Where if they add Bizet randomly, it's going to be like Karen. You know, Karen wasn't just regular Karen, and there's, you know, lots of extra nonsense going on there. And yeah, it'd give them a reason to buff Kid Gill. All he needs is a battery. If he just gets a battery, I think he's good to go. He's totally good to go. I think he'll actually be really, really good at that point. I can't imagine them doing Berserker Coup for Hollow collab, but that'd be cool because of his connection with Bizet. You could have a pretty interesting story there. I mean, I like that idea, but I feel like that's too normal and reasonable for them to do it. You know, I hate to say it, but that's where we're at with FGO these days. Hey, Pocket, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna wrap up here in a second, but thank you, Pocket, for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. Let's do one more account review because my voice is going. So I've been streaming way too long. So let's do one more account review. Can you imagine if someone got to my channel, doesn't know, and they see me using Stheno and a bunch of low-level servants in Oceanus, and like, why is this guy doing account reviews? Right? Yeah, you know so much about the game by Oceanus, you know. Total, I'm something of an FGO expert myself, you know. Alright, let's see. So we did DuVampa, we did Eli, we did Jonathan. Let's do this one. I think is out of order, but like I said, I needed some from later. So this is Ledster. I think it's Ledster. So you say it, Ledster. All right, let's see what we got here. The Stheno meta. She's doing all right. I'm looking forward to once we get later in the account. I think we can make some stuff happen. All right. What is this? Okay. FGO account review. I have been playing FGO whenever I have time since 3rd anniversary. Or around that time, I think I want to do an account with Welfares and Mash Wait, what? I want welfares and mash is the only gold servants I will use. I will include a picture with my gold servants as a flex. I think, but they will stay at the second archive because I won't use them. So this guy, you're missing a page. I know that keeps happening, Vol. I don't know how you know that already, but that keeps happening where like one page is missing. Was it another text one? Can you? What does it say? I forgot to add, but I plan to use grails, but I want to use them when I get. I think he's saying when I get to Lost Belt 1. I won't skip Epic of Remnant. So he's gonna try to not grail anything until Lost Belt 1. Oh boy. Also, FYI, I only have 6 lores as of writing because I ain't done with Solomon yet. Oh boy. Oh, there's a message from you. Oh, well, I mean, can you just say it in chat, right? Well, you can speak, right? You can say it in chat. Oh, here we got a picture. Won't be able to answer any of the questions because he's not. You know, it's been most people. Most people haven't been in the stream. Salame, or Salome is Salami. Salome is his waifu. He's not limiting himself to gameplay. Oh yeah, we got that from what he said, pretty much. Gray, crazy eyes. Okay, let's see what we can do. I'm glad you brought up the salami because she's so unique that there's no world where I'd be like, oh yeah, if you're gonna do salami stuff, you should, you know, like that's not general advice. If you haven't noticed, all the count reviews that I've done at this point, I haven't been pointing people in the direction of like, yeah, you should level Salami and level these units to support her, right? That hasn't really, that's not been a thing. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, he only wants to use welfares and 1 to 3 stars, and then the other goals it'll show is just for flexing. I'm pretty sure. So Bedivere. So first off, before I get into this. God, I need a cough drop or something. Been streaming too long. If you're going to do an account like this, now this is probably the most important thing that can come out of my mouth, and hopefully you already know this. But if you are going to do a goddamn 1 to 3 star account, you need to roll story because you need to get Asclepius and Bedivere. It is very important. You need that Bedivere needs to be in P5, and you're gonna want to get Asclepius to in P5 at some point. That's not as high a priority, but still needs to happen. Like that, very fucking important, right? Rolling story good when you do an account like this, very much so. And you want those basic CEs as well. Class banner. Oh, is there a class banner right now? Class banner is tomorrow. Don't roll story now. That's true. If it's, I don't keep up with NA, so I don't know when the class banners are. But if there are class banners that like if you someone send this to this guy on Discord, for the love of God, like timestamp it. But for the love of God, if there's class banners tomorrow, get Bedivere and Asclepius from those class banners. It's so important. And you could probably get Antonio too if you need him because he's so easy. The class banner basically guarantees you like 5 copies of Antonio. I mean, I'm skipping ahead to see if he's got him. He doesn't. So yeah, do 1 10 pull on the extra banner and you'll get Antonio to like NP4 or 5. All right, so just do that and then roll for Asclepius and Bedivere. It's that important. Let me see if he has Asclepius. He does. So if Asclepius is in P1, then he is. It says it down there. Then I would prioritize Bedivere first. So in case SQ goes bad, get Bedivere first. NP5 Bedivere is really good. Oh, he is here. Oh, there he is. The Ledster. I got it. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. Feels good. Good timing. Okay. So we got Bedivere first. So you're going to use welfares. So. Do you use them a lot? That's what I want to know. Are you going to use welfares like a lot, or are you only going to use them when you need them, or are you going to use them like all the time? Because that definitely affects what needs to be leveled, right? Like if you're planning on using Hokusai, free like all this fucking time, then that really lowers like how much you need another single target saber. Dude, my brain is fried. But yeah, I don't want to go into like what to level and stuff unless I know like how often we're planning on on using welfares, because that can affect things quite a bit. Because if they're like your backup, then you want to do well without them, then that changes things. Because like Caesar, for example, like if you're going to use Hokusai a lot, Caesar's good because he does give the support and that kind of stuff, but I'd say he's a lot less good. I use story servants if available. I respect that, but good luck. That's gonna be tough. But what I mean though is like, do you as DPS? Oh boy, oh boy. But I just want to know, how frequently do you plan on using the welfares? Like, because that just affects like your options a lot. But if you do need supports, then Caesar is going to be good. But Bedivere is also good. So right now, I would say Bedivere and Hokusai is pretty much all you need for single target stuff, unless you're not wanting to use Hokusai often. Then you need to level Caesar very much so. But on an account like this, I would level Fergus because he's useful in a lot of situations for just neutral class stuff. But how important that is will vary depending on like what else is leveled. But Bedivere is definitely important. I'm past Camelot and currently at Babylonia. So you do need something, with an account in this scenario, you're going to need something for Corrupted Ushi. Corrupted Ushi will actually be a pain in the fucking ass for an account like this. You have a Rosh, that's really good. Maybe get the 3rd skill up, but that's good. If it's too unbalanced or easy, I will use 3 stars or below. That's fair. Okay, hold on. Let me get water real quick. I'm really excited for this account, by the way. This man is like, you know, doing the shit that I like, right? So I'm excited to see like what he levels and what he. And he's doing. I really want an update on this account. Like, I really want an update on this account in like a month. Because when he gets to like Lost Belts, I want to know what you grail, right? I want to know what gets grailed and stuff. All right, give me a moment here. The good news is you can use Salome pretty well even on full budget setups. Like she's actually pretty practical for certain circumstances. Okay, yeah, rip David test, but he's not that far into the game. But yeah, especially with how, I mean, this is my backyard, right? I know exactly what the game is like when you're using, you know, just the free-to-play stuff. I do this a lot. So it really is high priority to get David's 2nd skill up. It's very, very helpful. Really big thing. So Rosh is good, and that's good for Babylonia. You're going to need that. So my guess is you've been using David as your single target, which is actually fine, and you can kind of double dip there, so it saves on resources. So with how limited this account is, it's not bad to level Uriel. Like, I jumped through hoops not to use her, but she actually is really useful for this kind of account. And there are a few bosses that she really will help out with. Like there are some male bosses, like even Lee she can be good for. I don't think I'll get to Lost Belts as fast, but that's probably good. It gives you more time to level things. But yeah, I think Uriel is a good option because if you already have David and Arash, that goes far. And then having Uriel to like as a tech option against some nasty male bosses, it's either that or Robin, right? It's either her or Robin. And if you ever get around, then you probably won't need to level another archer for a while. But if you get to the point where you have the freedom to level another archer, I would level Billy because and then only level the 2nd skill. The other two don't matter too much. And if you do level another one, level the evade. But I find when you do get room for an extra archer, having that ability for the battery is super, super helpful. Like it's super, super good. Shame, I'm guessing, let me check. Yeah, you don't have Kentucky. That would be another option for a quick battery, but main interlude win. I plan to Tintin Coup eventually. Yeah, that's the obvious pick for this kind of thing. You can get really far, and I mean really far, I know I've done it, by just having Coup at 70, 10. And you never level any other Lancer. That can go super fucking far. I'm not kidding at all. Like that goes super well. It actually, if you're pushing it on mats and skill gems, I probably wouldn't level another Lancer for a while, honestly. Like Leonidas though, because you want to do salami stuff, you're going to want Leonidas a 1,000,000%. He's really good for her. You need every taunt wall you can get. He's really important, and he's good for budget stuff anyway. So honestly, Leonidas is probably the next pick. If it was anyone else, I'd probably recommend something else, but for what you want to do, I would say Leonidas And maybe Gareth. I don't know. Gareth is good too because she's also a taunt and does DPS. So Gareth and Leo are both really good options for you. Yeah, esports Benkei would be good too, actually. It's level 25 Benkei. I like Gareth, who looks fun. Yeah, Gareth is quite fun, and she would work quite well with what you're wanting to do. So you could absolutely level Gareth before Leonidas if you wanted to. I think that would be fine. Sometimes, though, you need a multi-turn taunt, and Leonidas is really good for that. So he is good. They're both good. In terms of AoE Lancers, they're so low priority. It takes, when I play free-to-play accounts, it takes me forever to level an AoE Lancer. They're just not worth it. I hate to say it, but they're just not worth it. If you ever got to the point where Ku was done, Gareth was done, Leonidas is done, I'd probably say Proto Ku next. Or Taiga, if you need Buster or something. But Gareth can do Buster, so yeah, probably Proto Ku. The anti-beast thing can be nice anyway. Alright, Ushi, definitely the best pick, no question. And then George, obviously, especially because you're wanting to do Salome stuff, you're going to want George. That's like a super staple, incredibly important. You're going to want to get his Bond CE over time. My tutorial role, in the second archive, there's a picture later. Well, the gold servant, okay, we'll see what that is. So, probably Alex next, because you're going to need the utility on an account like this. And then Ricky Boy. You don't have Ricky Boy yet, but whenever you get him, I would say Ricky Boy. And if you ever level something else beyond that, Medusa, because the stun is good and the battery is good, and you're going to have to farm on this account anyway, so it's good to get AoE units as well. But Alex would be pretty good, because you could keep his skill ranks pretty low, because you're mostly going to use him for the basic buffs and the buff removal. It's very much for the buff removal, and if you level anything, level the second skill, because when you use him like that, you're going to want to be able to reliably charm things. Okay, so you got Qingong up already. That was a good call. I would say Qingong and Hans are like the two backbone, like general use support, so that's good. I plan to max Qingong's skill 3 and the others stay at 4 and 6, I think. Yep, I would do like, third skill 10 and then at least 6 for the second skill. It is good to get that second skill at 10 because sometimes you need all the survivability you can get. But you can keep the first skill at like 4 or whatever, right? It's good to level a bit, but you don't need to level it that much. Hans is a candidate for my first 10-10-10. That's a good one. I mean, he's such a universal support. You definitely want to get that third skill to 10. And the second skill is good too, because of the cooldown. His first skill is the least important, though, for sure, by quite a lot. Let's see. Asclepius is NP1, but I plan to get NP5 eventually. I only got one in the Gajuna banner. Well, thankfully, like I said, the class banner's coming up. It'd be good to at least get him NP2 or 3. The extra health from his guts can actually be good, but Bedivere definitely higher priority. Really good that you clearly know what you're doing, though. I mean, you're leveling good stuff. You do need a DPS caster, and this is in A. So if it was JP, I would say Babbage 1000%, but because it's in A, I kind of lean towards caster Ku. I'm assuming he's NP1, but you'll probably get copies for him when you roll for Asclepius. So if you get caster Ku to like NP3 or so, I would level caster Ku as your DPS caster. If you don't, I would do Babbage. And Medea is still good anyway, and you're going to need all the budget supports, unfortunately. It's caster gym hell for budget supports, because you need Mozart, you need Qingong, you need a DPS caster, you need Asclepius, you need Hans. A lot of times you still need Medea for the anti-debuff and the utility. So yeah, it's really rough. I've been watching you since years ago, but I don't have time to play, hence the choices. Yeah, it's rough, man. That's my 1 to 3 star account. You only get to I don't play it a lot, so I only like level 1 or 2 things per class. But you're making good calls. I hope you have a good time, man. I hope if you don't get to play often, I hope when you do play, I hope you have fun. So obviously, 100 face. Yeah, that's definitely the pick. I'm trying to think if you're really limited on your time and what to level. I kind of want to say Fuma, because even if you need a backup single target DPS, Fuma is still a decent backup to 100 face. Like if 100 face isn't enough, Fuma can still do okay. Like if you're in a single target situation, you're fighting something tough like Ivan, like Mammoth, Curse Arm's better, Kojiro's better, but I think Fuma's good enough, and then he gives you options against Zeus and all kinds of other bosses. So yeah, I would say if you can only level 2, I think it's 100 face and Fuma. And thankfully, you don't need to level Fuma's skills very high. You really don't. Like, he's mostly there for just to show up, give someone evade, or give himself evade, and do the buff block, and that's enough. So you don't need to worry too much about his skill ranks. Like, sure, if you can freebie upgrade them, great. But yeah, I'd keep him pretty low skill ranks, like 444, 111, whatever, and then focus on 100 face. So yeah, I think Ares saying the same thing. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely the way to go. If you, for some reason, can level another assassin, then probably Curse Arm or Kojiro, or maybe even Phantom, just because of the utility. But if you have Alex, I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, Fuma and 100 face is mostly all you're going to need. So Mash, I actually prefer getting her first skill to 10 first, just for that minimum cooldown. I think it's so good when you can like throw it out and get the maximum amount of defense out of it, so it does the best job of keeping your units from melting from normal card damage. And that's really important, because low stars melt to normal card damage easily. So I like Mash's first skill maxed. I would love Ari and Cairo's opinion on this, but for me, I always level Mash's first skill first, because not only does it give you the maximum amount of defense, but it comes back sooner. So your uptime on first skill is really high. I really like that. Mash's first skill is busted. Yeah, I agree. So it looks like everyone agrees that first skill. So yeah, I would focus if you're only gonna lure one, lure the first one, right? That cooldown really helps on that skill. So yeah, if you keep her like 10-9-9, that's fine. And then I would third skill is still good to level. Try to get it as much as you can, just because you want that extra NP gain, so she gets her NP really easily. What Ari just said, the 1, 2, 3, is pretty similar to what I do. What I do though is I do 1, 3 up to like 5. I try to do that like right away, just to get a nice chunk of NP gain, and then I focus on 2. It is really nice to have a nice shot of NP gain for her. Okay, so CEs, boy, that's really important. So you have K-Scope, that's going to help you a lot. You got this Gozen one, the Suzuka Gozen one. It's not the best 50% starting NP, but I'm guessing you don't have Golden Sumo and Aerial Drive and some of those. So that's a really good stand-in. You have Painting Summer, so those two are like your backbone, like very much so. But you have K-Scope, that's going to be great. You got Kaneth. You got the Anti-Berserker one, that's excellent. Oh my god, the Anti-Berserker one will help against like the Landling or Spendo Fight and a million other ones, so that's super good. That's such a help. You have Origin Bullet too, that's super good. So you got some nice stuff already. Okay, you got a nice chunk of apples. That's a nice chunk of apples, looking good. So Formal Craft is definitely one that I would level. Right now I guess it can only get to 20, but that's definitely a good one to level. Art of Death. I think Art of Death is so good on accounts like this. You want basically as much the starting in PCEs as possible, and then the best non-starting NPs, so when you don't use it. And that's normally like Art of Death, Formal Craft, Origin Bullet, Anti-Berserker, right, stuff like that. Oh, you got that, was it Jinkei and Shiom CE? I think it's Jinkei. That one's pretty good. It's not as good as some of the other ones out there, but for like a stand-in, that's totally solid. Do we have any? Oh, and you got that Guda one, the Nobu Okita one. It's not limit broken, but it's still okay in an emergency. Do we have Star Bomb? We might not. If you see an event that does have a, it's her only CE. It feels bad. You definitely gonna want to Star Bomb CE on this account. If you see an event and if you can make the time for it, you're definitely gonna want to grab that. Maybe you do have it, just not in this picture. But Star Bombs are so useful for budget accounts. Like there's just so many setups where when you can put a unit in your back row, you can death cycle and show up, make 20 stars. Huge help. But you got a while, so okay. Here's the golds. I like you have Herc. You can totally get carried. You have God Juna and Herc, right? So if you wanted to crush the game, you could do that super easily. And you got Martha there for the anti-debuff and stuff. So you got a great gold. And you have Ash, right? Ash kills everything. So yeah, you could murder. Wait, Gilfest gives one, does it? It's the Ishtar one? Which one is that? I remember like the Martha one, Golden Carp, obviously. I don't remember an Ishtar one. Okay, here's the link. Let me see here. Huh. I don't... is this do you roll it or is it free? I don't remember this at all as a star bomb. Do I have it? I just didn't level it. Because that'll do, because it's free? Okay, well, try to get that if you can, because that comes to NA in like a couple weeks, I think. So, that's super good. Oh my god, star bombs like that on your supports or the cyclid units can be such a help in certain scenarios. You don't use them all the time, but oh my god, they're good. Yeah, star bomb on a CE. Yeah, like that one that Ari just linked right there. That's a big one. But yeah, you got such good golds. That's crazy. Like, you got... many goals that can just crush the game, but you're doing it the hard way. Green doesn't register Ishtar related things. I mean, I feel like that's a fair thing. Well, I hope I gave the best advice I can. For caster's going to be the slot you're going to have a hard time with. These are hard calls because Mozart's really good. Let's see though. Let's look at this. So what's your archer? So it's David. Mozart is less good on this account than normal because like you didn't level Robin, although you could level Uriel still. Mozart is still good, but he will mostly be good for his third skill. So if you level him, mostly just worry about the third skill, because there are a lot of setups you want Mozart to just show up and make a bunch of stars, guarantee a crit, and that's that. But I would not level Mozart like as high as priority as like I do, because I always level Robin. So because of where you're at, it's not as big of a deal. I would focus more on the supports that you have, and maybe even Shakespeare. But I would, before any of that, I'd be looking at like Castor Coup, even Medea, and maybe a VC Braun, right? I think that's the stuff to look at. If you level Fuma, you probably don't level Clown Meth, and you probably just can't afford to do Hohenheim. Unfortunately, I just don't think you're going to have the room for it. But yeah, Castor is going to be the hard slot for you, 100%. Yeah, maybe give me an update after Guildfest. I'd love to know, man. I hope you have fun, because yeah, this is totally the way I like to do things right here. Like, I love the budget units, man. They're like my jam, right? Because they're like the starter deck everyone has. They're like the buds everyone gets help from, right? No matter what you get, no matter what rares things you happen to come by, you'll always have the 1 to 3 stars. So I always really enjoy playing them. There's a Zerk page in the doc. Okay, I have the doc up. Let me look. Yeah, actually, Berserker is really important. Okay, this is Ledster. Where is that one? I think that one was a little bit later. Google Doc got too many things in it because we're so behind. I'm not doing account reviews fast enough. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Berserker, where is Berserker? There it is. Let me download this so I can put it on screen easier. All right, there we go. Oh, damn, Ari just linked it to me. Well, I wanted to do it the hard way. Let me do it. You know, it's like a child, you know, the mother's trying to help them. They're like, let me do it, right? You know. I got it. I can click the download button. Okay, so Jerker's really good. Oh, shit, she's a welfare. Right, so you get to use her. Oh, that's going to be so good. Oh, that's going to be awesome, because you get taunts and shit. That's going to be a big help. Honestly, you could level Lubu. If you're wanting to not use welfares, you level Lubu, but honestly, because you're pushing it on like stuff, I probably wouldn't invest in Lubu very much, because Jerker is just so much better, right? Jerker is so much better, and it's just, I don't think it's worth the effort, right? So NP4 Mori is good enough to really be able to use him, and I'm not saying this because I'm a Mori fan. Mori is legitimately good for budget setups, because there's just some obnoxious ass bosses out there where you don't have a good counter class. I will say though, because of Jerker, I'm not sure you need Mori as much because of Jerker. I feel like a lot of the fights where like Mori is just so goddamn helpful, I feel like Jerker would work. Wouldn't be bad as a backup, but honestly, I don't know. You could almost get away with just leveling Jerker, nothing else, and then you level Salome, right? And then maybe Spartacus just for the AoE, or Dorius for the AoE or last man standing option. Like, am I crazy? Because I feel like, you know, Mori is so good for like Lee, Assassin Lee, Mothman, a lot of that stuff. Amakusa and Shimosa. Mori's very good for that. But I feel like Jerker is good for all of that stuff too, and I feel like it could work. I mean, over Lubu, but just Jolter is fine for a long while. Yeah, I mean, at some point maybe level Mori, because he is good, and there are times he's absolutely better than Jerker. I just don't know if it's necessary. Like, if you're really pushing it on like skill gems and stuff, because Mori does have kind of high skill rank investment to really shine. You need every bit of damage you can get, but you're using stronger CEs and stuff. So I mean, Mori's good. Mori's definitely good. But yeah, if it was me, I would do like Jerker, Mori, Salam, because obviously that's like the accounts thing, and either Darius or Spartacus. Spartacus is better for farming. I think Darius is better for the actual boss fights. Darius is really good. I tell you, like, Darius is super good. If you wanted to be really lean, I would just do Jerker and Darius, to be honest. Like, that'd be really good. But I think you can work in Mori and Salome, like, no problem if you want to. Yeah, Jerker's a big help. That's going to make a lot of the just obnoxious, dumbass fights a lot more reasonable. Is this the... Oh, this is from a different account. Excuse me, I'm cycling through the wrong one. I was like, that ain't right. Okay, I think that's everything, though. Feels good, man. Yeah, I can't wait to see more from this account. I'm glad this was one we actually reviewed early, but I just did it because I didn't know. Like, I didn't know what this account was. I just did it because we had too many flexes and I needed to grab a random advice one. I'm so glad we picked this one because there was a lot of time-sensitive stuff here with like the class banners and all that. And this is like, I love this account, so it's like I'm really glad we did this one in advance. But yeah, I think we'll wrap up here. It's super late. My voice is shot. I hope that was useful, but look, honestly, I feel like you kind of already know what you're doing, right? I think you're ready to go, right? So I can't wait to see how things go. But Babylonia will be a bit hard because of, if anything, it'll be because of Corrupted Ushi, but I think you can handle everything else. But yeah, I'm out of here, everybody. Let's see if we got someone to raid. I would hope Cairo is like maybe doing a sneaky late night stream, but oh my god, it's hot. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm supposed to go to bed soon, so I don't know how the fuck that happened. I mean, I'm losing track of time like crazy. Okay, well, I don't think anyone is streaming FGO at this time of night, so I think we just wrap up here. I will see you all tomorrow, and I am out of here.